Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Fae, Chapter 3 Provocation, Problematic Invaders. Please subscribe. After Nangong Yu ran to the place where the sound came out, he froze there. He really didn't expect these invaders to be so difficult to deal with. Because they just drove away a wave this morning, but suddenly another wave came in the afternoon, and this group of people even blatantly caused damage in their school. The playground in front of me couldn't be described as appalling. All the sports equipment on the playground had been smashed to pieces. Even the basketball hoop has fallen to the ground. It seems that the sound just now was made when the basketball hoop fell to the ground. Damn it, haven't I taught you enough lessons this morning? It's here again. Saying that, Nangong Yu ran to the nearest invader and gave him a hard fist, but the invader immediately fell to the ground. Then it dissipated until it disappeared, but the other invaders continued to wreak havoc as if they hadn't seen Nangong Yu. Some people even went to other places, so Nangong Yu suddenly found that the invaders of the two dramas that came today seemed to be different. These aggressors seemed to be doing their own thing, completely unaware of other people's actions, as if they had just come in front of them. And even made such a move, but they continued their own business as if they didn't see themselves. How could this happen? I don't know if asking this question, Nangong Yu seems to want to verify whether the idea he just had is true or not. So he caught up with another invader and punched him heavily in the face, and then these people just lay on the ground in that hospital. They disappeared immediately, so Nangong Yu became more certain that these invaders were probably not real, but faked by some people. But they are still destructive, and there are a lot of them. Even if he keeps killing them, it will take a certain amount of time. Student Nangong Yu, it's dangerous for you to come back soon. At this time, the teacher who spoke just now had come to Nangong Yu's side. When he saw Nangong Yu standing near those invaders, he felt his heart was about to jump out. But Nangong Yu, who was standing over there, turned his head to look at the teacher after hearing the teacher's shout, but he forgot about it. I told these students to stay in the classroom just now, and they must not go out, but there is still a teacher in the classroom. How could this teacher listen to me? However, since Nangong Yu had no choice but to quickly kill all these invaders, he walked slowly to the teacher and said to him, "These aggressors have a problem. They don't know the presence of others, they just do their own thing." What? Ida also thinks that he has seen many things and should be more experienced than these students, but this is the first time he has heard of such things. The previous invaders were all self-conscious. They were real individuals and knew what they wanted to do. They also know how to attack others and dodge other people's attacks, but these aggressors seem to know nothing. It will only destroy those things, like a doll that only obeys the master's orders. No, I have to inform the principal as soon as possible. After finishing speaking, Ida ran away to inform the school about the matter. Seeing the back of Ida running away, Nangong Yu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. These old antiques knew to seek help from others when they encountered something, but they didn't know what might happen in the few minutes they left. Maybe there is no way to recover this matter, and it will be too late to regret it, but they have never paid attention to it. Some things just can't wait. Time is not kind to everyone. So Nangong Yu turned around directly, and once again stood near the invaders, but at this moment, someone stopped him again. "You can't take all the credit for it by yourself. Student Xiaobai is right, we also have the strength to drive all these things out. You can't ignore us." Looking back, Nangong Yu found that those students who were sitting in the classroom obediently just now had all arrived on the playground one after another. And they were standing opposite him at this moment and talking to him with a smile, so Nangong Yu felt a warm current in his heart, this kind of thing of fighting together. It seems to be very exciting. I always feel that these people are on the same front as you, and they will support you no matter what you do. You can trust them with your back. Backquote. Since you are all here, why don't you hurry up and join the battle, and wait for them to destroy our school? Nangong Yu didn't know what the situation was like just now, so he chose to keep them in the classroom to prevent them from getting hurt. But now that these things have been determined, Nangong Yu will not take the initiative to attack them at all, so Nangong Yu can let them join the battle with confidence. And with them, presumably the end of the battle may be even faster. That's right, we, as classmates, should take responsibility together if we have problems, instead of you solving all these things secretly by yourself. At this time, Bao Shenghaoji had already walked to Nangong Yu's side unknowingly, and even patted Nangong Yu on the shoulder while Nangong Yu was not being patted. Nangong Yu was in pain. "You guys are so cruel to your own people. If you have the strength, you might as well knock them all down." "As you wish, then we'll be on it." As soon as the words were finished, Nangong Yu saw that this group of students rushed towards the group of invaders at the same time. "Dare to destroy our beautiful school so blatantly, I think you really have had enough. Blast yourself, let them see how good you are." Those students quietly let Bao Shenghaoji show his skills, and Bao Shenghaoji lived up to expectations and came directly in front of an invader. He directly stretched out his fist and hit him on the back, and as they expected, the invader fell to the ground immediately. But what happened in the next second? But to their shock, the invader disappeared, so they not only turned their heads to look at Nangong Yu suspiciously. What's going on here? How did these people disappear after they fell? Chapter 4 Provocation. No mercy. Ask for flowers. Seek to pursue. But Nangong Yu smiled, shook his head, and didn't answer their words. Instead, he signaled them to move on. After letting them see Nangong Yu's movements, they all stared closely at the invaders in front of them, and soon discovered something strange. They don't seem to be able to see us. Why didn't anyone turn around and attack us after such a big move just now? Yeah, what's going on here? Have you never met such a person before? So they quickly retreated to the place where Nangong Yu was standing, surrounded Nangong Yu, and wanted to ask him what was going on. After all, it is Nangong Yu between them. The first person who came here must know more than them. As a result, Nangong Yu looked at them, and then spread his hands to express that he didn't know what was going on. I didn't notice this when I came here just now, but as I disturbed the two invaders, I discovered exactly the same phenomenon just now. I don't know what's going on now. Soon these students realized another problem. If Nangong Yu didn't know it, someone else must know it. Didn't the teacher also run out just now? Why can't he be seen? Mentioning the teacher Ida, Nangong Yu felt a little helpless. He went to the principal and the others just now, but I think our school has been almost destroyed by the time 917 and the others come over. After Nangong Yu said this, he didn't wait for these students to react, but walked out by himself to face the invaders. Maybe I can try to reach them all at once, but you must retreat to a safe place. Safe place. In fact, several people all showed puzzled expressions, apparently not understanding what Nangong Yu meant by that. And they don't know what kind of move has such great power, even they can be affected. Nangong Yu looked at them helplessly. Although his classmates were very united, why did their minds turn so slowly? Retire to a safe place, and then sit there and watch my performance. Don't need your efforts, okay? If you explained it this way earlier, don't we understand it? That's right, make it so mysterious. Soon those students waved their hands at Nangong Yu, and then showed a look of contempt. After retreating to a so-called safe place, only Yaoyorozu looked at Nangong Yu with special concern when he left. You must pay attention to safety. If it doesn't work, don't hurt yourself. We can solve it together. But soon Yaoyorozu was also taken away by other students. Don't worry, Nangong Yu is so powerful that it can definitely be dealt with. Let's just sit by and watch. Alright, Nangong Yu felt a little helpless for Yaoyorozu's concern for him. I really don't know what more appropriate way to respond to its emotion, and I don't seem to have the energy. In order to prevent their conjecture just now from being wrong, Nangong Yu walked in front of the invaders again, knocking down several districts one after another. Finding that the situation was exactly the same as what they encountered just now, Nangong Yu felt relieved, found the middle of the group of invaders, stood there, and closed his eyes. Vientiane. With a loud shout, Nangong Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and then folded them in his chest, and soon Nangong Yu's body emitted a silver light. Get out. Soon Nangong Yu's body exuded lights and shadows one by one, and these lights and shadows gradually turned into entities, and they turned out to be exactly the same person as Nangong Yu. It's just that these people were obviously a little weak when they turned into entities, and some even revealed a transparent state from time to time. Obviously the strength is not stable, but this is enough to make the students next to him amazed. How many secrets are there in this guy that we haven't discovered yet? When Bao Shenghaoji said this, his tone was full of envy. He always knew that Nangong Yu was very powerful, but I didn't expect to be so strong. Quirks like him are beyond what they can imagine. But now the students next to him don't have time to talk to him at all, let alone answer his question. Because everyone's eyes were already fixed on Nangong Yu, they were actually very shocked in their hearts, but they didn't say it, because they didn't know what to say. At this time, Nangong Yu was already sweating profusely. When he had this idea just now, he was actually not sure if it could be used. But he felt that he had already comprehended this ability, and now he had such a good opportunity to let himself try why he couldn't. So I resolutely used this ability, but now it seems that the effect is actually quite good. At least I summoned so many shadows the first time I used it. Go. As soon as Nangong Yu gave an order, those shadows suddenly started to move, and then ran towards the invaders at the same time, and waited until they reached the invaders. He launched a heavy blow towards them. Although they were all shadows, the strength scattered from Nangong Yu's body was also relatively strong. So those invaders fell to the ground and couldn't get up after being hit by this blow, and then dissipated away. Since there were too many invaders, and it was the first time for Nangong Yu to use this kind of quirks, it was inevitable that he was somewhat reluctant, so when those people from the school city arrived, Nangong Yu couldn't bear it anymore and fainted on the ground. The students all rushed over after seeing Nangong Yu fainted. I'm going. Why did this guy go fishing like this, and suddenly fainted? What are you still doing standing there? Why don't you take him to the infirmary quickly? Soon Ida left. Bao Katsuhira and another student asked them to carry Nangong Yu to the infirmary, when he and the principal were walking over just now. They also saw the quirks performed by Nangong Yu just now, which shocked them too. How could this child have such a strong strength, and why the leaders didn't realize it at all? They didn't know what kind of secret identity this child had. Principal, let's get rid of all these invaders as soon as possible, otherwise the school will really be destroyed by them. Chapter 5 Quirks. Nangong Yu's comprehension. Please subscribe. Nangong Yu's fainting was actually because his stamina was exhausted too quickly, and it was the first time he used this kind of quirks, so he was a bit reluctant. After supporting until the principal and the others came, he fainted on the ground. But after he fainted, his consciousness was still clear, and he could clearly hear the outside conversations. These guys still have a conscience and send me to the infirmary. But soon the emotion in Nangong Yu's heart disappeared in the territory, because after these guys sent him to the infirmary. They even discussed going to see the principal and the others to drive away the invaders. Isn't that good? Put him here alone. Do you think it will be implemented according to his strength? I think he is just tired. Let him sleep here for a while, and wake up later. After hearing what Bao Shenghao said in 883, Nangong Yu secretly remembered in his heart that if this guy falls into his hands one day, he must fix it, begging for mercy. So the group of guys all walked out of the infirmary after discussing it, and at this time Nangong Yu's consciousness suddenly began to blur. Just when he felt panic, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. The appearance of this light suddenly made him feel at ease, as if it suddenly illuminated his whole body, and he also felt warm. I thought you were injured when you went after that guy. You haven't come out to see me for so long. When he saw the light, Nangong Yu knew that it was All Might coming to take care of him again, so he didn't answer. Forbidden breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that All Might hadn't found him later, whether he was really injured, and he didn't know how to contact him. Now that he saw him come to find him on his own initiative, there must be no big problem. Young Nangong, congratulations, congratulations. I have nothing to congratulate. It has already become like this. Nangong Yu felt that he still couldn't get used to the fact that All Might congratulated himself as soon as he came up. After all, his current state is really not good, and losing such a big person clearly wanted to drive away all the invaders. As a result, he fainted on the battlefield due to lack of physical strength. Congratulations on becoming more and more powerful. Your current ability is fully capable of protecting these people. You know that's not my problem. Nangong Yu didn't understand why All Might deliberately blurred the existing problems between them. What Nangong Yu wanted to know now was what happened to these invaders today. But All Might has been avoiding talking about it, and even didn't want to give him a chance to ask this question. However, right after Nangong Yu said that sentence, All Might, who was still smiling, suddenly showed a tangled look. Quote. I want you to be honest with me, because your truth is a very useful clue to me. In order to prevent the second hand from continuing to say those useless words in front of him, Nangong Yu felt that he should take the first step and tell him directly. Don't let him say those useless nonsense, otherwise, this conversation between the two of them will have no effect at all. He must immediately know what kind of situation they are in now. The teacher still exists in the world. Quote, teacher, how could he still have a teacher? Why have I never heard of this person? Now it's Nangong Yu's turn to be puzzled. He always thought that Ida was already the biggest villain, but now suddenly a teacher of Ida appeared. And looking at All Might's appearance, it is obvious that this teacher has posed a great threat to All Might. He's not human, he's the evil between good and evil. Isn't that against you? Even when Nangong Yu wanted to continue to ask something, he found that All Might suddenly disappeared, so he immediately ran to the place where All Might was standing just now. I wanted to catch him, but found that I didn't catch anything, and the process in front of my eyes suddenly disappeared. Ruran turned into pitch black again. Here we go again. Wake up so soon. We were betting just now, when will you wake up? Why does it feel warm? It seems to be replenishing my physical strength. All Might has put a lot of effort into myself. Tricks. Teacher, do you want to say something at 5.9? If you want to say something, you can tell me directly. Don't look at me like this, you make me feel a little scared. But when they saw it just now, Nangong Yu had already summoned a lot of shadows. Although he fainted in the end due to exhaustion, it still made people feel particularly incredible. He immediately stood up from the hospital bed, and then ran to the place where the invaders destroyed just now, and when he arrived, those invaders had been completely beaten and disappeared. Nangong Yu is now a black thread. If these people can see it, maybe they can see a few crows flying over their heads. And none of them are on the shelves, but now their school has been destroyed a lot. But in the next second, when Ida suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Nangong Yu, the Rikido he used was so big that he wanted to crush Nangong Yu's hand directly. But after the few of them saw Nangong Yu woke up, I immediately talked about what happened to Nangong Yu just beside Nangong Yu. You guys surround me like a monkey. At this time, Nangong Yu suddenly opened his eyes and found that he had woken up, so he suddenly realized that the light just hit him. He had a group discussion with the principal just now, and even the principal probably couldn't understand what Nangong Yu used just now. But Nangong Yu was not in the mood to think about these heartwarming questions now, and after making sure that his body is fine. Student Nangong Yu, we all saw the kind of quirks you used just now. Can you tell us how you comprehended this kind of quirks? However, at this moment, those leaders in the school and Ida came to Nangong Yu's side. I don't know why Nangong Yu saw an ecstatic expression on Ida's face, and that expression was almost uncontrollable, and it immediately showed on his face. And there are people who have been observing Nangong Yu's body to see if there is any discomfort in him. Chapter 6 Amnesia. Pretend. Ask for flowers. Please subscribe. Looking at the group of people who suddenly returned to her side, Nangong Yu suddenly felt the pressure. How could he have forgotten that these teachers in Ida are the kind who can't walk when seeing a gifted student? Doesn't he have to hit the muzzle of the gun? No, he will find another way to round this matter. So Nangong Yu's brain was spinning rapidly under this situation, and he quickly came up with an excellent solution. Teacher, what are you doing? After hearing Nangong Yu's question, the teacher Ida looked puzzled. Didn't you understand what you said just now? He just wanted to ask why his student was so good now, but why he pretended to know nothing. Didn't you hear what I just said? I heard it, but I didn't understand it. Nangong Yu was really planning to play a fool to the end. Otherwise, OH's responsibility today would definitely be unavoidable. I have to find a way to confuse today's matter, otherwise, I'm afraid these old men will keep chasing me and asking questions. In such a scene, just thinking about Nangong Yu makes me feel something is wrong. So Nangong Yu felt that he had to act stupid even more now. Now Nangong Yu completely stunned the people around him. Especially Ida. He felt that there was something wrong with his ears just now. I spoke so clearly just now, you tell me you didn't understand. He even had an illusion that he was stupid to the students today. Or is it really unclear about the question I just expressed? So Ida turned his head. Principal, did I not understand what I just said? But Ida saw his old principal very clearly, and shook his head at him. I think you should take care of your student, he seems to have a problem. After finishing speaking, the principal took the group of teachers away. Gone. This suddenly subverted Ida's three views. Aren't these old men the most talented people? Why are they letting Nangong Yu go without even saying hello? But now he left suddenly, without even asking what is the routine. So Ida had to turn around and look at Nangong Yu in embarrassment. Do you know what you just did? After hearing this question, Nangong Yu not only looked around, but also at the classmates surrounding him. I found that they were also staring at me curiously. So Nangong Yu decided to carry out the policy of amnesia to the end. Cannot remember. A few simple words completely rejected this question. This method is really great. But Nangong Yu wondered if anyone would suspect him of lying after such a monotonous refusal. So Nangong Yu quickly decided another plan in your heart. If this is the case, then change someone else to take the blame. But at that time, I suddenly fainted, and then I vaguely heard someone saying that they wanted to occupy my body. What? Now it was Ida's turn to be shocked. He never thought that the answer he got in the end would be like this. But it seems to be able to explain why Nangong Yu can suddenly use such a powerful quirks again. He knows the students he taught himself. No matter how hard Nangong Yu works, it is impossible to reach such a point. If this is the case, it means that someone secretly helped them. Although I don't know who it is, this person must have no malice towards them. So that's how it is. Nangong Yu clearly felt the disappointment on Ida's face when he said this sentence. So he complained in his heart, after he knew he didn't use that quirks, this guy was so disappointed. It made Nangong Yu a little bit, sorry, I lied to him just now. But Nangong Yu didn't intend to tell the real situation. He wouldn't be so stupid as to put himself at gunpoint. If the teacher has nothing to do, I'll go back to rest first. I feel a little tired. After all, it is very reasonable for the current self to be a little tired after someone borrowed his body just now. Okay, let's go. Nangong Yu even wondered if he had become a sinner in Ida's heart now. Because when Ida said this, he made a quick go gesture to Nangong Yu, and that gesture looked pale. The most important point is the expression on Ida's face now. It feels like she has been greatly hurt. In order to prevent himself from feeling pity after seeing this expression too much, Nangong Yu immediately turned around and left. Hey, UBD, just leave as soon as you say, and you don't wait for us. Bakugo Katsuki saw that Nangong Yu was really gone, so he not only hurried to catch up. He didn't dare to interrupt when the teacher was asking the question just now, but now it's his turn after the teacher finished asking, so he must ask clearly. He didn't believe what Nangong Yu said just now, borrowing his body. And QuirksONR.FOR.ONE and the others saw that Bakugo Katsuki was also catching up, bowed to Ida, and quickly followed the two of them. At this time, Bakugo Katsuki's hand was already on Nangong Yu's shoulder, looking very intimate. Brother, tell me the truth, did you lie just now? Nangong Yu knew how to deceive Ida, and that teacher must work hard to deceive this group of people. These students are usually as smart as monkeys, how could they be fooled so easily? And now Nangong Yu is also hesitating in his heart, whether he should tell Bakugo Katsuki and the others about this matter. After all, they are the closest classmates, and they are also partners fighting side by side. It seems that it is not right to conceal them. But after I said it, would this group of people stay away from me because of this? After all, my strength is much higher than them. So Nangong Yu had a hard time making a decision. Just let me tell you the truth, and you said that I lied just now. Are you using these two words incorrectly? Blurred vision. These four words are what is going on in Bakugo Katsuki's heart at this very moment. This guy Nangong Yu is definitely vaguely realizing, and then deliberately not telling them the real situation. And at this moment, QuirksONR.FOR.ONE, who had been following them all the time, saw Nangong Yu's embarrassing situation. Chapter 7 tomorrow. Daily training. Ask for flowers. Please subscribe. Bakugo Katsuki, you just like to ask questions. In fact, what QuirksONR.FOR.ONE really wanted to say was that none of them saw Nangong Yu, and they all showed embarrassed expressions. I kept asking him this question that I didn't want to answer, and I was really chasing after him. I call it studious and inquiring. Originally, I was asking a good question, but suddenly it was disrupted by Yaoyorozu's $1 million, and I still have some dissatisfaction with Bao Shenghaoji. Shouldn't you be curious now, what happened to those invaders? At the critical moment, we should still block the guns from those invaders. It's not that Nangong Yu doesn't want to tell them his own stories, but that after telling them, there will be more things that can't be explained clearly. It's better to wait until the end, when everything is clear, and it's better to say all these things. Sure enough, after Nangong Yu finished speaking, the topic of discussion among these people was attracted by the invaders. Speaking of what happened today is really strange. The first to speak was Toru Hagakure, who had been hiding in the crowd and never participated in the discussion. Because Toru Hagakure doesn't have any sense of existence at ordinary times, coupled with its physical characteristics, and is transparent, it usually appears in the crowd. There are only clothes, hats and shoes. Even if he doesn't speak, everyone doesn't feel strange. Today, he suddenly spoke first, which surprised everyone else. They don't have a mind of their own at all. But Toru Hagakure, as if he didn't see their eyes, talked about his own evaluation. But because Nangong Yu and they couldn't see his face, they didn't know what kind of expression Toru Hagakure had now. But soon there was a voice of agreement among the crowd. They really have no thinking. We have already walked up to them, but they seem to have not seen it. And after being knocked down, they all disappeared. There has never been such a situation before. I have to say that the brain circuits of this group of students are still very powerful. At least a simple topic made them discuss so happily. However, Nangong Yu's heart is not as easy as they are. He didn't know if the appearance of the group of invaders just now had something to do with the dead handle wooden hanging in the morning. And he didn't know what the words All Might said to him that he saw in his consciousness meant. But the only thing he knows is that they seem to have a more powerful villains quietly manipulating all of this behind the scenes. And they are like chess pieces one after another, distributed on his chess game, and all the movements are controlled by him. But Nangong Yu hated this feeling more and more. He had to get rid of this situation. Soon they walked to the door of the classroom. If this kind of thing happened, shall we continue the class? As soon as this remark came out, there were discussions one after another immediately. The school has been destroyed, how can we still have classes? Then can we have a vacation? More and more voices are saying that it seems that they cannot go to school today, and they will come back to class after the school is repaired. But at this moment, Nangong Yu, who had been walking in front of them without speaking, turned around and said to them, "Everyone go back to class." After finishing speaking, he turned around without hesitation and walked into the classroom first. Now the situation is serious, and they don't know it to this point, but Nangong Yu knows it very well. He must let these students step up training every day to improve their strength. They don't know how many times they will meet again. You can't let yourself use your big move to save them every time. This is not a good way. And the students standing outside the door looked at each other after seeing Nangong Yu walked into the classroom, and I looked at you. I really lost to this guy. After saying these words, Baosheng Haoji led these people into the classroom first, and then sat in his seat. After all of them returned to the classroom, Ida happened to come over. I'm really sorry about what happened today, and it's frightened you. The school has made a decision on this. As soon as Nangong Yu finished saying this, the classroom erupted in applause. Because they thought that the school's decision must be to shock them, they decided to give them a few days off. They have been training in school these days, and the intensity is very high. Already tired to cry father and mother. The school decided to prevent such a thing from happening again, so we need to strengthen training. Hearing this sentence, Nangong Yu sat on his seat and smiled slightly. He knew that the school would definitely have this move. But others are not as calm as Nangong Yu. Backquote, "Teacher, are you kidding me?" Sato Rikido stood up from his seat against his own muscles, and then said to Ida. If it weren't for them, these people would know what kind of temper this guy has, just like this. It is estimated that they will all think that Sato Rikido is going to rush up and beat up Ida. You all don't get excited. Ida tried to calm the emotions of his students. He also thought about himself, after the announcement of the news, what kind of situation these students will be in. It's just that something like this has happened twice today, and they must pay attention to it. The world needs your protection, and you must make the effort. As soon as these words came out, all the students calmed down. So everyone sat quietly on their seats. Qian Li Zhao lowered their heads, not knowing what they were thinking. They are the chosen ones, they have abilities beyond ordinary people, and it is their responsibility to protect the world. The teacher is right, we agree to strengthen training in the future. When Nangong Yu saw the state of these people, he knew that they had already understood this matter in their hearts, which was more serious and which was more exhausting. So he directly agreed to this matter for them. Originally, the idea in my heart was to let these people strengthen their training. It happened that the school's decision was convenient for him. This time, the other students did not rebut. Ida, who was standing on the podium, not only smiled at Nangong Yu in relief after seeing this situation. Then Nangong Yu nodded back, and the communication between the two of them was over. Training starts tomorrow. You can go home now, and you have to arrive at school on time tomorrow morning. Chapter 8 on the way. Encounter a moment of thrills. Please subscribe. Ask for collection. In the end, the school still cares about the health of these students. Having experienced such a thing twice in one day, even experienced people like them would not be able to bear it. What's more, they are students who are not deeply involved in the world. Plus the school is indeed damaged today and they need time to fix it too. So it was decided to give these students a day off and let them go home to rest. The students below were all happy after hearing this sentence. Thank you, teacher. Then Ida arranged these again, and the students let them go home after school. Soon the school was empty. Nangong Yu was the last to leave the school. He always felt that something else would happen today, and then he would throw it back by himself. On the way back, Nangong Yu kept thinking, what happened today? It happened twice in one day, it was too weird. Presumably the school let them go home on vacation this time, the bigger reason is to find out the person behind it. Call out. Nangong Yu was walking forward when he suddenly heard a 710 slight sound coming from behind him. So when the thing was about to touch Nangong Yu's neck, Nangong Yu suddenly and sensitively turned his head to the side. Then he saw something like a silver needle flying past his neck. If he had been slow to hide for a second just now, the silver needle would have pierced his neck by now. Someone put him to death. Who? When Nangong Yu turned around, he found that there was no one behind him. But Nangong Yu doesn't know now whether that person has run away or used some method to make himself invisible. This person is coming to take his life, so he must treat it with caution. Are you so cowardly if you dare to do what you don't dare to do? If your excellency is really here to take my life today, why don't you show up and let's have a serious fight? Although Nangong Yu was forcing this person to show up, he kept looking around when he said these words. The strength of this person is probably not inferior to him. At least he still hasn't noticed his existence until now. There is not even any sign of life around. Boom. After a stalemate for a while, Nan Fuyu was keenly aware of a very subtle voice. Although the sound was very small, Nangong Yu still noticed it. So Nangong Yu was even more sure that that person was around him now. He had to find a way to get him to show up. Since your excellency is not going to come out to meet me, I have no choice but to offend you. After saying this, Nangong Yu suddenly closed his eyes. Then make a mudra with both hands. Missed. After lightly uttering 2 words, Nangong Yu's senses were infinitely amplified, and he listened carefully to all the sounds around him. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of distant water reached Nangong Yu's ears. Regular sounds always make people feel peaceful. But now Nangong Yu, as if he didn't hear anything outside the window, carefully tracked the voice he heard just now. Soon Nangong Yu's eyes opened suddenly. Then suddenly a silver needle exactly the same as the one just now appeared in Nangong Yu's hand. Then he casually threw it in a certain direction in front of him. Well, soon Nangong Yu heard a hurt moan. Then he saw a drop of blood start to flow out in the midair in that direction, and slowly the figure of that person also appeared. Be safe. No matter how Nangong Yu thought about it, he would never have thought that the person who came to attack him today turned out to be an old friend this morning. What surprised Nangong Yu was why he attacked him secretly. But it just happened that this gave Nangong Yu a chance to ask whether what happened this afternoon was done by them. After thinking of this, Nangong Yu walked towards that person step by step. Your actions failed in the morning, you should have received a lot of punishment. Quote. That person originally wanted to insult Nangong Yu, but just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly spit out a big mouthful of blood. Soon he realized something was wrong. This needle is poisonous. I saw that person clutching his arm in pain, and then said to Nangong Yu fiercely. But Nangong Yu standing in front of him now has an indifferent expression on his face. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Use his own way to treat his own body. This silver needle has been on Nangong Yu's body for a long time, but he has never used it. After all, there are not so many treacherous and evil people in this world, so there is really no need to use such bank tricks. But today's person made Nangong Yu very angry. They besieged their school this morning, causing some of the other students to be injured. As a result, in the afternoon, there was a group of unknown things that destroyed their school. Originally Nangong Yu was not in a good mood, but this man actually hit the gun. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. I learned this look from you. The man ignored Nangong Yu, but wanted to pull out the silver needle on his arm. He wanted to kill him on the way today. This morning, they had already noticed that this young man had abilities beyond ordinary people. They will absolutely not allow such a person to exist, because such a person will affect their plans. I advise you not to pull it out. This was the last piece of advice Nangong Yu gave him. After saying this, Nangong Yu turned around and left. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly heard a scream coming from behind him. So Nangong Yu not only shook his head with a wry smile. He had told him just now that the needle could not be pulled out, otherwise he would really die. But if he doesn't listen to his own advice, there's nothing he can do about it. But Nangong Yu's mood did not improve because of this incident. And after what happened just now, he felt that it was necessary for him to tell the school what he heard from All Might. It is necessary to let these people know what kind of situation they are in now, and let them strengthen the protection of the school. Otherwise, more innocent people will definitely be injured. But if I go to them in this form and tell them this sentence, it is estimated that few people will choose to believe in me. Instead, he would question where he got the news, and by that time he would really be speechless. So in order to prevent such a situation from happening, he must think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Chapter 9 1 foot taller. The magic height is 10 feet high. Ask for flowers. Please subscribe. This news can be conveyed to the school, and those people cannot let their identities be exposed. The most important thing now is not to let other people know about his relationship with All Might. Otherwise, these people may not be able to treat themselves with a normal attitude in the future. And I don't want to have a special situation. It's really disturbing. After much deliberation, the house finally came to a conclusion. He wanted to prevent those people in the school from knowing his true identity. And if he wants to appear in front of them, he must dress up in his current state. Don't let them notice the weirdness, but if you want to dress up, it is necessary to become another person from head to toe, and even, the voice must be changed. Otherwise, it would be easy to show the horse's feet, but it would be much more difficult in this way. because he has never made such a big change. But in order to be able to tell all the news to those people in the school, he felt that it was necessary for him to challenge. So Nangong Yu made a mutter with both hands. Wushongsho. This kind of quirks, Nangong Yu has been hiding it from everyone else, just to prevent them from knowing that he will have this quirks. One day they will notice that they pretend to be someone else. But this kind of quirks will consume a lot of energy when used, and the maintenance time is very short. Even Nangong Yu's current strength can only be maintained for about an hour. So he had to get everything done within 1 hour. After turning himself into another person completely, Nangong Yu tried to say a few words. I found that my voice had also changed, becoming a particularly hoarse one. Nangong Yu couldn't hear his original voice at all, so Nangong Yu smiled with satisfaction. This quirks really works. Without further ado, Nangong Yu immediately flew to the school. But when Nangong Yu reached the wall near the school, suddenly he discovered something that shocked him, because there was an unknown monster lying on the wall. They kept poking their heads into the school to see what their school was like now. It's really a wicked heart. The successive aggressions have drained all of Nangong Yu's patience. The kindness towards these people has also completely disappeared, and he has no way to continue to tolerate the destruction of his school by these people. Especially the monster in front of me, it looks like and it is full of blood. The particularly thick juice of unknown ingredients seems to make people want to drink it. Today I will let you come and go. So Nangong Yu approached the monster slowly, and waited until he got close. Suddenly, it was found that the back of the monster's head suddenly grew again. One pair of eyes, and then that pair of eyes stared straight at Nangong Yu, always watching the disgusting scene of Nangong Yu surrounding him. I was shocked by unparalleled. I really don't know who can create such an appetizing monster. Presumably this person's aesthetics is also a mess. If you stare at me again, believe it or not, you will be blinded. Roar. The monster seemed to understand what Nangong Yu said, turned its head and roared at Nangong Yu. Hey, you thing, how dare you yell at me? Said Nangong Yu, raised his fist and gestured to him. This guy came to spy on their school, and it's quite reasonable. Although Nangong Yu is quite fierce now, and his current appearance is particularly rough. But that monster obviously has no interest in Nangong Yu, it simply ignores Nangong Yu. He stared at Nangong Yu on his own. Nangong Yu also wanted to see what it was trying to do, so he stood behind it. So the atmosphere between the two of them quickly quieted down, but soon Nangong Yu felt something was wrong. Tick, tick, tick. After quieting down, some voices become very easy to hear. At first Nangong Yu was stunned after hearing these small voices, because he also heard this voice when he injured that person just now. He originally thought it was just the sound of water droplets, but now it seems that it is not. Quote. Soon Nangong Yu was dead, and he began to search for it, but when he found the source of the sound, I couldn't help being startled. The sound came from the monster in front of me. 0. Seeking flowers. But Nangong Yu wasn't sure what was making the sound on him. At this moment, the monster suddenly made 2 sounds, and then moved its body. Now Nangong Yu found the source of the voice, but his eyes widened in fright. There is a very large bomb embedded in the body of that monster. But this bomb is still different from ordinary bombs, it is controlled remotely. And someone is manipulating him in a very special way, as long as that person uses a little more tricks. You can let this bomb explode, and it seems that the weight of this bomb is enough to blow up this school. After thinking of this, Nangong Yu's back not only broke out in cold sweat. If someone gets hurt because of them, don't they stand up again? In this case, things will be much easier to handle. He must find a way to deal with the bomb. If I didn't return today and didn't find the existence of this monster. But now that it has been discovered, and the bomb has not detonated so far. Is there any irreparable error? But this sentence will be changed in front of Nangong Yu. No matter how clever his tricks are, he can definitely step on them under his feet. After all, this bomb will detonate sooner or later, even if it explodes. Nangong Yu thought so, so he did it. Let this bomb explode on their territory, and let them have a taste of being teased by themselves. That is to stay in this place all the time, not moving, and he can't pay attention to anyone who comes to talk to him. It is impossible to lure this monster to other places. That means that person has no idea that he has discovered his conspiracy. But he can find a way to bring this monster back to the place he came from. Soon he discovered that there was only one thought in the monster's mind. It's true that the Tao is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. Innocent people are bound to be hurt elsewhere, and their goal is to protect the world. He first tried to get his thoughts into the monster's mind. Chapter 10 give back to him in the same way. It turned out to be like this. No wonder he just yelled at himself just now, and after yelling twice, he never paid attention to himself again. It turned out that someone gave him a death order, and transplanted this order into his brain. Let him only remember the first sentence. It seems that this person is really cruel. He had to let this monster die with the school to achieve his real goal. Since your master doesn't take you seriously, then I have no choice but to feel sorry for you. Then Nangong Yu forcibly modified the instructions in the monster's brain. Go back to where you came from, stay there and don't move no matter who talks to you. After Nangong Yu downloaded this command, he saw the monster's eyes widen suddenly. After hesitating for a while, he started to stand up and walked in the other direction of 707. So Nangong Yu knew that his action just now was successful. I just don't know what kind of expressions those people will have when they see their big baby back. Moreover, Nangong Yu wanted to prevent these people from repeating his old tricks. Use your own way to drive this monster back, so when Nangong Yu gave instructions to that monster, in a very special way, even if someone wants to modify the order again, it will take a long time. And if it's not someone who is very, very strong, there is no way to modify it at all. You're done, let's get down to business. One of the main problems he came this time was to explain to the leaders of the school the results he wanted to tell him. In the end, he didn't expect that he would have a very unexpected harvest. It seems that he needs to make it clear to Ida and the others that he must strengthen the safety awareness around the school in the future. Otherwise, if such a situation occurs again, they may be blown to death without realizing it. At this time, Ida and some other leaders of the school were sitting in a conference room discussing what happened today. Twice aggression in one day, these people are really getting more and more lawless. That is, wasn't it bad enough for All Might to clean them up back then? After mentioning All Might, everyone remembered the war between good and evil a long time ago. At this time, Nangong Yu had already walked to the door of this conference room. But he suddenly heard the people inside mentioned All Might, and talked about something he didn't know. I didn't go to knock it open, but stood there intending to listen to what they wanted to say next. Didn't All Might seal all these people back then? Why did they suddenly come out again? Who knows, probably after such a long time, the seal has loosened. The person who said this was Ida, because Nangong was too familiar with his voice. It seems that Ida is also aware of this matter. If he wants to know anything about this matter in the future, he can ask him. Just when Nangong Yu was thinking about whether to go in, the principal's voice suddenly sounded. Now that it's happened again, we can no longer rely on the power of All Might. Although the God of Peace is powerful, he cannot rely on others to save them over and over again. After Nangong Yu, who was standing outside the door, heard these words, he almost applauded the principal's hand. How did he never realize that he was the principal who looked fat and white? To have such a high level of ideological awareness, he even wanted to go in and praise him. I heard that the people inside did not continue to talk about that matter. Nangong Yu also knew that he might not be able to hear the information he wanted, so he knocked on the door of this conference room. Bang bang bang, the knock on the door startled the people in the meeting room. Their first reaction was that the invading people were coming again. But then he thought about if it was really the invaders. How could they knock on the door so politely? But after thinking about it, no one relaxed. You look at me and I look at you. I don't know who should look better. In the end, Ida stood up. You all stay here, and I will open the door. Nangong Yu, who had been standing outside the door listening to the commotion inside, heard himself saying this sentence all the time. Not only did I secretly praise Ida in my heart, this should be my teacher who stood up to protect the safety of others in times of crisis. So Nangong Yu heard footsteps, and soon the door in front of him was opened. Then Ida's frightened expression appeared, but when Ida saw the person outside the door, he looked at him suspiciously, because he had never seen this person in school. It looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, and he was wearing black clothes. Unshaven, especially unkempt. So Ida not only thought in his heart, how did this person enter the school? May I ask what you want, sir? Seeing Ida's feminine face towards him, Nan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Can I go in and talk to you guys? But he knew that his current body was a stranger to them. I just kicked myself out, but I was kicked out before I finished talking. After hearing this sentence, Nangong Yu suddenly remembered that their school is very strict with rules. Please come in. Resisting the urge to laugh in his heart, he walked into this meeting room slowly. A stranger like himself came to the school suddenly and was not directly kicked out by them. Nangong Yu knew that as long as he said this name, these people would be particularly shocked. If I suddenly laugh now, I am afraid they will think that I am a crazy person. It's already pretty good, but I still think about entering the meeting room in 0.4. It was only at this time that Ida realized his impoliteness. I'm really sorry, sir. This is our school's conference room. I'm afraid it's not convenient for you to come in. I don't know if you are interested in hearing about the dead handle wooden hanging. Do you want me to stand here and tell you? Sure enough, just as he guessed, after hearing the name, Ida looked at Nangong Yu in surprise. Xiaolu glanced at Ida, who suddenly respected himself. Does this gentleman know about him? But what the gentleman said just now really shocked him. Chapter 11 Doubt. When Nangong Yu walked into this conference room, he found that almost all the teachers in the college had gathered in the conference room. At this time, all eyes were on Nangong Yu. Ms. Ida, why did you let this person in? Obviously, many of them felt that Ida's actions this time were sometimes appropriate. They were talking about something very important when suddenly a stranger was let in. Would break the pace of what they were just talking about, and they don't know this person at all, and they don't know if this person is a threat. At this time, Ida closed the door of the conference room and walked to Nangong Yu's side. This person told me a very important clue just now, and I think everyone will be interested. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to let this person in. But one thing Ida trusts very much is that if this person is really in danger, there are so many strong people here, and anyone who can't do anything can take him down. Nangong Yu, who was standing there, listened to what they said about 08, and felt disapproving in his heart. If they don't doubt their identity today, and they are hostile to themselves, then you should think about what these mentors want to do. Don't worry, everyone, I'll show you something. After finishing speaking, Nangong Ping's left hand suddenly emitted a faint light. And when other people saw this situation, they couldn't help but ring the alarm. Don't worry, everyone, if I wanted to harm you, how could I stand in front of you so openly? After the rest of the people heard this, although they were not so suspicious. But the posture of guarding has not changed at all. After all, it is necessary to guard against others. Nangong Yu was not angry when he saw this scene, but just did his own thing alone. With a wave of his hand, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of everyone. And the one that came into view in this phantom was the monster lying outside the school wall just now. What is this? After seeing those things, they couldn't help being surprised, and the first person to react was actually Ida. In the end, after the teachers and the principal reflected, they all looked at Nangong Yu with puzzled faces. They really don't understand what the person in front of them wants to show them. But this also confirms a fact. They really didn't know that this kind of thing happened just now. After seeing their expressions, Nangong Yu knew that these people didn't take it seriously. According to their level of pride, so what if a monster appeared? According to their strength, they could almost crush him to death with bare hands, just like an ant, so don't worry about it at all. Don't worry, just take a look at this. Then Nangong Yu moved his hand, and the screen changed into another look. What came into view was the bomb inlaid in the monster's body. Everyone was shocked now. They knew what the bomb looked like, and if it exploded, none of them would be able to escape. However, those who can use this kind of bomb are probably stronger than them. Even if he escaped, there must be a second murder. But at this moment, the eyes of these people looking like Nangong Yu really changed. Seeing them like that, Nangong Yu knew what was going on in his heart. It's just that the current scene has been transformed into this way, which makes him feel a little ridiculous. Being defensive is essential. You are right to do this, but I would like to advise you, your opponents will never be as simple as you think. It was unexpected for him to meet this monster today, but it just happened to give these people a warning. As the saying goes, there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. Don't think that people in this world can't do anything to him just because you have some influence. Those people's defense against Nangong Yu still hasn't completely disappeared, because now they are not sure whether the monster just released by Nangong Yu. What exactly do you want to say? It's better to get straight to the point. In the end, the principal came out and looked at Nangong Yu face to face, and his intuition told him that this person did not look like a bad person. But it suddenly appeared in their conference room, and they didn't feel it at all. It can be seen how strong this person is, so they have to guard against it. And at this time Nangong Yu also knew that he had wasted a lot of time on that monster just now. And this dress-up can only last about an hour, so I don't have much time to waste. So I don't plan to continue talking to these people anymore. I think everyone already knows that this guy, Sigang Muhong, is making a comeback, and his first target is your academy. Nangong Yu's words made these people feel like an enemy. No one knows about this matter. The school suppressed all this matter. How did this person become an educated youth? And imagine yourself as a bad guy. But now that I have conveyed this matter to their ears, then I have completed the task. Who are you? I completely regarded Nangong Yu as a villain. This group of students is the most critical factor in saving the world. But they didn't dare to take action against Nangong Yu easily, because they knew that Nangong Yu must be a master, and if they fight now, it's not certain who will win. How do I know this? 420 is not the point. The most important thing is that you must hurry up and train those students. When he was leaving, he even saw Ida standing next to him, and wanted to reach out to stop him. But now time is running out, and I don't have time to go around in circles with them anymore. Seeing their posture, Nangong Yu probably would have fought with him on the spot if he said something inappropriate. However, this group of people does not treat Nangong Yu as a good person now. After saying this, Nangong Yu turned and left the conference room. I was thinking in my heart whether I made a mistake in coming this time today. These people obviously don't like me. He didn't put his hand down until he realized it, and then stared at Nangong Yu in disbelief. This action is completely subconscious. You don't know anything, what he did just now. If it was just said that these people were just on guard against Nangong Yu, now they are hostile. I've finished my words. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Seeing them like this, Nangong Yu felt a little helpless. Chapter 12 Yaoyorozu Momo. Say hi. Please ask for flowers. Please subscribe. This person is really powerful, and he came to the door of their conference room without a sound. And just now, they found the monster outside that they hadn't found all this time. Solved a crisis for their school. But what they said just now made them feel that this person was a bit dangerous. As a result, he planned to leave after he finished speaking. And he walked so decisively, without saying a word of nonsense. He really admired this man so much. And for some reason, he always felt that the way this person spoke and did things just now was somewhat similar to one of his students. But looking at it like this, it is impossible for him to be that student of his. He must be thinking too much. However, Nangong Yu took another look at Ida before leaving. His teacher is so interesting that he didn't realize it. If it wasn't for his good disguise this year, he must have seen through it. Principal, can you believe what that person said just now? After that Nangong Yu left, the sound of discussions rang out in the conference room. They were just discussing what Nangong Yu said just now. Can they believe it? If they didn't believe what that person said just now, but that person said it so easily, what happened in their school these 2 days? But if you completely believe what he said, this thing is a conspiracy, so what if they are waiting for them? The headmaster who was asked the question had a pensive expression on his face, obviously thinking whether what the man said just now was credible or not. But he knew in his heart that the last sentence the man said just now was correct. These people no longer have the strength they used to. Facing the comeback Sigang Muhong, it is impossible to beat him. Today's students are their hope. And at this moment, Ida suddenly said a word. Although we don't know whether we can believe his words, but his suggestion just now is correct, we must step up training these students. After hearing what Ida said, several teachers couldn't help but nodded. This is indeed the top priority of their work, and these students are the hope for the future. So in the end they came to the conclusion that they don't have to believe what that person said, but starting tomorrow, the training of these students must be strengthened. This is exactly in line with their teaching philosophy at the beginning. So after these teachers made this suggestion, they hit it off. And after Nangong Yu left the school gate, after walking for a few minutes, he suddenly changed back to his original appearance, so Nangong Yu couldn't help but feel lucky that he came out earlier. Otherwise, I would definitely be exposed in front of those teachers. Maybe at that time they will have to charge themselves with disrupting the meeting. I hope they can listen to my suggestion. And now what Nangong Yu wants to do has been done, it's just a matter of doing nothing. After the school gave them a holiday, Nangong Yu can be said to have no idea where to go. He always felt that staying in school was actually a better choice. But I have no choice but to love my family like other students. And there is no way for him to actively contact All Might now. Now he is cured well, and he is going to practice alone. He must quickly improve his strength. Looks like I have to find a quiet place. Student Nangong Yu. Just when Nangong Yu was going to find a place to improve his strength, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. And that voice was calling his own name. So Nangong Yu stood there, turned his head to look at the person who seemed to be calling him, but unexpectedly found that it was his classmate. Yaoyorozu Million. At this time, Yaoyorozu Wanwan had already run to Nangong Yu's side panting. Nangong Yu couldn't help but feel a little strange looking at the joke in front of him bent over and gasping for breath. How will you be here? He has just left school now, and he doesn't have a long way to go accordingly, these students should have gone home long ago. But at this time, Yaoyorozu Million is still here, it is really too strange. But it was impossible for Nangong Yu to ask such words so easily, it was not very polite after all. So Nangong Yu stood there all the time, and stood up after Yaoyorozu Million breathed. Why are you here? Didn't you come home? But at this moment, Yaoyorozu Million suddenly put his hand on Nangong Yu's shoulder. I just had something to do temporarily, and I wanted to go there to buy something, but I didn't expect to meet you when I just came back. This move of Yaoyorozu Million surprised Nangong Yu. If he guessed correctly before, Yaoyorozu Million should have some special feelings for him. But now Yaoyorozu's move is as if he regards himself as a buddy. But although Nangong Yu felt a little strange, he didn't think too much about it. After all, girls are also embarrassing. Maybe he just wants to get along with himself in a different way. It's not very urgent, mainly because I'm worried that you will be scolded if you come home late. He wants to see whether Yaoyorozu Million has become strange, or this strangeness is not Yaoyorozu Million at all. If it is really the same as what he thought just now, then things will be troublesome. Nangong Yu felt that the meaning of what he said should not be too obvious. Moreover, he raised his head and asked Nangong Yu a question in doubt. But Yaoyorozu Wanwan didn't seem to understand what Nangong Yu said just now. It's okay with me, I just saw Nangong Yu and you alone, so I came over to say hello. This made Nangong Wangqian's Yu a little suspicious. The character of Yaoyorozu Wanwan in front of him was completely different from the Yaoyorozu Wanwan he knew before. And he is a person who is particularly afraid of trouble, so he tries his best not to let these troubles arise. Although he was suspicious in his heart, Nangong Yu's face was still indifferent, as if he hadn't noticed any strange phenomena. Student Nangong Yu, are you in a hurry? Although some are not sure whether their idea is right or not. Backquote. So are you going home now? Moreover, he himself felt that he should not have too much contact with Yaoyorozu Million. But the heart of defense is indispensable, Jiu thinks he should go to test it. But now Nangong Yu has no evidence to prove that Yaoyorozu has a habit, but he has a guard valley in his heart. Otherwise, it is easy to cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. The main reason is that he needs to do something of his own right now, so talking too much with him here will waste time. Chapter 13 Pretending. A punch from Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu was speechless. Isn't it a bit too silly to just say your purpose like this? He remembered that Yaoyorozu's million classmates looked at him shyly and wanted to bow their heads. How dare I come to talk to myself so openly, and even put my hand on my shoulder, and I haven't taken it off yet. Such an action is obviously an action between two brothers. It's not suitable for a girl who is particularly shy, and this girl is still a rich lady. Does a rich lady still need to go shopping by herself? Then what are you going to do now? Now that something is wrong, we must be able to find the flaw. Nangong Yu is now basically sure that the child in front of him is not his real classmate at all. So Nangong Yu's heart sank. Are these people mean enough? Pretend to be your classmates to frame yourself. But since they can figure out this trick, they have a way to break it. It's not just to see who can play better. Then he will play with them today and let them know that even with such a vicious trick, they may not win him. Since Nangong Yu is very well disguised, now this so-called Yaoyorozu million has not discovered at all that Nangong Yu has discovered its weirdness. Even 007 felt that his performance was particularly good, and he was a little complacent. Thinking about this student who was called by the master as a more powerful student, it seemed nothing more than that. He was just pretending to be one of his classmates, so he couldn't see the flaws. I want to go for a walk with classmate Nangong Yu, and then go home, do you agree? Nangong Yu was now completely sure that the Yaoyorozu million in front of him is fake. Yaoyorozu million is a rich lady whose family is invincible. I usually have a full-time driver to pick me up when I go to and from school, and it is impossible to go home alone. And he's even asking himself to go with him now. He asked these people to investigate the family background of these students when they pretended to be their classmates. Such a simple and easy lie made him feel a little embarrassed that he had exposed him now. Even though she really wanted to laugh, Nangong Yu still resisted the urge to laugh and continued to act with others. He went to school to see how long he was going to pretend before attacking himself. Wait until that time to expose him together. This picture is very interesting when I think about it. Okay, let's go together. That's really thanks to Nangong Yu. After saying this Yaoyorozu million even shook Nangong Yu's hand cheerfully. Nangong Yu was even more speechless about his move. Doesn't this person know how to hide his inner emotions a little bit? It's not too obvious that he is happy now. But this also increased Nangong Yu's interest in playing this game, so he didn't show any dissatisfaction at all. Then let's move on, but I want to tell you in advance that our home is quite far from here. It's okay, I can just take you home. Nangong Yu is now a black thread. Shouldn't this sentence be said by a boy like him? But why does the person in front of him speak so naturally, as if he should say something? So a very strange premonition emerged in Nangong Yu's heart. After thinking about this, Nangong Yu felt that he was very awkward, so he forced himself not to think about it. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to continue pretending with this person. I don't know what Yaoyorozu million students think about what happened today. Nangong Yu suddenly wanted to make sure whether the person pretending to be Yaoyorozu million in front of him was the same group of people who invaded them today. The way to be sure is to look at Yaoyorozu million's views on this matter. I think we should find out who AIEC sent them. Or is there another reason for their aggression this time? After listening to these few words, I actually felt that he was about to be unable to suppress the anger in his body. And he felt that there was definitely something wrong with this person's brain. Saying such things in front of Nangong Yu himself, isn't he afraid of doubting him? Or is he eager to justify his own kind? If there was another reason for them to come this time, Nangong Yu would be considered to have agreed. But after they came here this time, they smashed the school to pieces. And it hurt so many of their classmates, now come to tell him that there is another reason, he really can't accept this statement. Then Yaoyorozu million students think they have any reason. To be honest, Nangong Yu has never seen such a brazen person. He can also say that there is another reason for invading other people's schools. Originally, Nangong Yu planned to act with him for a period of time, and then reveal his true colors, but now it seems that this person seems to be challenging his bottom line. But things have evolved to this point, and Nangong Yu has no intention of continuing to fight with him any longer. So Nangong Yu secretly exerted force with his right hand at this time, gathering a force. Then, while that person was not paying attention, he suddenly hit him. I knew it when you were talking to me. When did you find out I wasn't real? Let him think that he was really cheated by him. Originally Nangong Yu thought it would take a long time for this guy to react, why did he hit him just now? At this time, the man had already got up from the ground. Does this also prove that my acting skills were so good just now that I fooled this person into it? Since Nangong Yu was prepared, this punch hit him far, far away. But because he was completely unprepared just now, he was punched by Nangong Yu. I have already beaten him like this, yet I stood up and asked myself why. Nangong Yu can really be sure now that this man is a bit stupid. Did you not use your brain when you went out? Student Nangong Yu, what are you doing? I've already beaten you like that, yet you still ask me what I want to do. Then why didn't you expose me in the first place? So the man fell directly to the ground and stood up after several seconds. So now he was leaning against the wall, enduring the pain. After hearing his words, Nangong Yu realized that he had reacted. It doesn't seem that stupid and hopeless. Chapter 14. This kid is nothing more than that. Please subscribe, please ask for flowers. When the man said this, he even had a feeling of collapse. He originally thought that he had disguised himself very well. And after talking for such a long time, Nangong Yu didn't even have the slightest doubt. As a result, Nangong Yu suddenly told him now, and he was already aware of it from the very beginning, that he was a fake. Moreover, he acted with him for such a long time, which is simply an insult to his IQ. Nangong Yu looked at the collapsed man in front of him, and felt very refreshed in his heart. And it was the first time that he felt that he had crushed someone in terms of IQ. I just want to see what you plan to do, who knows you are so stupid. When Nangong Yu said this, his face was full of indifference. But after that person heard these words, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Since the two of them have already torn their faces, there is no need to continue acting. Knowing that person directly tore apart the way I pretended to be Yaoyorozu million just now. The real identity turned out to be a man. This time it directly disgusted Nangong Yu. Although he had already guessed the result just now, it was because of the man who spoke to him and made movements. It's a bit like a boy who doesn't have the gentleness that a girl should have. But because it was so disgusting to think about it, Nangong Yu kept pressing it in his heart, trying not to think about it. But now the facts are exposed in front of him. Nangong Yu, who had always hated this man, now simply hated him. You said that you were shameless as a big man, and you actually pretend to be a little girl. There are so many classmates in his class, he doesn't pretend to be Yaoyorozu Million. And in the past 2 days, he also suddenly discovered that Yaoyorozu Wanwan had a different feeling for him. After all of this added up, Nangong Yu immediately wanted to kill this man. Let him disappear from his presence. Who knew that after Nangong Yu scolded him, the man's face showed a trace of grievance. Do you think I want to dress up as a girl? Who made your classmates leave so fast? Nangong Yu felt quite helpless when he heard this. It turned out that because of this, today Ida said that everyone left the school immediately after the holiday. But for some unknown reason, Yaoyorozu Million was the last one to leave. See, it was the guy who wanted to look like other people at first, but everyone left so he didn't see what they really looked like. So in the end, I had to pretend to be Yaoyorozu Million. I said you were really good enough, don't you feel sick after pretending with me for so long? I really didn't expect you to be so smart that you noticed something wrong from the very beginning. Things have come to this point. Nangong Yu didn't intend to go around with him anymore, he wanted to ask these people what they wanted to do. Attacks twice a day. Later, they secretly planted bombs around the school. Now he is looking for someone to pretend to be his classmate to frame him. These people really do everything they can. What the hell are you trying to do? The man has now recovered from the state just now. I am not qualified to listen to Mr. Sigang Muhong's plan, but I know that my goal today is to kill you. Is it really Sigang Muhong's subordinate? This group of people has now found themselves and wants to attack themselves. Does that mean that their abilities have threatened their goals? It seems that his current strength is already strong, which makes them afraid. This is actually good news for Nangong Yu. At the very least, it can prove that his goal can be realized at close range. And his promise to All Might is finally one step closer to being realized. After the man saw Nangong Yu listen to what he said, he stood there and muttered to himself. He didn't mean to look him in the eye at all, and felt that he had been greatly insulted. I think he is also a top expert in the base, but today he was ignored by a brat. If this gets out, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold his head up in the base from now on. Boy, if you meet me today, you will be considered unlucky. When he first heard that the master asked him to kill a student, he was very disdainful. After all, a student could use him to do it himself. But now he didn't dare to despise Nangong Yu again. After all, he knew how many Rikidos there were when Nangong Yu punched him just now. 0. Seeking flowers. A person who can have such a large attack power is definitely not weak. But he also didn't fear Nangong Yu altogether. And he is also very confident that he can beat Nangong Yu. But after Nangong Yu stood over there and heard what the man said, he couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth and smiling. It's not certain which of the two of us will be unlucky today. It seemed that this group of people really wanted to kill them all. Otherwise, how could he let their people appear in front of him over and over again? Go to hell, boy. But after the man saw this scene, he thought he was about to succeed, so he couldn't help laughing. Then he dodged the man's attack in a flash. After saying this, the Rikido in this man's hand became heavier and heavier, and he directly wanted to split the sword in Nangong Yu's hand. It turns out that you are nothing more than that, kid. But Nangong Yu also knew in his heart that the person who could be sent by Sigang Mudiao to kill himself would definitely not be particularly weak. Just as Nangong Yu was speaking, the man had rushed over with a sword in his hand. The huge impact made Nangong Yu half kneel on the ground. Check out what they've been up to today. The man had already rushed over with the sword, this time directly slashing at the top of Nangong Yu's head. He thought how powerful this kid was, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. It seemed that he could complete the task very smoothly today. So Nangong Yu raised his sword above his head, and took his blow abruptly. The man was surprised that he missed Nangong Yu all of a sudden. When Nangong Yu saw it, it was about to rush to Nangong Yu's side, so Nangong Yu also transformed into a sword in his hand. 0. After all, his speed is also very fast, but Nangong Yu dodged without any effort. Nangong Yu didn't answer him after hearing his words, but smiled contemptuously at him. If this man's strength is limited to this, he probably won't be able to play with him for long today. It seems that you really have some skills, kid. Chapter 15 Who is the monster? At this time, Nangong Yu smiled where he couldn't see, and then suddenly exerted force on his hand. He knocked that person to the ground first. Has no one ever told you that there are people beyond people and beyond? To be honest, Nangong Yu really felt that this man was already very strong. At least he stood up after being punched by himself just now. Then he adjusted his state within a very short period of time. He quickly joined the battle with himself. I have to say that this man's strength and physical fitness are all top-notch masters. But there is no way, even if he was unlucky to meet Nangong Yu today. And after the man fell to the ground, he looked back in surprise, like Nangong Yu standing above him, and even couldn't believe what he had just experienced. How can this be? 337, how can you be so powerful? Oh, didn't you think about asking about it when you accepted the task? Nangong Yu knew in his heart that this person came to kill him because someone sent him a mission. But he didn't even study the target of his own murder. Is it really a bit too big-hearted? But Nangong Yu also knew in his heart that it was impossible to beat that man to death this time. This man's strength is very strong. The blow just knocked him to the ground, but he can stand up soon. Sure enough, just as Nangong Yu guessed, the man got up from the ground after Nangong Yu said that. It just seemed that his figure was shaking a lot. Even the sword in his hand dissipated into the air. It seems that I really underestimated you. Thank you for the compliment. Nangong Yu's simple words made the man so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. In fact, even if this man is not careless today, or he does not overestimate his ability so much. Take Nangong Yu's words seriously. Nangong Yu can also easily beat it down. After all, Nangong Yu's current strength is also very strong. And that man seemed to realize at this time that it was impossible to kill Nanli in this way. Instead, directly seal with both hands. Shura. Nangong Yu's complexion changed when he heard the two words he said. Is this about preparing to die with me? The move the man used just now was consuming his own vitality to summon a divine beast. But this method is very dangerous, because the summoned beast is judged based on the summoner's own strength. No one knows what kind of thing they summoned. It seems that this man really has no other choice now, so he came up with a move that kills Yaoyorozu by killing 1,000 enemies. If that's the case, I'll let you finish quickly. Nangong Yu didn't want this man to die here just like that. He was still hoping to let this man go back and explain to Sigang Mudiao what kind of strength he had reached now. He just wanted to let Sigang Muhong know that his target wanted time now, and it was not that easy at all. I will do my best to prevent him from achieving his goal. Roar. At this moment, Nangong Yu suddenly heard a roar, and it was not from a human voice. So he looked over there, only to see a very disgusting monster appearing above the man. Brother, if you summon something, you can also summon a better-looking one. After Nangong Yu finished speaking, he clearly saw the man's figure shake, apparently because of what Nangong Yu said just now. But that man is not in the mood to talk to Nangong Yu now. Go. After listening to the man's order, the monster ran towards Nangong Yu directly. The closer he is to Nangong Yu, the more Nangong Yu feels that he is not very good-looking, and looks very disgusting. Just as he was running towards him, Nangong Yu slowly gathered strength in his palm. Soon Nangong Yu's entire right hand emitted a strong white light. Just when the monster ran to Nangong Yu and was about to open its mouth to eat Nangong Yu, Nangong Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and hit the monster. Scatter. After this punch, the monster froze there suddenly, and then dissipated into the air a second later. Not a single trace was left, as if the roaring monster just now was not him at all. It's really unfortunate that he died just like that. Nangong Yu raised his fist to his mouth and blew. He also thought how powerful the Shen beast was summoned according to this person's strength, but that's all. But that man was not as lucky as Nangong Yu. Originally, he planned to make a quick decision and let this beast eat Nangong Yu, then his mission would be considered complete. And according to the speed he estimated at the beginning, the monster would definitely eat Nangong Yu very quickly, and it wouldn't consume much of his vitality at all. After saying this, Nangong Yu turned around and left the place without looking at the man lying on the ground. But Nangong Yu was not very happy after hearing this. Then he stood up by himself and left the place. Falling on the ground for the man, looking at Nangong Yu's leaving back, he gritted his teeth with hatred. An ordinary student whom I looked down upon at first, turned out to be so powerful. If he didn't keep it in that man planned to let him report the situation secretly to Sigang Mudiao, Nangong Yu would really like to punch this man to death now. I'm not going to kill you today, but go back and bring a word to your master. 0.5. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? Now this man is already in a state of collapse, he really didn't expect it. Since ancient times, evil does not prevail over good. This is an eternal truth. But now in such a short time, Nangong Yu has already killed its summoned beast. Can you talk? Who are you calling a monster? Not only did he defeat himself first, but now he even killed the divine beast he summoned. But Nangong Yu let him go so easily, but it doesn't mean that man will accept Nangong Yu's love. But what he didn't know, after he left, Nangong Yu came out from an alley. Really can't speak. This group of people had given themselves enough trouble today and Sunday, and they also showed mercy today and did not take this man's life. You wait for me, sooner or later I will let you fall at my feet. Chapter 16. How can you get a tiger cub if you don't enter the tiger's den? Dear readers, Papa, hello everyone, please subscribe. Just now, after he reached the man's blind spot, he hid in the entrance of this alley. So he also heard the man's last words very clearly. However, he didn't quite believe this sentence. According to this man's behavior at the beginning, he didn't seem to take himself seriously at all. If you say that, does it mean that this man's strength is already very strong on their side? But after it is in your own hands, isn't it still vulnerable? I want to see what tricks you can save. Seeing the man slowly leave the place, after he walked a certain distance, Nangong Yu also followed him in that direction. In fact, it is very dangerous for Nangong Yu to do this, because he doesn't know when he will be discovered by that man. But at the same time, he felt that maybe he would get something different by following him. Didn't the ancients say that if you don't enter the tiger's lair, how can you find tiger cubs? He is going to verify this sentence today. Oh wait, because the man was injured and was defeated by Nangong Yu suddenly, his self-esteem was greatly hurt. So when he walked very slowly. Nangong Yu followed behind him, feeling extremely anxious, even thinking about when he would be able to walk to their base at his speed. But no matter how anxious Nangong Yu was behind him, the man would go on his own. So Nangong Yu suddenly wondered if he was afraid of being punished after returning to the group. After all, he didn't complete his task today, and he went back after being injured. Did I hit it too hard? In fact, at this time Nangong Yu not only thought about it, but did he strike too hard just now? If he hadn't beaten him so hard, maybe he could walk faster now. In the final analysis, it is still self-inflicted. But now there is no way, and I can't scare the snake. What if he finds out that he won't take him after he finds out? So Nangong Yu followed that man slowly to see where he was going. At this speed, when will we be able to reach their base? Nangong Yu didn't even want to follow it for a moment. This speed is too slow. But I have already followed him to this place, wouldn't it be a pity if I just gave up like this? And along the way Nangong Yu discovered something. The farther they go, the more prosperous they become, and they have slowly reached the city center. So Nangong Yu not only wondered in his heart, do these people live in the city center so openly? But shouldn't people like them live in the most remote places? Aren't they being a little too aggressive? So after Nangong Yu followed him persistently for a long time, he finally stopped at one place. Then Nangong Yu took a careful look at the store in front of him, and suddenly made Nangong Yu stupid. Candy shop. Is there anything wrong with this group of people, or is there something wrong with this man? Is this group of people building their base in a candy store, or is this man suddenly wanting candy? Nangong Yu suddenly felt that his three views had been greatly subverted. Sure enough, this man lived up to expectations and opened the door of this candy store very calmly. What surprised Nangong Yu even more was that the moment he walked in, there was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. Are these bad guys all this gentle now? Could it be that the hearts of these people became gentle when they walked to a place like a fairy tale world like a candy store? But for the sake of safety, Nangong Yu still followed closely. If I had guessed wrong just now, and this was just a smile before his metamorphosis, wouldn't the guests here be in bad luck? But in order to avoid his identity being exposed, Nangong Yu just lay at the door to see what he was up to. So Nangong Yu was very surprised to find that the owner of this candy shop turned out to be a very cute girl. And this girl should be very familiar with this man. But Nangong Yu can be very sure that this girl does not know the real identity of this man. And the man left here after buying a candy, and didn't stay any longer. After Nangong Yu saw that he had paid the bill, he hurried to another place. Until the man came out, Nangong Yu was still immersed in the scene just now, unable to extricate himself. He felt that he must have seen a vision just now. Obviously he was extremely cruel when facing himself just now. I must have been bewitched just now to see that kind of particularly gentle picture, and it still came from this man. Nangong Yu wanted to go to this candy store and ask what was going on. But he felt that if he asked, would he startle the snake? Besides, the man didn't hurt anyone nearby, nor did he commit any violence against the girl. And she looks very familiar with the girl just now. That means that he has been here more than once, but nothing strange has ever happened here. If that's the case, then sir, let him go. After Nangong Yu thought about it, he decisively 803 turned around and left. And did not follow that man again. They have already followed to this place, but he still has not returned to the base. Nangong Yu feels that there's no need for him to follow. Maybe I didn't find any results in the end, and I wasted so much time in vain. It's just that what happened today reminded Nangong Yu. They must pay attention to this aspect. Today the man can deceive himself by pretending to be someone else. Then he can deceive another person, and that person doesn't know if he will be the same as him, so he can see through his conspiracy so quickly. So he had to find a way to tell the other students about it. But fortunately, tomorrow they will all meet again at school, so Nangong Yu was not in such a hurry to deal with this matter. What he experienced today is really too much, the aggression twice a day and what happened just now. No matter how strong his physical strength was, it made him feel a little tired. So after giving up on following this man, Nangong Yu decided not to do anything else. Instead, go home and rest first, and wait for tomorrow's training. And he was really curious about those teachers after listening to his suggestion. Chapter 17 The Balance of Strength. At the beginning of the new year, I wish all readers, Papa, a happy new year. What changes will be made? Or maybe they didn't believe what they said before. But now Nangong Yu can't know about this matter, and he didn't want to try his best to find an answer. Anyway, after tomorrow, all these things will be revealed. After tossing for so long, it's time for me to go home and rest. Although the home was empty, it was still a home. After going back, at least there is a place to stay. So after Nangong Yu made up his mind, he turned and walked towards his home. At this time, evil is slowly growing in places they can't see. My lord, are we going to lose like this? The person who said this looked at the mass of Kurogiri sitting above. The tone was full of awe, and even a trace of fear. The person sitting on it, they haven't seen what he looks like so far, but everyone has seen his methods. No one dared to challenge his authority, and no one tried to betray him. But their two failures today, as well as the bomb they arranged just now, came back to them again. It seems to be heralding their steady retreat. If it hadn't been for the Lord's action just now, I am afraid that their place would have been razed to the ground by the bomb. But after I asked such a tricky question just now, I didn't feel any fluctuations in the Lord's mood at all. People like them will never be able to figure out what the mind of the Lord is like. And their Lord is always hidden in that mass of Kurogiri, and no one has ever seen his true face. After waiting for a long time, there was no sound at all in the entire hall. Quiet makes people feel a little scary. You all stepped back for a while. Finally, when those people were about to be unbearable, the one sitting above finally spoke. But this simple sentence still can't detect what kind of emotion he is. None of these people dared to ask. They all left the hall very obediently. It's just that when all these people walked out of the hall, Kurogiri on the main seat suddenly dispersed. I saw the angry face of the man sitting on it. Sooner or later, I will definitely be someone who succeeds. You people are only worthy to be my slaves forever. But just after he finished these two sentences, he suddenly fell to the ground, as if he had suffered some kind of impact. Teacher, I was wrong. After saying this, he suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground, looking extremely painful. But the words on his lips were begging for mercy. But at this moment, apart from him, there was no one in the hall at all. You failed twice in a row, you really let me down. Suddenly, I remembered a very thick voice, but I didn't see anyone. Even so, the man who fell on the ground straightened up very quickly, and then knelt on the ground. He looked very respectful. It was more serious than those of his subordinates just now. Teacher, I was negligent today, you can rest assured that the next action will be successful. After he finished answering this sentence, there was no more sound in the hall, so he waited for a while before he dared to stand up from the ground. It seems that my teacher has left. Thinking of the scene just now, he especially hated those people. He didn't come back to take these hits. One day in the future, he will definitely trample all these people under his feet. To report today's humiliation, at this time, Nangong Yu had already returned to his home. After setting up alerts around him, he quickly fell asleep. A sleepless night. Soon the night passed, and Nangong Yu also opened his eyes at dawn. It's a new day. The sunrise in the east represents hope for the day. They think that people at this time are the most spiritual. But sometimes hope often comes with despair. After packing up all the things, Nangong Yu went directly to the school. He has always been living alone, and there are really no unnecessary troubles. Nangong Yu, why are you so early? I thought I was the first one today. Nangong Yu had just sat down on his seat when he heard the voice of Bo Shenghaoji coming from the door. Now Nangong Yu raised his eyebrows. He remembered that this guy was the last person to report to school every day. How could it be so early today? There must be something tricky about it. I should ask you this question. After Bao Shenghaoji heard this sentence, he not only scratched his head. He was indeed a little embarrassed. After all, it was recognized that he was the last one to come to school every day. It's just that today he has difficulties. Thinking of what happened to him this morning, he couldn't help but sit next to Nangong Yu with a sad face. You don't know, my mother pulled me out of bed early this morning. This resulted in him being the first one to arrive at school every day. I'm used to it being so early every day. So Bao Shenghao himself became curious instantly. This is indeed a habit of Nangong Yu. After he gets up every day, there is nothing else to do at all. He put his arm casually on Nangong Yu's shoulder. The person who pretended to be Xiao Hua's classmate attacked him on the way yesterday, so Nangong Yu's face became very bad for a moment, but Li Jiao understood again. So Nangong Yu just frowned, and didn't do anything else after that. And he was the last one to go, and they attributed all this to Nangong Yu being the most diligent one among them. What are you doing at school so early? There is nothing wrong with it. Fortunately, there is another one who came earlier than him. After hearing his words, Bao Shenghaoji also nodded. Why did you come so early? Do you have some unavoidable reasons? When mentioning this matter, Bao Shenghaoji felt that he was extremely sad today. So the only thing left is to come to school. The Bao Shenghaoji in front of him is really not that person pretending to be. He can't reject the kindness that his classmates exude to him just because of one action. In order to let me hurry to school, he even chose to drive me today. Why? But what Bao Shenghao didn't know was that his action reminded Nangong Yu instantly. Otherwise, how could Nangong Yu be so much stronger than them? Regarding this matter, it is obvious to all of them, Nangong Yu is almost the first one to come to school every day. Chapter 18 Yuga's Daily Life. You are simply our idol, the teacher almost told us to learn from you. Don't say these are useless. How is your strength now? It's still early for class now, and almost no other students come to the school. So a very good idea suddenly popped up in Nangong Yu's heart. He smiled maliciously at Bao Shenghaoji, and Bao Shenghaoji next to him felt that something was wrong after seeing his smile. Eyes began to move around quickly, thinking about how to get out of here. But before he left, Nangong Yu grabbed his shoulder. I thought of a good way, the two of us come to learn from each other. No, looking at Bao Shenghaoji with rejection written all over his face. Nangong Yu not only stared at him suspiciously but also looked at himself as if he didn't say anything just now. Why did this guy react so strongly? Could it be that he is so terrible in his heart now? Doesn't he remember any particularly outrageous things he did? Is there something wrong with my memory? What Nangong Yu didn't know at the time was that this expression of his own had a different meaning in Bao Shenghao's eyes. Bao Shenghaoji looked at Nangong Yu who had a hurt expression in front of him, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He thought that Nangong Yu was hurt by his refusal just now. After all, Nangong Yu just wanted to compete with him. But just now, it was a completely subconscious reaction. They have all seen how powerful Nangong Yu is, and if they compete with him now, wouldn't they be asking for their own death? Then what? It's not that I don't want to compete with you, it's that you are too good, we are not at the same stage at all. After hearing this, Nangong Yu suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. It turned out that he was worried about this. It is this problem. In Nangong Yu's view, there is no need to worry at all. You don't have to worry, I won't hurt you until the end, I still understand this truth. After Nangong Yu said this, he patted Ba Shenghaoji on the shoulder kindly. That meant that he had to trust him. But now the explosive victory has no choice but to cry. It seems that today's competition is completely impossible to avoid AIEC. If this is the case, then let's hit it head on. In this case, it is better to start earlier, even before these students have come. Maybe I can save myself a little bit of embarrassment. If this is seen by other people, how dare I brag to them in the future? Then let's start now. So I was suddenly a little curious, how did this guy convince himself? Just now he rejected his proposal so righteously, but suddenly he agreed, and he was so impassioned. Has his brain just been replaced? But since he agreed, the two of them would not be so boring. Anyway, the other students haven't come yet. I don't know how long it will take until the training officially starts. It happened to be spending time with the two of them, Bokatsu Goji. If Bao Shenghaoji knew about Nangong Yu's idea, he would probably scold Nangong Yu pay here. He was scared to death in his heart, but Nangong Yu thought that the two of them were just killing time. But he had agreed to the competition, so the two of them went to the place where they usually train. You must be merciful later, don't hurt me. Although he has persuaded himself to discuss this matter with Nangong Yu, Bao Shenghao himself is still extremely worried. What he is most afraid of is Nangong Yu, if this guy can't control his Rikido. When the time comes and he is hurt again, then he really has no place to cry. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The two of us are just exchanging ideas. Why are you so afraid? Nangong Yu really couldn't figure out why he was afraid of being like this as soon as he despised him. In fact, the strength of these students is also very high, otherwise they would not have entered the Hero Academy. It's just that these people were spoiled at home at the beginning, so they didn't discover their potential at all. After coming here, it has been in peace again. If that's the case, let's get started. After hearing what Nangong Yu said, Bao Shenghaoji quickly entered the combat state. Although he is not as powerful as Nangong Yu, he still can't admit defeat. Besides, they were going to train today, and it was high-intensity training. Maybe when the time comes to help each other, he will really be in the same group as Nangong Yu. Even if he really isn't in the same group as Nangong Yu, he has already competed with Nangong Yu, will he be afraid of his opponent at that time? In any case, it seems to be a good deal, and it seems that I can learn something from Nangong Yu. After convincing himself, Bao Shenghaoji's face obviously looked much better. But Nangong Yu who was standing opposite him was even more puzzled. How did he never realize that the guy who exploded Shenghaoji changed his face so quickly? In a short period of time, several faces changed. Now he looks very humbly studying again, so he almost calls himself a teacher. But Nangong Yu standing over there didn't know the current mental activity of Bao Shenghaoji. You go first. Coming. After Bao Shenghao quickly adjusted his state, he directly picked up his sword and rushed towards Nangong Yu. But since the discussion has already started, it must be taken seriously, so Nangong Yu also became serious. In the middle of the journey, he even pulled up a sword flower. So to avoid being too embarrassing, because he knows that as long as he transforms his own weapon, it means that Bao Shenghaoji is absolutely serious this time. I really don't know what's going on in his strange head. So he unfolded his right hand and transformed into his own weapon. And the two of them can have a hearty fight. This is exactly what Bao Shenghaoji wanted. He competed with Nangong Yu. Wouldn't it be worse if he didn't have an innate advantage? His weapon is a long sword. He didn't want to take out his weapon right away, but he thought about it again. If he didn't use a weapon, he didn't know how many tricks he could fight Nangong Yu. A blue gem is inlaid on the hilt, which looks like the eye of a Persian cat. It's better to directly take out the weapon to fight him, so that I can carry it for a while longer. It also emits blue light when placed in the sun. He was even very happy the moment Bao Shenghaoji took out his weapon. Chapter 19 Is it voyeurism? Seek full order. Good swordsmanship. Facing the sudden sword energy, Nangong Yu even gave a word of appreciation. But his words of appreciation came from his sincerity, and the sword that exploded over Haoji was very successful. It has almost reached the point of perfection. Just like the current situation, if another person stood here, I'm afraid it would be impossible to escape. It's just a pity that the person standing here is Nangong Yu. So Nangong Yu tapped his toes and jumped up lightly to avoid this attack. Seeing that he had missed this time, Bao Shenghaoji was not annoyed. After all, it was within his expectation. If Nangong Yu couldn't even dodge this move, then it would be really strange. So he also took advantage of the opportunity to point his sword at the air, and lightly jumped into the air. The competition between him and Nangong Yu was completely due to Nangong Yu being merciful to him, and he just had to go all out. And even under such circumstances, he may not be able to beat Nangong Yu. But then there was a scene that shocked him very much. Nangong Yu didn't dodge, but stood directly on his sword. How can this be? As a result, Nangong Yu ignored its shock and jumped down with a light leap. He landed firmly on the ground, and then looked at the shocked Bao Shenghaoji with a smile on his face. Is there anything you want to ask me? In the end, Bao Shenghaoji shook his head at him very unexpectedly. Then he charged at him with the sword again. It seems that this guy is serious now, and he must compete with him. And what Nangong Yu likes most is the current state. He just wants to let these people regain their self-confidence under constant blows. It's just that this time, he obviously used more skill to beat Haoji than before. Standing there, Nangong Yu felt the sword energy coming towards him. So this time Nangong Yu didn't dare to underestimate this attack anymore. Although he is a little better than these students, it doesn't mean that he has reached a certain height. These students themselves have unlimited potential. If they are really stimulated to the limit, I am afraid that they are really not something he can match. I don't believe you can escape this time. Bao Shenghaoji used all his strength in this attack. He was not afraid at all that he would hurt Nangong Yu by doing so, because he knew that Nangong Yu would be able to escape unscathed. But what he wants to do is, as long as he can make a few tricks with Nangong. So it means that he is successful today. And Bao Shenghaoji really guessed right this time. Nangong Yu didn't have the speed to dodge at all. Although his strength is higher than that of Bao Shenghaoji, but Bao Shenghaoji is now using all his strength to attack him. It is simply impossible to retreat completely. Broken screen. After Nangong Yu spat out these two words lightly, the air suddenly vibrated. Then slowly a barrier was formed in front of Nangong Yu. This barrier forcibly blocked Bao Shenghaoji's attack this time. So Bao Shenghaoji watched his sword stop at that place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make any further progress. After confirming that he was indeed defeated today, he couldn't help but sighed. Then he took back his weapon by the way. It seems that there is still a huge gap between him and Nangong Yu. I had already used all my strength to attack him, but Nangong Yu blocked his attack so easily. Sure enough, I still can't beat you. Nangong Yu looked at the decadent expression on Bao Shenghaoji in front of him. So he walked up to him slowly, patted his shoulder lightly, and waited until Bao Shenghaoji looked up at him. He pointed at the place where he set up the barrier just now. Let him see the state of the barrier just now. Don't rush to get discouraged when you do something. The most important thing is to see the result. What? Bao Shenghao himself didn't quite understand. What did he mean by this sentence? But Nangong Yu didn't answer him in a hurry, but patted him on the shoulder again, motioning him to look in the direction of the barrier. To be honest, Haoji's explosive victory this time really surprised him. So after being guided, Bao Shenghaoji looked towards the barrier he attacked just now. How could this be? Did I really do this? When he said this, his tone was full of surprise and disbelief. Because now that barrier has become shattered, and it is full of cracks, just like a piece of glass that has been deliberately scratched. 0. Seeking flowers. But Bao Shenghao knew very well in his heart that being able to set up such a barrier meant that the master who set it up was very powerful. Nangong Yu looked at his surprised look, and felt a little funny. Why doesn't this kid believe in himself until now? If it's not you, can I still be myself? I'm not full. He really couldn't believe that Bao Shenghaoji had such a strong strength just now. Because of this barrier, when he set it up, he wanted to block the attack of Bao Shenghaoji. But he didn't expect that this attack of Bao Shenghaoji would directly shatter the barrier. That means that if he was a little careless when he set up the barrier just now Bao Shenghaoji's sword just now has pierced into his body. 0. At the same time, it also proves how strong Boss Haoji is now. At the very least, it can make Bao Shenghao realize himself. In fact, there is still a lot of potential that has not been tapped. I still don't believe it. Am I dreaming? If he can really break the barrier set up by Nangong Yu, then he can really show off in the future. Okay. This can prove that his current strength is really special. You can slap now. Slap yourself to see if you are dreaming. After Nangong Yu said this, he planned to leave here, but when he turned around, he found that Ida had been standing in another direction and looking at the two of them. Teacher standing there by himself, isn't that considered voyeurism? To be honest, Nangong Yu panicked after seeing him. When Ida was standing there, he didn't realize it. It seems that the discussion between him and Bao Shenghaoji just now was too serious. But at this time, Ida walked towards Nangong Yu with a smile all over his face. After seeing his smile, Nangong Yu felt that something was wrong. He finally understood now, the feeling that Bao Shenghaoji ran away in a hurry when he heard that he was going to compete with him just now. He always felt that nothing good would happen to him next. Because Ida's smile is really treacherous. It's impossible to make him unguarded. Chapter 20 The Best Way to Train. Student Nangong Yu, I suddenly thought of a very good way to improve their strength. After Nangong Yu heard this sentence, he knew that he must be in trouble. Can I say no? Although this is a very good way. But with so many students, wouldn't it be a waste of time if they all came to compete with him one by one? And if that's the case, isn't Ida worried that she will run out of energy? This is a good opportunity to help your classmates, how can you refuse? This is also a method that he suddenly came up with just now. He originally just wanted to get some information. In the end, I suddenly saw Nangong Yu and Bao Shenghaoji competing with each other here. So he stopped to look at it for a while, and finally he came up with such a good method. He even felt, 857, that his IQ had recently improved. Looking at his current treacherous appearance, Nangong Yu felt a little wishful. He suddenly found that his teacher had been letting himself go more and more recently. Now they are blatantly blackmailing themselves. If he is allowed to go on like this in the future, it will be fine. You can do it if you want me to, but you have to promise me one thing. He didn't accept it, but he wasn't stupid either. He agreed to such a humiliating treaty, so he must ask for some interest back. At the very least, he had to find a condition that was favorable to him. Otherwise, in the future, this teacher might really think that he is a fool. In fact, even Ida did not expect that Nangong Yu would say such a condition. He originally thought that no matter how much he spent, he would be able to get Nangong Yu to agree after a while. Unexpectedly, Nangong Yu has changed his temper now and learned to play with it. Then what did you say you wanted? Nangong Yu actually never thought that this guy would agree to his condition. He originally thought that he had already put forward such a condition now, so he should not let himself do such a thing again. It seems that he really underestimated the persistence of Ida, but since the matter is here, it is necessary to talk about it further. I don't want anything else, I just want a time. Time. Now it's Ida's turn to be puzzled. Is time something you want? Even if I want to give it to him, I don't have the ability. I'm afraid I can't give you this thing, I want it myself. As soon as Nangong Yu heard this, he knew that Ida did not understand the meaning of his words. The time he wants is not to let these people steal some time for himself, he is still very self-aware. Knowing that this thing can't be done at all, his so-called time is to want a freedom. That's not what I mean, I want time, I mean I want freedom. I don't know when things will appear in the future, and I don't know where they will appear. So he had to make sure he was there when these things happened. You can rush there quickly to protect those innocent people, just like the candy store he followed that person to today. If he is in school today, he can't do anything. And if that person killed those people after rushing to the candy store, he would not be able to save himself alone. He once said that he wanted to protect the world, but if he didn't even have a little freedom, how could he talk about protecting the world? Do you mean that from now on your time can be freely controlled and you can leave whenever you want? You misunderstood again. What I mean is that sometimes if I need to do some necessary things, I must leave, but in normal times I will stay in school obediently. He is not a person who does not understand the rules. Since he is a student now, he must stay in school well. It's just that there are things he has to do. When All Might entrusted this world to him to protect, he had to do this. What's more, the longer he lived, the more he felt that he fell in love with this place. He is now sincere and wants to protect the world. After Ida heard what Nangong Yu said, although she didn't know what was needed, Nangong Yu must do it. But he also vaguely felt that there was something unusual about his student. His strength, his attitude, and his way of dealing with people are all telling him one thing. Nangong Yu will definitely do something in the future. He is definitely not just a person who stays in this school and abides by those rules. Moreover, it is not impossible for Nangong Yu to fulfill the request just now. As a teacher, and also Nangong Yu's direct teacher, he can still win this request for Nangong Yu. I can agree to your condition, but you also have to promise me not to go too far. After Nangong Yu heard his words, he not only smiled. In fact, Nangong Yu knew that there was absolutely no need for Ida to agree to his request, which sounded a bit unreasonable. That means that in fact, Ida may be a little different in his heart, at least he thinks he is different from those students. So he walked to Baosheng Haoji's side, and eliminated that barrier with a wave of his hand. But if the current blast winner asked him to have such a scene again, it would be impossible for him to do it. But Ida still agreed to his request just now. A little victory does not prove that your current strength is stable. Teacher, don't worry, if there is nothing special, I will definitely stay at school and won't bother you. After all, he just made a suggestion just now, and wanted to use some students for training. The explosive victory just now exploded suddenly, that's why it has such a powerful force. He knows the rules, and he still has a very important thing to do at this time. Even if he could train by that time, they were a little dazed by them. That's good. If he refuses, he can actually train according to the previous training method. Baosheng Haoji still stayed at the place where they practiced daily, staring at the barrier in front of him in disbelief. You can't let all 0.5 of your classmates pounce on him in one go. Then I have to trouble the teacher to reformulate the training method. He felt that if he didn't get rid of that barrier quickly, Baosheng Haoji might stay here all day today. Chapter 23 Unique Training Method. One cannot always be stuck in one way. Your current effort does not represent your future strength, that's how it is. The purpose of their cultivation is to reach that height of strength, not just one burst. If this is the case, your outbreak this time allowed you to reach this height, but what about the future wars? You will be slaughtered by others because your virtue is not worthy. At that time, there is really no room for regret. I understand what you mean, I'm just very strange, how did I break this barrier just now? Bao Shenghao himself actually understood what Nangong Yu meant by what he said just now, and he also knew that he was able to break the barrier just now because of an accident. If this is normal, he can't do this even if he is killed. So he was very curious about why he could reach this strength in an instant. What he wants to do is to know the reason so that he can continue at that height as soon as possible and never come down from 08. Looking at his curious look, Nangong Yu knew that his painstaking efforts just now were not in vain. At the beginning, he didn't expect that Bao Shenghaoji would actually have the ability to break the barrier he set up. So at that time, he didn't have such thoughts. But at the moment when he saw him smashing the barrier, an idea popped up in his heart. All people need to be encouraged and affirmed. So he used this incident to give Bao Shenghaoji a reminder. After all, no matter how many things he can do, he can still only rely on himself in his cultivation. If Bao Shenghaoji can think clearly, it may be a good thing. But the current scene is very obvious. Nangong Yu's goal has been achieved. People's potential is infinite. Sometimes you have to believe in yourself, but sometimes you can't believe in yourself too much. Everyone will imagine what kind of person they will become in the future and what kind of power they will have. When I was young, I always thought that I could save the world when I grow up. At that time, I was innocent, and always felt that I had that ability, but when I grew up, I realized how ridiculous my childhood fantasies were. But that kind of fantasy is impossible for them to appear after they grow up. Because they dare not face up to the innocence of their childhood. In other words, he did not dare to face up to his righteous heart at that time. Some people have kept this heart from the beginning to the end. So they have the power and the ability to choose to realize their childhood dreams. But at the same time, you have to believe that you have the ability to protect the world. And the world needs your protection too. I think I understand what you mean, thank you. Communication between people may only exist in a very simple greeting or encouragement. In fact, Bao Shenghaoji has always felt that what is the purpose of having this ability? If he really wants to protect this world, his ability is not enough. But if you don't go, what do you plan to do with all your abilities? But after hearing what Nangong Yu said just now, he suddenly understood. It's not because he doesn't have enough ability to protect the world, but because he hasn't worked hard at all. So he figured it out. From now on, he will redouble his training, so that he can improve his strength faster. Nangong Yu felt very relieved after seeing the teacher's attitude. It feels like there is a special sense of accomplishment. Because this person discovered a new goal after his own persuasion. So at this time, he looked back, only to find that Ida was still standing at the same place, watching the interaction between the two of them just now. Although he didn't quite understand what Ida was looking at, Nangong Yu still smiled at it. What a strange teacher. After finishing speaking, Nangong Yu went to the resting place, sat down to rest for a while, and planned to meet the wheel battle later. But behind what he didn't know, after he left, Ida was still looking at the place where he was standing just now, thoughtfully. Is this child's mind really comparable to ordinary people? He sees things in this world very clearly. At the same time, he has a more thorough understanding of people's hearts, and he knows what words to use to inspire some people. Sometimes teachers like them can't do these things. This young man will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. After thinking of this, Ida suddenly became happy. Because he felt that when he introduced himself in the future, he might be able to add Nangong Yu's name. If Nangong Yu knew what his teacher was thinking now, he would have been speechless for a long time. How could there be such a wonderful teacher? But it was such a wonderful teacher who understood the strange phenomenon in Nangong Yu's heart. Perhaps the two of them, one is a teacher and the other is a student, are the best partners. After Nangong Yu returned to the classroom, students began to come to the school one after another. After all the students came to the school, Bao Shenghaoji also walked in, which meant that they began to formally attend class. 823 inches. As we said yesterday, there will be high-intensity training today. I wonder if you are mentally prepared. As soon as this remark came out, there was a burst of mourning from below. Teacher, it turns out that you are serious. I thought, teacher, you were joking yesterday. Looking at these students, Nangong Yu felt a little funny in his heart, although these people were very spitting. But the expression on the face is not one of them is unwilling. Perhaps this is the way teachers and students get along with each other. There must always be a few people in the classroom to enliven the atmosphere so that the class will be more interesting and not so boring. Now that you are all ready, let's get started now. They must seize every second of time. Because no one will know when yesterday's situation will happen again. They have to make good use of every second to increase their strength. Only then will they be able to protect themselves when faced with that situation, and even say that they can protect other innocent people. So a group of them came to the place where Bao Shenghaoji and Nangong competed with the two of them just now. Today we have a very unique way of training. Chapter 24 Daily Training. As soon as Nangong Yu heard this, he knew that it was time to play by himself, but he just stood in the middle of the crowd and refused to take a step. He wanted to see what this guy told the students. Taking advantage of this gap, he quietly walked to Yaoyorozu Million's side. To be honest, yesterday that person pretended to be Yaoyorozu Million, which made him feel bad until now. After seeing Yaoyorozu Million, I even felt a little uncomfortable. But now he has a very important matter and needs Yaoyorozu Million to help. Yaoyorozu's million quirks can make all kinds of things, which largely determines its importance in a battle. But when Nangong Yu walked in front of Yaoyorozu Wanwan, he saw Yaoyorozu Wanwan suddenly saw him smiling shyly, and lowered his head at a glance. Question mark, question mark, question mark. He hasn't said anything yet. What kind of reaction is this? Is this the image I have in Yaoyorozu's heart now? Are you so shy after meeting yourself now? For a moment later, I even felt that my charm was a little too big. Well, classmate Yaoyorozu Million, I have something to do, I want you to do me a favor. No matter how awkward the two of them are talking now, I still need to ask him for help. Otherwise, it would be too slow for him to do it by himself. After hearing these words, Yaoyorozu raised his head and looked at Nangong Yu in front of him. Now he feels more and more that the man in front of him is good looking. Since he helped him make the clothes that day, he has been thinking about his topless appearance every day. What do you want me to help you with? Just say it directly. Nangong Yu felt that he could even feel what was going on in Yaoyorozu Million's mind. But one thing Nangong Yu is most curious about now is, he didn't know when he left such an impression on Yaoyorozu Million. Well, I accidentally tore my usual pair of gloves this morning. Single quote. If it wasn't something very important, he would definitely not come to Yaoyorozu Million for help. After all, this stayed between the two of them is a bit too embarrassing. However, others have not discovered it. I really don't know whether Yaoyorozu's $1 million are hidden well, or those people are simply stupid. The gloves he usually wears have always been made by Yaoyorozu Million for him. It's just that it was protected very well before, so it has never been broken. As a result, when he was discussing with Booming Haoji this morning, the sudden outburst of Booming Haoji was really beyond his expectation. So his gloves were affected and broke. Like this kind of gloves made by Yaoyorozu Million, if a place is damaged, it means that this pair of gloves is useless at all. So if you still want a new pair, you can only come to Yaoyorozu Million for help. After hearing his request, Shalwa knew that it was serious, yes, but when his current mind was facing Nangong Yu, he couldn't be serious anymore. Then wait for me. After finishing speaking, Yaoyorozu ran to a remote corner by himself. This really surprised Nangong Yu, because when Yaoyorozu made millions of things, they were all directly taken out of his pair of proud weapons. So they gradually got used to it. After all, everyone has this kind of quirks, and they might be in some strange place. There is absolutely no need to say anything. And these Yaoyorozu Million have never been shy either. What happened today? He deliberately ran to a corner where no one was around, and those who didn't know thought he had made some special request for him just now. But fortunately, Yaoyorozu Million ran back quickly, and then took a pair of gloves that were exactly the same as Nangong Yu's before. For you. After stuffing it into Nangong Yu's hand, Yaoyorozu lowered his head again, not daring to look at Nangong Yu's face. Regarding his behavior, Nangong Yu also felt helpless, and didn't know what method to use to solve it. Thank you. After arriving at Xie, Nangong Yu left. He knew that if he stayed here any longer, he might keep his head down and dare not raise his head. At this time, Ida on the stage has already explained all the rules clearly. This made the students below all excited. It's just that some people are happy, but some people don't know what emotion it is. The happy ones felt that it was their honor to compete with Nangong Yu. But the sad side just felt that they would definitely lose when they competed with Nangong Yu, and they might still lose, and it would be embarrassing if it was so ugly. But no matter what, the matter that they are going to discuss with Nangong Yu today is a foregone conclusion. Since everything has been discussed, it's up to you to decide who will come first. After saying this, Basheng Haoji simply walked off the stage where he spoke just now, and then pushed Nangong Yu to the middle of the field where they practiced daily. Looking at him like that, Nangong Yu felt like he was a machine in his hand, and he could use it however he wanted. So he whispered something to Ida while the students were talking. Backquote. Don't forget what you promised me. Quote. Don't worry, I'm your teacher, there's no time for a teacher to lie. After Nangong Yu heard this, he not only complained about it secretly in his heart. This teacher seems to have done nothing serious other than lying and deceiving students like them to make fun of them. But he only dared to say this kind of thing in his heart. If he said it blatantly, he wouldn't have the guts yet. Just when Baosheng Haoji said to let them decide who would come first, the people below began to look at me and you. It was not decided who would play first, good Lees. It's not that these people have no courage, but that the person they are facing is Nangong Yu, which makes them feel a little scared. I'll come first. After discussing for a while, no one was willing to fight Nangong Yu on stage. Just when Nangong Yu thought they were not going to approve of this training method, he suddenly remembered the voice of a girl. But when they followed the sound, they only saw a school uniform and a pair of shoes hanging in the air. Toru Hagakure. Now these people are extremely surprised. Usually Toru Hagakure would like to hide in a corner, not to be discovered by others. But what happened today? He even took the initiative to ask the first player to play. This is something that has never happened before. Even Nangong Yu stood on the stage and looked at the clothes hanging in midair, feeling a little unbelievable. Chapter 25 Unexpected. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't imagine that the first person to come up was Toru Hagakure. It's true that too many of these things have happened recently, and even their temperaments have changed. Speaking of which, Nangong Yu has been here for so long. There are only a handful of things I have ever said to Toru Hagakure. Not only Nangong Yu, but even other students can count the number of times they talked to Toru Hagakure. If there is no need to say something, this girl doesn't intend to have any communication with them at all. In addition, his whole body is transparent. No one could see his expression, and there was no way to guess what his emotions were at the moment. They just looked at him nervously. After all, when facing a classmate as powerful as Nangong Yu, it is considered courageous to dare to play first. Then let Toru Hagakure be the first one. In the end, the teacher boss Hagakure reacted faster. When his family was still surprised, he had already called Toru Hagakure to come on stage. He had a particularly headache before. What should this student do? I don't like to talk to others, but every time I ask him about everything, he can always say about 747. Seems to be particularly out of gregarious, but know everything. Coupled with the particularity of his identity and the particularity of his form. He also has no way to control and communicate with him too much. But now that he has such a good opportunity, he himself asked to be the first to play, which is simply a particularly big breakthrough. At the very least, does it prove that Toru Hagakuri's temperament has changed? Therefore, the happiest person is none other than the teacher Bao Shenghaoji. At this time, Bao Shenghaoji has slowly stepped onto the stage. But what everyone saw was a dress and a pair of shoes, slowly stepping onto the stage. Since they have long been used to this scene, they didn't show too much surprise. But if this kind of thing was viewed by other people, they would probably have been scared to the point of peeing their pants. Please enlighten me. After Toru Hagakuri walked onto the stage, he bowed to Nangong Yu first, and then said these 3 words softly. But Nangong Yu couldn't see his face, and felt a little weird about his expression. Then let's get started. He also knew that Toru Hagakuri didn't like to communicate with people too much, so he didn't plan to talk to him too much. After all, their main purpose today is to train in order to improve each other's strength. Although if Nangong Yu's strength is compared with these people, there is no way to get promoted at all. But if you can really help your classmates, it is also a good choice. Excuse me. After Nangong Yu heard these 3 words, he suddenly saw a huge vortex floating towards him. When I was far away, I had already seen this vortex, a huge attraction. Amplify your moves as soon as you come up. If he remembers correctly, the vortex of Toru Hagakuri can directly involve everyone's weapons. As long as this person's strength is lower than his, he can use this skill to make that person defenseless. This is a really good quirks for a girl. It's just that this thing is of little use to Nangong Yu. I saw Nangong Yu jump slightly, and then jump to the sky above the vortex. I knew I couldn't help you. Toru Hagakuri said this softly after seeing Nangong Yu dodge. He never thought that he could block Nangong Yu with this move. Otherwise, Nangong Yu would not be the strongest among them. Dream. Suddenly, Toru Hagakuri's body began to emit a faint golden light. After Nangong Yu saw this scene, his eyes widened in doubt. How could he never remember Toru Hagakuri and such quirks? AEA. But slowly he felt something was wrong, and became more and more vigilant. Because the students below began to lose consciousness one by one and fell to the ground. Those golden rays, those students in Yanji all fainted. So Nangong Yu not only stood in front of Toru Hagakuri with a dignified expression, but even faintly tinged with anger. Because he has no way to determine now, is this Toru Hagakuri joking with these classmates, or Toru Hagakuri really has other purposes? Or is the Toru Hagakuri in front of them still real? Who are you? In fact, Nangong Yu doesn't quite agree with the idea that the Toru Hagakuri in front of him is fake. Because Nangong Yu is very aware of Toru Hagakuri's state in his heart, there is no second person on this entire continent. There is simply no one who can be as transparent as Toru Hagakuri, and always has been. We have been classmates together for so long, don't you know who I am? The voice of Bao Shenghaoji came, but it did not have the gentleness of the past. Instead, it became very fierce. There was an aggressive feeling between the words. But at least Nangong Yu can be sure of one fact, that is, the Toru Hagakuri in front of him is indeed real. But why did he act just now? If I really had any secrets to hide, I would have killed them all a long time ago. How could I have waited until now? Is there anything you want from me? Since Toru Hagakuri is real now, it means that he has other purposes, otherwise, why would he feint these classmates and Bokatsu Hoji? This woman confused everyone else and left him alone. Isn't this a very simple relationship? Nangong Yu was speechless. This was the most suitable reason Nangong Yu could think of. The only few conversations are also due to some inevitable relationship. It's as if Nangong Yu is so smart now that he guessed its intentions. Although this sentence is true, Nangong Yu feels it is strange. But he didn't understand one thing in particular, since Toru Hagakuri had other purposes. Why are you knocking them all out? What's your purpose? Since he has no other purpose, why should he make these people dizzy at this time? And why have you been hiding among them for so long, and didn't do anything until now? But these people still think that Toru Hagakuri has changed his temper. There was absolutely no need for him to hide his grievances here for such a long time. He and Toru Hagakuri were never alone with each other. You are really smart, you have already thought of it so soon, I came to find you alone. But in today's sparring, he asked to be the first one to come up, and to fight against himself, which was already revealing weirdness. Chapter 26 Identity. You have confused everyone else, leaving me alone. If I can't figure it out, am I a fool? Toru Hagakuri. It seems that this is really the case. But whether it looks like this is really not too important, it's important. He had been looking for a chance to be alone with Nangong Yu before, but such a long time passed. Because of my original personality, coupled with the fear of being discovered by others, my true identity. So I have never had too much contact with Nangong Yu. With such a good opportunity today, he certainly can't waste it in vain. Do you know who I am? Nangong Yu now feels that he needs to wonder if the Toru Hagakuri in front of him has some brain problems. I just asked myself such an unnutritious question. As a result, another question without IQ came up now. If I know who he is now, do I still need to talk so much nonsense with him here? I think you should tell me your real identity yourself. I won't guess, it's a waste of time. You will know my true identity in the future. Can't bear it. Nangong Yu originally thought that this guy was going to tell him what is his identity. In the end, he was already ready for the answer, and he actually gave himself such a sentence. But he has no way to attack this person now, because he didn't know whether the person in front of him was the real Toru Hagakure, or he was attached to Toru Hagakure's body. If he was only attached to Toru Hagakure, wouldn't it hurt Toru Hagakure if he attacked rashly? Although I don't like the tone of the person in front of me. But he is always concerned about the safety of his classmates. Then you came to see me today, do you have anything to talk about? Since he came here specifically to find him, there must be something very important, otherwise, he wouldn't take the risk of being exposed and want to communicate with him. And Nangong Yu is also very curious now, what exactly does this guy want to tell him? Nangong Yu always felt that this guy was very stupid and had no IQ. Duh, the person in front of him hadn't finished his sentence at all, but Nangong Yu shuddered just after hearing these two words. These two words are really special to him. Because All Might has always called him these two words, so he has a special feeling for these two words. And besides All Might, no one ever called him that, but why does this person in front of him know his name? Who are you? Not at all. When the man finished speaking, Nangong Yu interrupted him directly. When asking this question, there was even a hint of anger in his tone. He has to admit that All Might is actually very important in his heart. After all, he was the one who found himself and asked himself to protect the world instead of him, so no matter what, the relationship between the two of them can be regarded as a comrade-in-arms relationship. I didn't expect you to be so sensitive. He just called a name he was very familiar with, and the young man became so angry. Just now I have guessed the relationship between myself and that person. But that's exactly what he wanted. After all, it is still very troublesome to achieve a goal with a stupid person. Even talking to smart people is very simple. Tell me who you are, what is the relationship between you and your second brother, and how do you know my name? Nangong Yu's current appearance can be said to be a bit aggressive. But Nangong Yu knew that he was concerned about it now, and he didn't know what kind of situation All Might was under, so he told the person in front of him his name. He wasn't even sure All Might was safe right now, and he couldn't see what this person's expression was like at this moment. So he had no way to guess what he was thinking based on his expression. This is the first time Nangong Yu has been so annoyed by the feature of Toru Hagakure. When you mention him, you become so irritable. That's because you don't know how important he is to me. He was the god in my heart from the beginning. It was a height that I couldn't reach in my heart at that time. 0. Seeking flowers. Later, because of some chance, the two of them got to know each other well. There is a share of such responsibility. Nangong Yu has already converted the relationship between the two of them into brothers in his heart. Don't worry, I have a very good friend relationship with him. I came today to see what kind of person is the person who thinks so highly of him. After hearing this sentence, Nangong Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that person's villains, he probably already lost the ability to protect himself if there was another villains with such strength. I am afraid that even I am not sure if I can save him. Today, this incident can be regarded as because of myself. Don't worry, I just stunned them all, and they will wake up after a while. It doesn't matter if he can't come to see me, I can handle it by myself. He wanted to see himself, that's why he made these students dizzy. So he has no way to guess his mood. Now that he has chosen this path, he must walk this path by himself. Since I fainted that day, I have never seen All Might contact me again. But at this moment, Nangong Yu couldn't see clearly what that person's expression was like. Now comes a person who is very likely to know the situation of All Might, and of course he must take good care of it. He's fine for the time being, but he won't be able to come out to meet you in a short time. Isn't he finished? I have to bear the responsibility of so many people. I don't know if you fainted all of my classmates, will it affect their health? Then how can I protect the world in the future, as long as I serve them by their side every day? And now he doesn't know how to get in touch with All Might proactively, so he can only wait anxiously. Then do you know how he is doing now? He couldn't live with the help of All Might all his life. So I have to take this responsibility, in case there are any side effects of making them faint. Chapter 27 Back to Normal. When they wake up, how do I explain your existence to them? After these people woke up, they asked themselves what happened just now, and they didn't even know how to explain it to them. If it is said that someone deliberately stunned them, why is it all right by myself? But if it was just an accident, what was the reason for their fainting? Thinking of this, Nangong Yu felt very overwhelmed, why in the end it was up to him to clean up the mess. However, Toru Hagakure, standing opposite, seemed to understand Nangong Yu's mind. Don't worry, when they wake up, they won't remember what happened just now. Staying with the All Might guy every day, I slowly learned to think about everything very well. Don't let your weaknesses and any flaws be exposed to the other party's sight. After hearing his words, Nangong Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since this is the case, then his work will be much easier. Will you still stay in this girl's body after you leave? Toru Hagakure's body is transparent, so they can't see any of his expressions and movements at all. You can only observe the clothes and shoes on a daily basis to determine whether Toru Hagakure is in a certain position. But if this person has been hiding inside Toru Hagakure all along, how powerful is he? What can be hidden in a transparent human body is not exposed at all. Although I am in this girl's body, I will not disturb her thoughts, she is still herself. It turned out to be like this, no wonder Toru Hagakure didn't show it at all before there was any weirdness. Since this is the case, Nangong Yu was completely relieved. To be honest, he was really worried. One day Toru Hagakure suddenly became a little abnormal. Then the abnormality was still due to him, and at that time he would really become the topic of their conversation. But at this moment, Nangong Yu remembered one thing. Can I learn the trick you just used? Almost all of these people fainted in an instant. If this kind of strength is compared with him, it is simply a sky and an earth. Nangong Yu has always known the truth that there are people beyond others, and he has never felt that he is already the most powerful kind when he reaches this point. Let him meet such a strong person today. But the man fell silent after hearing what Nangong Yu said. Nangong Yu stood there waiting for a while, but found that no one answered him, so he automatically thought in his heart that there might be no way to teach him the trick just now. But he is also a big-hearted person, since he can't learn it, forget it. Anyway, the powerful things in this world are not just his own. If you can't learn it, forget it, I'm not that persistent. It's not that you can't learn it, but that if you really want to learn this thing, the price you have to pay is really too high. If there was someone who reminded me a few words like I do now, maybe I wouldn't learn this kind of thing. It looks very powerful, and it is also very dreamy, but no one knows that this is actually a nightmare. What price to pay? I don't know why Nangong Yu just felt that he should ask this question. Because he seemed to feel infinite sadness from what this person said just now. There are even some regrets. Such a powerful move, but it made such a powerful person regret learning from him. That means that this thing is really not a particularly good thing. Otherwise, how could I have only seen one person using this kind of thing for such a long time? So Nangong Yu quickly made up his mind in his heart. Don't learn bad things by yourself. He can control other people's dreams, but he can never control his own. You never know when your dreams will become reality. And with such fear, all your dreams are just nightmares. Such a price sounds particularly inconspicuous, and some people may even think that it is not a price at all. But only after those who did not listen to dissuasion learned it. Only when you regret it in the future will you realize how ridiculous you were at that time. None of those people who learned this thing back then regretted their childishness back then. But there is no turning back in this world. If you choose ability, then you have to pay a certain price. But for Nangong Yu, when he heard the first sentence, he already felt the horror of this thing. Because in Xiao Lu's eyes, nothing can compare to his rest. Only after a person has rested can his unlimited potential burst out. If his dreams were controlled at will until then, he might not have to sleep every night. So not only did I start to feel sorry for this person. It's been so hard for you all these years. It's almost time. I've told you all I need to say, I should leave. He was even a little lucky now that Nangong Yu couldn't see his expression at this moment. Because in their opinion, these multiplications are simply pediatrics, because he has never really experienced it. So it didn't show too much doubt. Then those people in the audience shut their mouths instantly. So in order to avoid being easily stepped on by those people, you must make yourself stronger. In front of those absolute powerhouses, these people are like ants. So I don't know exactly when he left. But Nangong Yu felt relieved in his heart. This is the irritable Toru Hagakure he knew. And it seems that Toru Hagakure still retains those memories of competing with himself after taking the stage. After experiencing what happened just now, Nangong Yu suddenly felt. Shut up. Not yet. When the others finished speaking, Nangong Yu suddenly heard Toru Hagakure who was standing opposite him yell loudly. After so many years, Nangong Yu may be the first person to tell him that he has worked hard. Nangong Yu, you have to be merciful, she's a girl, but someone else hurt you. Until Nangong Yu saw Toru Hagakure in front of him, slowly closed his eyes, and then opened them again, he knew that this was the real Toru Hagakure. Then continued to watch the sparring between Nangong Yu and Toru Hagakure just now. Because Nangong Yu couldn't see him. And until the other students woke up, they were also puzzled for 0.5 why they suddenly fell to the ground. After those people heard what they said, they all had an indifferent attitude. Chapter 28, Enlightenment. It is precisely because of such a thing that Nangong Yu understands what is the most important thing. Only by constantly improving his ability can he grow smoothly, or in other words, he can make himself successful in this world, survive. He wanted to say the last word to the person he was familiar with, or the soul he was familiar with in that body, but that person was already squeezed away after he yelled, and the distance between him and him was getting closer and closer. Far, just like back then. Nangong Yu seemed to have some reluctance, looked at the distant figure, and finally sighed. What the end of this contempt was not very important to him, because he knew that if you want to continuously upgrade yourself, keep working hard, and constantly become the person you want in your mind, then you have to pay a price that others have never paid. For example, I may need to travel for a period of time, and I need to take a look at the turmoil outside, to take a look at the vast world outside, and at the same time to take a look at the world that this group of people once described to me. Nangong Yu was thinking about this in 08, but one of the more important things for him now is that he needs to find a blaster Haoji. I don't know why. Suddenly there was a rumor that he had some conflicts with Bao Sheng Haoji. He frowned and listened to these rumors. As expected, rumors were rumors. It sounded so unrealistic. Nangong Yu went to find in order to beat Haoji. The two left after talking for a while, which made the rumors tonight even more serious. Nangong Yu frowned. He didn't know where this rumor came from. He always drank a mouthful of water outside, and when he was about to swallow, he saw Yaoyorozu Million head on. After he opened his eyes and saw Yaoyorozu Million for the first time, he almost spit out the saliva. He never thought that Yaoyorozu Million would appear in front of him in such an image today. And when Yaoyorozu saw his male god, he also shocked himself. Nangong Julian helped me swallow the saliva in my mouth, then wiped his own mouth, and looked at the person in front of him. What a coincidence, I actually met you here. Yaoyorozu rubbed his face after seeing Nangong Yu, so that his face became more rosy, and he looked at Nangong Yu more beautifully, and then he handed the things in his hand to Nangong Yu, which is what he just said, the thing drawn by matter. This is his quirks, and it is also the bargaining chip for him to meet Nangong Yu this time. What Nangong Yu gave you? Nangong Yu reached out to catch the thing that Yaoyorozu Million gave him, and had a dinner. He looked at it with a frown. What kind of dinner is this? Nangong Yu had some doubts. He didn't expect Yaoyorozu Million to bring him a dinner so suddenly. He looked at Yaoyorozu Million in front of him, and Yaoyorozu Million seemed a little embarrassed. To be honest, since the last time Yaoyorozu saw Nangong Yu naked, he always had some inexplicable feelings about Nangong Yu. He always felt that the man in front of him seemed sexy as hell, and there was always something it's like hooking his own soul, but Yaoyorozu also understands that his thinking is wrong. So Yaoyorozu Million always restrained himself from having such thoughts, but seeing this man again today, especially when the man spit out the saliva, he wiped his mouth with his hands. That sexy look made Yaoyorozu Million some can't hold it. Yaoyorozu swallowed his saliva, and then looked at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu looked at Yaoyorozu appearance, suddenly felt a creepy feeling for no reason. He shivered, and then put down the thing in his hand. Do you have anything else to do besides this? Are you looking for me? To be honest, Nangong Yu was still a little confused, and he doesn't know why. Somehow Yaoyorozu will come here to find him, and he took a road that is not very straight. It is a very remote path. If you don't find a path with your heart, you really can't find it. What happened after a while? I haven't heard of it. Why are you so late at night? Why did you come to see me? And didn't we just meet? Is there anything we can't talk about tomorrow? Nangong Yu quickly swallowed the mouthful of food in his mouth, then dragged his slippers over, opened the door, and as soon as the main door opened, he found that behind the main door was a blaster. The weather outside is really spooky. I don't know. Quickly tell me, what are you doing looking for me this late at night? It's so late at night, why can't we talk about it tomorrow? Do you want to look for me tonight? He returned to the place where he lived with the dinner, opened the bowl of rice and found that it was a very rich dinner. He thought that he didn't eat other people's home first. Is this meal ready? When Bao Shenghaoji heard this, he looked up at Nangong Yu in surprise. However, he didn't expect that the meal had just been opened, and he hadn't eaten yet, so he would ring the doorbell a few times. Don't ring suddenly. Is this the first time you hear this? After Yaoyorozu finished saying this, he ran away a little shyly. Nangong Yu watched Yaoyorozu run away, then looked at the dinner in his hand, and suddenly wondered if you might have something for this dinner. Then he thought of this and smiled. How could he think of such a thing? It was as if he didn't know what was going on. There's nothing else to do, just this one thing. I just asked you to come over and deliver dinner. Nangong Yu never thought of what would happen in a few days. He has been busy in the past few days, and he didn't pay too much attention to some things. This is the first time he heard Bao Shenghaoji say of this matter. Who is who? Come right away. Wait a minute. Nangong Yu generally felt that it was 10 points inexplicable, and he stepped forward and back a few steps to let Booming Victory Ji come in, and Booming Victory Haoji put his hood down as soon as he came in. Sure enough, eating something will make your stomach feel better. Oh, what can I do with you tonight? Isn't it just something that will happen in a few days? He just finished speaking, and then he looked up at Nangong Yu in front of him with a look of helplessness, and watched Bo Shenghaoji passing by. Nangong Yu saw the picture on Nangong Yu's table. He picked up a box of unfinished rice, and leaned over to look at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu also understood what he meant, but he still felt a little baffled after all. Nangong Yu asked Bao Shenghaoji very curiously, but Bao Shenghaoji stuffed a big mouthful of rice into his mouth, chewed it and swallowed it before speaking. Chapter 29 The Village. Yeah, tell me what's going on. In the past few days, I've been so busy that I've lost my head. I really don't know what happened. After Bao Shenghaoji heard this, he stuffed a few mouthfuls of rice into his mouth, then looked up at Nangong Yu and told him what happened, and only then did Nangong Yu understand what happened matter. He never thought that there would be such a talent outside of this time. According to the sentence that Bao Shenghaoji said, then this story should probably be like this. The story probably says that there is a mountain village outside here. Well, it is not a mountain village to be precise, it is a city, that is, in the city next door to us, there will be such a kind of people. This group of people gather together, they are full of quirks, and their quirks are full of magical meanings, including stealth and explosion, and they look very much like these friends who have played well. What is even more surprising is that after this group of people did something, they actually did something that people couldn't think about. They left their names and people couldn't figure it out. And this group of people did not destroy their private servers outside, and they almost reached the most famous place in the whole place. After hearing the news, Nangong Yu frowned and scratched his head. Then what does this news have to do with me? To be precise, what does this news have to do with us? Nangong Yu looked at Bao Shenghaoji with a dazed expression. Bao Shenghaoji was still pawing at Nangong Yu's bowls of rice. Nangong Yu saw that there were not a few mouthfuls left and hurried over. The two were fighting for a while. There was a mess, and then Nangong Yu put down the thing in his hand and knocked Bao Shenghaoji on the head. Come on, don't eat it, tell me quickly, what happened? Bao Shenghaoji swallowed the rice ball in his mouth, then watched Nangong Yu pull out a piece of paper from his hand. It was something similar to a leaflet. On the paper was written about the incident. The statement seems to be asking several people to get together and organize a team to eliminate this group of people. But this time, this kind of thing was given to myself separately. To be precise, this thing was allocated to the area where I am now. This area requires finding several pairs of people. This time, Bao Shenghaoji was the first to sign up, and what the child needs after signing up is to find a few like-minded people. Of course, this is the first time for Bao Shenghaoji, so he immediately thought of Nangong Yu. Is it enough, buddy? The reward for taking you here this time is really worth it. Nangong Yu thought how rewarding such a thing could be, until he saw the reward below. He couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of spit. The most important thing here is not these things, but the ability to learn one for free skill. This kind of skill can be of great help to him in the future. Nangong Yu took a fancy to this thing at first sight. He nodded after swallowing a mouthful of spit. How many people are there? Bao Shenghaoji stretched out his finger on a line of words while talking. Look at this, it says that there are 3 to 6 people, but at least 3 people are required. At that time, I directly reported 3 people. After finishing speaking, he scratched his head, seeming a little distressed. I just don't know where to find the third person. It doesn't matter how many people there are, but at the very least we have to find someone. Nangong Yu was troubled. Where could he find it? It wasn't until he heard Bao Shenghaoji chewing and talking again that he suddenly remembered Yaoyorozu Million. Hey, do you remember Yaoyorozu Million? Bao Shenghaoji seemed to have lost his memory, scratched his head, and looked at Nangong Yu in distress. It's that Quirks' materialization, the one that conjures things out of thin air. Let's go, we still have to tidy up the house today, after all we have to go next door. Oh, it's him. Now that I think about it, he's pretty good, but I always feel like he's a bit weak. Sitting up from the bed in distress, then changed a piece of clothes and pushed the door open, and as expected, he saw Bao Shenghaoji's fiery red hair rushing in front of him. Come on, pack it up, let's go find Yaoyorozu Million. Backquote. Who is it? Can you please be quiet? Seeing that Nangong Yu had cleaned up, Bao Shenghaoji also stood up and looked in the mirror to clean up some blemishes on his body, then opened the door and followed Nangong Yu. The child was a little curious, and chased Nangong Yu all the way to ask about these things. But where do we find Yaoyorozu Million now? To the school or to where he lives? Nangong Yu rubbed his eyes, which were still a little pleasing to the eye, and then stretched his waist, stretching his whole body long, and his whole body was sluggish. As soon as Nangong Yu heard this barbaric way of hammering the door, he knew it was the right thing to beat Haoji. He rubbed his forehead, thinking that hearing such a sound when he woke up this morning was really a treat for him. A kind of torture à play. Come on, can we go shopping after finding the Yaoyorozu Million? Nangong Yu said so, and then he and Bao Shenghaoji made a plan and prepared to go to find Yaoyorozu Million in the early morning of the next day, and wait until the sun just rose in the early morning of the second day. It was said that Nangong Yu woke up just as Ato emerged from the building. As soon as Nangong Yu heard this, he felt a little helpless. There was nothing to gesture for. After all, the next door was also a city, not a village, and there was nothing to be desired in this city. Nangong Yu looked at it. Zhao Nuohao. The children feel that there are still some unreasonable troubles, but seeing the children like this, they feel that it is justified. Before it was too late, the snow fell from the bed and was awakened by the sound of thunder knocking on the door. Just him, I think it's not bad. Although the ability is not enough, it is still useful in the final analysis, isn't it? After Nangong Yu finished speaking, Bao Shenghaoji also nodded, and then sat on the stool in Nangong Yu's room and waited for Nangong Yu to tidy up. After Nangong Yu changed 2 clothes, he felt that there was still something wrong, and finally looked at the time. It was too late, so he just put on a shirt and left. Nangong Yu Tian blasted Shenghaoji to say the same thing. He felt that he was scratching his head, but there was really nothing he could do. After all, the most important thing for them was to miss 3 people, because in the day after tomorrow a trial is about to begin. Having said this, Bao Shenghaoji didn't understand, then he was really a fool. Bao Shenghaoji slapped himself on the forehead, and then rubbed his hair in distress. Chapter 30 Party. Nangong Yu frowned. He was not sure if Yaoyorozu Million knew about it, but they thought it would be better. The 2 went directly to Yaoyorozu Million, and now they are still waiting for Yaoyorozu Million in the coffee shop. Anyway, it's almost time for the coffee shop to end. These 2 people thought so and walked over to the coffee shop, as expected. Yaoyorozu Million is still the most lively place. There are several children around Yaoyorozu Million. They surrounded Yaoyorozu Wanwan, and chatted nonsense there. Nangong Yu and Bao Shenghaoji looked at Yaoyorozu Wanwan's appearance, and couldn't help sighing. Yaoyorozu Wanwan is really a very gentle child, otherwise, I might not be so patient with these children, especially for a whole day. Booming Shenghaoji leaned over very chatteringly, leaned close to Yaoyorozu Million and patted Yaoyorozu Million on the shoulder. The 2 of us just sit there, and you will come to us as soon as you finish, and we will go to Nangong Yu's house together. This sentence came to Yaoyorozu Wanwan's mouth, and the key point in the end was the 3 words Nangong Yu's family. These 3 words were turned over and over again in Yaoyorozu Wanwan's mind. Once Yaoyorozu Wanwan heard such words, his eyes were wide open, and he seemed a little shy looking at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu looked at him inexplicably, but he was a little dazed, he didn't know what happened. He and Bao Shenghaoji looked at each other and shrugged vulgarly. Then I drank coffee silently there, and waited until late at night, that is, when the moon just rose. There were fewer and fewer people on the road around here. By this time, Yaoyorozu was able to do his job well. He took 2 cups of coffee and approached Bao Shenghaoji and Nangong Yu, and then handed the coffee to these 2 people. However, Nangong Yu and Bao Shenghaoji had already drank a lot of coffee, and now he felt that his face was brown when he saw the coffee. He smiled and handed back the things in his hand to Yaoyorozu Million. Okay, no need, we've been waiting here for a long time, drinking coffee all the time. Yaoyorozu seemed a little embarrassed, smiled, and then the 3 of them returned to Nangong Yu's house. When they saw Nangong Yu's home, they clearly spread their things on the table. Then they waited for Nangong Yu to bring them water and food. Yaoyorozu Million was a bit cramped, he seemed to not know what to do, sat there, and then looked around. He came to Nangong Yu's room for the first time. He didn't think of Nangong Yu's the house is like this, like all the boys, it looks a bit messy, but it is patchwork. The place that should be messy is messy, but more of it is a kind of cleanliness, not like the obsessive-compulsive disorder that girls get tangled up in, but some boys are careless. How about junior high school games? Yaoyorozu Wanwan looked at this, looked around and then sat there. This time the protagonist was Bao Shenghaoji. Nangong Yu was supposed to organize this time, but by mistake, Nangong Yu didn't know what was going on this time. Instead it was Bao Shenghaoji who passed it on to these 2 people, so of course it was Bao Shenghaoji who organized it. Organized this thing. In fact, Yaoyorozu has only a half knowledge of this matter. He only knows that a big event happened in the city next door, but he doesn't know what kind of big event it is. So the rest of the matter now still needs to let Bao Shenghaoji talk about this matter again. And this time should be a little different from the first time I talked about Nangong Yu. This time I should let him talk about his thinking. Bao Shenghaoji followed his own train of thought this time, and then told them the story again. Now the 3 people understood, and they also knew. The day after tomorrow they will embark on a journey. Nangong Yu suddenly recalled something after thinking about it. How do I remember that the promotion says tomorrow? After hearing this, Bao Shenghaoji was stunned. He always remembered that it was the day after tomorrow. How could it be tomorrow? He was a little distressed, and then looked at Nangong Yu. Wan Momo took out the flyer from his pocket. It's really tomorrow. This time Bao Shenghaoji was surprised. His hair seemed to stand on end, and he looked at Nangong Yu in general. Nangong Yu shrugged and said that he could do nothing. Anyway, he remembered wrongly, but they didn't need it prepare something. After all, there's Yaoyorozu Million. Yaoyorozu's ability is still very useful at this time, so they are going to let only the 3 of them go, and they have brought the money. When the time comes, they will live and find a place, just a place to stay. These 3 people had a carnival here tonight, and then happily embarked on the journey to the next city on the second day. They also knew that the next city was said to be a very fast-growing city. Unlike his own city, Nangong Yu was blinded by the high-rise buildings made of glass as soon as he entered. He blinked and felt as if his eyes were stabbed with some pain. Bang Shenghaoji, come and see if this is the place. These 3 people booked a very weird hotel in advance. This hotel is really hard to find, and it is precisely because it is not easy to find that these 3 people are walking around this place in a daze. Go round and round. After they found a place in circles, they looked at the building that looked very similar to the one in their photo, and were a little confused. The 3 of them looked at each other carefully, and they always felt that something was wrong, so they went in and asked. Excuse me, I want to ask if there is anything here. What is there a hotel called? Before Nangong Yu finished speaking, he was interrupted by this man. This man was tall and thick, and he looked a bit difficult to mess with. What's the name of the hotel? There's no hotel here. The kids hurry back to your home. This man spoke very impolitely, knew how to use a mobile phone, and told these people to go back to their homes. Nangong Yu and Yaoyorozu Wanwan are used to gentle temperaments, but they didn't have any expressions of apology, so they just left. On the contrary, Booming Shenghaoji couldn't do it anymore, and Booming Shenghaoji's violent temper suddenly exploded. What are you talking about? What do you mean? We just came here to ask for directions. Why are you like this? Bao Shenghaoji wanted to rush over and blast him with quirks, but he would be caught by Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu grabbed the back of Bao Shenghaoji's neck and apologized to him. Sorry. Chapter 84 Hotel. After a few thefts, this tall and thick man let them go, waved his hand. Bao Shenghaoji looked at this man. After grinding his teeth, with a face full of indignation, he stretched out his hand after breaking free from the shoulders of these 2 people, leaving a person walking angrily in front. Nangong Yu and Yaoyorozu Wanwan looked at each other, then shrugged their shoulders, expressing their helplessness. There is no way, he just has such a temper, let us weigh it more. Nangong Yu thought so, and then followed Yaoyorozu Million. These 2 people followed behind Bao Shenghaoji again. Bao Shenghaoji circled around several times, but he couldn't find it. He kicked a trash can, and the iron trash can quickly had just rolled to the ground and made a very loud noise of purring, which woke up the kitten hiding in the trash can. What are you doing? Isn't it such a trivial matter? As for this, Nangong Yu complained a bit and talked to Bao Shenghaoji. After hearing such words, Bao Shenghaoji became even more angry. Yaoyorozu was worried that the 2 would be suitable in the middle of a fight, but he didn't expect it. But after a few words, Bao Shenghaoji adjusted his emotions again and came over and patted Nangong Yu on the shoulder. Okay, let's go, I know where it is, just turn around like this. Yaoyorozu Wanwan was stunned at this time. He didn't expect why the relationship between these two people suddenly changed from cloudy to sunny, but it's okay, as long as the relationship between these two people is still there. They are fine. So the three people then he set foot on the road to the hotel, and after entering the hotel, Yaoyorozu was a little dazed. Is this what we decided? Why do I feel that it is so different from the picture? Nangong Yu and Baosheng Haoji smiled wryly, and then nodded. There is indeed some gap, but they don't know where the gap is. Nangong Yu looked at the photo and then at himself. I think it's okay. Anyway, they can live, as long as they have a place to live. After all, they are not mainly here for travel. The two comforted themselves in this way, and then moved in. Yaoyorozu Wanyi looked at the things, and obviously had no choice but to go in. After entering, Yaoyorozu Wanyi took out several things in a row. I got you something to make this place more comfortable to live in. After seeing it, Baosheng Haoji knew that, as expected, bringing Yaoyorozu Million would help improve the living standard, although he didn't know what Yaoyorozu Million was capable of. But this is always good, at least fundamentally speaking. The relationship between these two people is also good now. So after these three people lived here for a while, he made a plan, because after all, the most important thing for them was the mission, and they could go smoothly only after they accepted that mission and won the first prize. Because on this night or in this hotel, there may be more than one pair of people who came to exterminate this group of bandits. After all, this place has issued invitation letters to many schools, although they snatched this invitation letter, but I have to say that they are not the only ones from their school who have an invitation letter. So it is precisely because of this that Nangong Yu and his group know what this time means to them. The eyebrows of Nangong Yu put down the things in their hands, and the three need to make a good plan for what they will do next. What matter? Only in this way can these three people go smoothly. In the evening, Nangong Yu picked up a large white paper, sketched on it, and then drew a rough picture of the whole city, and then handed it to Baosheng Haoji, who asked him to continue to participate. It took me an hour to roughly draw the entire city, and at the same time marked in red the places that the few people visited most frequently. This place is where they were last seen, and this is the last time we can get news. Baosheng Haoji only drew a circle on one place. The red circle is eye-catching and independent. Yaoyorozu Wanwan looked at this place and seemed familiar. He frowned and thought about it, and then suddenly opened his mouth. This place. Before Yaoyorozu could finish his million words, he was cut off by Bokatsu Hoji, who nodded and looked at Yaoyorozu Million. That's the place we passed by just now, and that place is where this group of people appeared last, and I always feel that that man seems to have some connection with these people. Nangong Yu just raised his eyebrows every day when the two of them talked. Although he said he saw the man for the first time, he also felt that the man had some problems, but the police rescued him. They still don't have any accurate statement to convict that man. Nangong Yu is a little distressed. What should he do? When both of them were thinking this way, the bell outside the door suddenly woke them up. These three people looked at each other, in this kind of wilderness, but he said who in this city would know them and would knock on their door, would enter their hotel and knock on their door. As for the door, Nangong Yu was a little puzzled. Maybe it's the waiter. Bao Shenghao has flipped his hands. Yaoyorozu Wanwan walked over, lying in the cat's eyes and looking at someone he had never seen before. He frowned and looked at the people outside and shouted at Nangong Yu. People who haven't met don't know each other. It seems that they are looking for you. Chapter 31 Friends. Nangong Yu was a little confused. How could he be looking for himself? But he also knew in a blink of an eye, if Yaoyorozu had known him a million times, he would have recognized him at the first sight, and if it was a big win over Haoji, then a big win after all. Haoji's fiery temper has been scolded. Nangong Yu was a little puzzled. Who would look for him here? Nangong Yu went out directly wearing a coat, and then opened the door and saw a few people at the door. The person headed by the door came directly to give Nangong Yu a warm hug. After Nangong Yu saw this person, he was stunned, as if he hadn't reacted, and generally looked at this man. When the man saw Nangong Yu's reaction, he guessed that Nangong Yu might not remember it. After all, the two of them just became the same car because of an accident. Dude forgot about me. This man went over to join in the fun, patted Nangong Yu, and then went in on his own, with two people behind him, presumably coming here to complete this task. Just when he wanted to go in, he was blocked by Baosheng Haoji's body. Who are you? You just came in out of nowhere and didn't ask us what we thought. Baosheng Haoji said that he had a violent temper, and he couldn't help but get angry. Seeing Baosheng Haoji like this, Nangong Yu got up quickly. He only had time to put on a coat, and he was wearing clothes that didn't match the season. Haoji pushed away, and then walked to the front to see the man in front of him. Sorry, I really don't remember who you are. The man seemed to be a little embarrassed after hearing this, and then looked up at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu took a careful look at the man, and then reconfirmed the hasty hesitation of his life, and then stretched out his arms to hug the man. It's you, I just realized it's you. Nangong Yu watched the man suddenly stretch out his hand to hug him, and the man knew now that, according to Nangong Yu's urgency, he probably recognized him. The people around here looked at these two people with dumbfounded faces. After all, they didn't know each other, especially Baosheng Haoji's violent temper had already been half-spoken. If it wasn't because Nangong Yu stopped the customer in time, what kind of accident has happened here? When Baosheng Haoji saw this complaint, you knew that these two people should know each other, so you couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Okay, stop hugging, tell me what happened, how did you two meet and introduce yourself to each other? Bao Shenghaoji opened his mouth in an instant to break the deadlock, and then asked the two people to quickly introduce each other. Now Nangong Yu also thinks that this sentence is 100% suitable for you, so don't open your mouth and introduce yourself to the person brought by the man opposite you. Nangong Yu, beat Haoji, Yaoyorozu Million. After Nangong Yu introduced his name, he folded with the two people behind him. They wanted to let everyone get to know each other, and the man on the opposite side also stood there looking at Nangong Yu after the man on the opposite side introduced the people in their house. Why do you come to me this late at night? What's the matter? The man on the opposite side didn't say anything, just smiled, and then handed the things in his hand to Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu took a look and knew that he accepted the invitation just like himself. Since this is the case, then these two people can be regarded as villains at this time, and there's no need to say anything about the next thing. I guess they just came here to test their strength. After all, he only knows Nangong Yu Kai, and I don't know who the other two people are, but looking at it this way, they probably think that the other two people are probably idiots. Nangong Yu looked at the man opposite. The man smiled and put the birthday invitation letter in Nangong Yu's hand, and then looked at him meaningfully. It was a video camera. He didn't expect that Yaoyorozu Million had time to materialize a video camera at that time. After Nangong Yu looked at the camera, he frowned. Yaoyorozu Million turned the camera back and watched the video from the beginning. Now they know where the problem is. He came here just to see what's going on with you two. If he knew that you two were like this, he probably wouldn't have planned to come here. I guess they have already regarded our team as a team of idiots. Quote, as expected 0. After such a careful look, it was discovered that the man actually had an invisible tiny signal transmitter in his hand, and when he came in, the signal transmitter flashed 3 times. Is that why he came here? Nangong Yu and Bao Shenghaoji didn't understand why Yaoyorozu Million would ask such a sentence back. Nangong Yu looked at Yaoyorozu Million's general summary and meant to let Yaoyorozu Million continue to talk. I'm sorry, I scratched my head, and then let out the things in my hand. After Nangong Yu finished speaking, he seemed a little angry when he saw Bu Shenghaoji. He stretched out his hand and thumped the table. Everything on the table was jumped 3 times. Yaoyorozu Million was a little surprised. Nangong Yu frowned and looked at the signal transmitter, and then suddenly thought of something, usually stood up suddenly and rummaged through the things in his hands, and then carefully found the invitation letter given to him by that person, and opened it to have a look. 0. It's nothing, I just came to see you. Signal transmitter, and it is the latest signal transmitter. I don't know what he is doing here. Nangong Yu seemed a little distressed. He opened the beer and took a sip of it, gulping it down, before speaking. Hey, this man, you already know his name, this man is not something to mess with. What's the situation? The 3 people blinked their eyes, as if they didn't know what kind of man this man was. After the man said this, he turned and left, as if the sword was on the verge of breaking out just now. It was all an illusion. Nangong Yu sat there and scratched his head. Then there seemed to be some distress. The child looked at Nangong Yu like this, guessing that something big might have happened. He and Yaoyorozu Wanwan looked at each other. Look here. Nangong Yu circled the signal transmitter with his finger, and then nodded. Shenghaoji nodded and found that the thing flickered, guessing that something had been sent out. What's this? Chapter 32 The Journey. Bao Shenghaoji and Yaoyorozu Million are still in a state of confusion at this time. What happened? Why did such a sentence suddenly appear inexplicably? And the two people focused their attention on Nangong Yu. See if there's something wrong here. Nangong Yu stretched out his fingers to a corner of the invitation letter, and he realized that there was actually a small hole left by Ding shutting on the invitation letter. Yaoyorozu looked at the small hole left by Ding shutting. Some doubts. He didn't know what it meant. He shrugged and looked at the hole, thinking about it over and over again. A lot of invitations mean. At this moment, Nangong Yu realized that he had really brought 2 straw bags. He shrugged, then hit the 2 people 10 times on the head and pointed at the things on them. It proves that they know more than just us. When they say so many invitation letters, their purpose is to gather these people together. If they talk about these people, if they have any bad intentions, they may catch us all in one go. It looks like there might be an uphill battle for us to fight this year. Yaoyorozu Wanwan seemed to feel a little terrified after hearing such words, and then he frowned and looked at Nangong Yu and Bao Shenghaoji, but Bao Shenghaoji was eager to try. Although to be honest, Bao Shenghaoji and Yaoyorozu Wanwan didn't know what happened, but since Nangong Yu said so, they had no choice but to nod. They really knew that this year's battle was not good fighting. I also know that this group of people on the other side is difficult to deal with, but compared to scolding these people, it is my so-called competitors who are difficult to deal with. Of course, it is not easy for everyone to rush towards a simple goal to advance. Up. Alright, since this is the case, let's prepare for our own affairs. Nangong Yu said so, and then went back to the table again, and then don't let the map continue to circle you, and finally circled 12 places where this group of people may appear. Yaoyorozu Million went to see this group by himself after the person went out. A 5-pointed star was drawn on one of the points. What's wrong with this place? What do you mean? Yaoyorozu frowned and told everyone about this place. This place could be the next place they show up. Bu Shenghaoji now has a look of confusion when he says this. Why is this place the next place where they will appear? Somewhat inexplicable. Why here? Is there any difference here? Nangong Yu looked back at this simple-minded man with well-developed limbs, sighed, and then pointed to follow the road drawn by Yaoyorozu Million. If we saw that they were this group of people in the place before us, then they would only take this road, because this road is the closest and safest road to them. There will be others there to surround them. Nangong Yu clicked on this place after a pause. Do you know where our biggest advantage is when we talk to others now? Nangong Yu said this sentence and did not leave this group of people, and the remaining time for them to think. Nangong Yu said the next sentence on the contrary. Our biggest advantage is that we have met them. If they are really that gang, then we have indeed met them. Now we assume that they are that gang. After all, no matter the time or place can be right well, if they really are that gang, then that's where our advantage lies. As Nangong Yu spoke, he pointed his finger at this circle, which was the circle where they met that person before. From this circle to the 5-pointed star, it only takes 20 minutes to walk, and during this 20 minutes, the 7th and 8th bends of the road are surrounded by trails. Although it will not be the road that most people want to take, but it will be the favorite path of robbers. And it is said that there was an inexplicable explosion here. That is, there was an inexplicable explosion here 2 days ago. It is not difficult to guess whether they are really blasting something here, or blasting it the real way. After Nangong Yu finished explaining these words, Bao Shenghaoji and Yaoyorozu Million nodded. To be honest, the reason why Yaoyorozu Million guessed here is not because of other things, but because he saw a way here, which is because of that blast. There must be a reason for the road that appeared because of the blast. And in that team, there is a person whose skills are the same as Blast Shenghaoji. So it is precisely because of this that he understands. These few people initially determined what they should do tomorrow, so these 3 people prepared what they should do next year, but for them now, what they need is a piece of clothing that can facilitate their movement, so this both of them cast their eyes on Yaoyorozu Million at the same time. Yaoyorozu frowned and sighed. There was no way to materialize 3 clothes. Bao Shenghaoji looked at the clothes and picked them up, shaking with a little distaste. Is this dress okay? Why does it feel that the quality is not very good? 667 Yaoyorozu Million frowned. It's okay, I'm wearing it for this day. I didn't make it too good, but it's a bit eye-catching. Let's just make this kind of ordinary one. I guess it's on that small road. There are too many young people wearing clothes like this. Yaoyorozu Wanwan thought very thoughtfully. After he said this, the 3 of them are going to sleep like this tonight. They will discuss the rest of the unfinished business tomorrow morning. These 3 people will meet each other. He fell asleep, and then Nangong Yu lay on his own bed, but he never closed his eyes. He stared at the ceiling above with his wide eyes until the moon ran down bit by bit. It's getting darker and darker. The so-called darkness does not refer to the darkness at the end of dusk, but refers to the night getting thicker and thicker, hanging in the whole sky like splashed ink. Nangong Yu stretched out on the bed while looking at the sky outside, turned over and slept on his side. In the dream, he seemed to be dreaming about the previous events, but soon this nonsense person and this cranky dream were put to an end. Waking up, the child sat next to Nangong Yu, looking at Nangong Yu worriedly. Chapter 33 The Human Machine. After Nangong Yu got up, he rubbed his eyes, looking innocently at Bao Shenghaoji, as if 2 people had something to say. After a while, Nangong Yu's IQ came back to his mind, and he stretched himself out, watching Haoji's explosive victory. Am I having a nightmare? Yeah, it's scary. Before Bao Shenghaoji had time to speak, Yaoyorozu Wanwan who was sitting next to him looked at Nangong Yu worriedly. Feeling something was different, he frowned and looked at Yaoyorozu Million, then got up and told them about his nightmare. That's it. After hearing this nightmare, Yaoyorozu Wanwan and Bao Shenghaoji both felt a little unbelievable, but since it was a nightmare, it was said to be a dream, so it didn't matter. The 3 of them heard a story in the morning, so a few people couldn't get up, so they found a place to have breakfast. After breakfast, their task today was to search around to see how many people knew the same as them, or that they met that person after all. They can meet and there will be pairs that can meet. After these 3 people put on the clothes that Yaoyorozu got out of millions of dollars yesterday, they walked in there. After entering, they found that there were so many acquaintances walking down, saying that those they knew were more or less familiar. There were a few people they knew mixed in those teams, and the street seemed to be surrounded by these people, and now Nangong Yu wanted to know how many people received this task. So it is precisely because of this that they feel some doubts. However, the more Nangong Yu walked towards them, the direction became less and less, and people met suddenly, and Nangong Yu saw a group of people in front of him. Quick! After Nangong Yu finished speaking, he quickly let the group of people walk behind a large stone pillar. Through the stone pillar, they saw a group of people in front of them. This group of people was the same as them, but the only difference was that there were 4 people in front. There is a girl among these 4 people. This girl has a head of orange hair and looks very cute and beautiful, but I have to say that this girl seems to have something wrong, generally jumping around all the time. Nangong Yu looked at these 4 people. The 4 people seemed to be walking the same way as them, and the purpose of coming out was the same. The rest of Nangong Yukai was sure. As expected, some people besides himself also met that person, a group of people, otherwise, no one would take this path. After all, this path is too biased, and according to the hearts of these young masters who are only supported by these professors, no one would take this path. So it is precisely because of this that they determined this matter. Nangong Yu looked at the group of people in front of her with raised eyebrows, and they felt that this pair of people was really not easy to get along with. After all, Looking at the appearance of a group of people, one can tell that this group of people seems to be very harmonious, and it feels like they have been in a team for a long time, especially the woman and one of the boys. Generally speaking, according to their meaning, this woman's orange hair is generally inappropriate if it is said to be a mountain, but according to the appearance and actions of this woman it really looks like a person who engages in assassination. Nangong Yu frowned and looked at the group of people in the distance with some distress. Bao Shenghaoji patted his shoulder next to him to make him look at the other side. Look there, quote. Materialize. After Nangong Yu said this, he looked back at the other two people. These two people seemed a little surprised after seeing him say this sentence. They didn't expect that such quirks would really appear. They had also I have heard of such quirks. This kind of quirks is not so much a human body machine, but rather that they can use their own things to decompose a little bit of small weapons, and these weapons can be melted into their bodies again. No, thanks to their clothes look too rough. As soon as I said this, as expected, the leader of the team behind was actually a man who was not very prominent. As soon as this man said this, the people behind him all dispersed like birds and beasts. This splitting blade fell into the air, but they didn't expect that the flying blade was actually a whirling blade. One of the leading men, the short, somewhat unattractive man, threw everything forward, filled the air with the smell of pepper, and produced a huge puff of smoke. Nangong Yu felt a little uncomfortable from being choked by this thing, and then had no choice but to retreat quickly with the group of men. The human machine. After he said that, he looked at Yaoyorozu Million. Yaoyorozu Million shook his head. There seemed to be some difference between this woman's quirks and his quirks. After reading this paragraph, Bao Shenghaoji published such a story. It turns out that it is really not easy to deal with. Only this one woman, Qian Dejiao, is enough for them to eat a pot. There are only a few left. They haven't even figured out their own quirks, and the three on their side already lack one of them in terms of numbers, unless the two pairs can fight. It's not easy. These few people looked up at these people, and they looked at each other until the orange woman stretched out her hand and threw a flying knife casually. It is possible for him to materialize, but he will not pinch this thing back into his hands again. Nangong Yu turned his head to the side only to realize that another group of people had come in. They had no choice but to step back temporarily, and then hid behind a large pillar to watch the two groups meet. When the two met, the leader was the first to notice the small dodge when he saw the group of people opposite, but he didn't expect to be spotted by a man in front of him. Someone. Where are they from? After the man found the other pair, he quickly called out. The pair of orange women in front all turned their heads to see the pair behind them. It can be said that the pair behind them are all big and three thick men. Retreat. As soon as the opposite party asked this question, Nangong Yu spoke in a crappy local dialect. After circling and turning around each other, they flew back to the woman's hand again. The woman squeezed the whirling blade with her hand and disappeared. After seeing this, Nangong Yu guessed secretly in his heart. Chapter 34 start. They nodded after hearing the dialect. They guessed that it might be some child who came out to play, and then inadvertently broke into their own war. If this is the case, there is no need go to control. So they thought so, and let this group of people go. Nangong Yu also let out a sigh of relief. As if they breathed a sigh of relief, the three ordinary people looked at each other and then left with their shoulders crossed. Did you say they found us? Bao Shenghaoji asked Nangong Yu, but Nangong Yu didn't say anything, just patted him on the shoulder. The three of them continued to walk leisurely with their shoulders linked. Nangong Yu joined Bao Shenghaoji after a while. A word was spoken in the ear. They're still behind us. After saying this, the three of them talked happily again without knowing that I had finished this sentence. Then it was precisely because of this that they left that place and came out safely. After coming out, Nangong Yu touched his chest, as if he was Panasonic, and took a long breath. It's not easy. We don't know what the situation of those two people is now after we came out. It's not easy to tell you which of these two people they are. 950. After Nangong Yu finished speaking, he patted Boomson on the shoulder. Let's go, we have to leave this place. It's time for us to have a meal, and then make a good plan for ourselves. If it's not just our pair who met, at least there will be two pairs. It doesn't matter if it happened by chance or if they really rushed to the past. The important thing is that they found the traces of the blast. After Nangong Yu finished the call, Xiaohui and the others nodded. They also understood what kind of problem it was. Since this was the case, they had nothing to do. If they found that it was very close, it would prove that they must know some people appear there, so they will focus on their observation objects there, and their own advantage of being so cautious can only be matched with more people, and at the same time, after removing their own group from these three groups, the other both groups seemed to be very strong. Nangong Yu was in some distress. Looking at everyone, this battle is really a fierce battle. They don't know what will happen, or they dare not say it. AIDG. So it is precisely because of this that Nangong Yu frowned and dragged the three of them away together, Bao Shenghaoji and Yaoyorozu Wanwan, but he did not expect that after they left, there was a person poking out his head quietly behind him, then write down something, and after reading it over and over again, he hurriedly ran back. If this man is right, he is one of the orange-haired women. After the man ran back, he whispered a few words to the orange woman, and the woman nodded. Hongyutudu, go and find a way to follow them to class. If you are discovered by the three of them, you should immediately think of a way to get out. After the man heard what the woman meant, he nodded and continued to run to catch up with Nangong Yu, Bao Shenghaoji, and Yaoyorozu Wanwan. However, What he didn't expect was that Nangong Yu seemed to be like it's because he noticed something normal, and always looked back frequently. Bao Shenghaoji improvised next to Nangong Yu and asked why Nangong Yu turned his head so often. What's the matter? Who is following us and why we always turn back? Nangong Yu turned his head around, and then scratched his own head to look at Bao Shengji. Why do I always feel as if someone is following us? It's amazing. What's the reason? Nangong Yu thought so, and then asked Bao Shenghaoji. Bao Shenghaoji seemed to have noticed something, and generally, he glanced back, and then put down the things in his hand. I also felt like someone was watching me. It's a man. A man has been following us for a long time. Yaoyorozu Wanwan suddenly said such a sentence. Nangong Yu and Bao Shenghaoji were stunned. They didn't expect that Yaoyorozu Wanwan noticed it. They looked at Yaoyorozu Wanwan, and then they had some doubts. Yaoyorozu Wanwan seemed to be demonstrating to them, and generally took out a mirror from his hand. I can't see clearly from the mirror. I saw a person sneaking behind them, but they are a little far away, and all three people have good eyesight. After seeing this man, Nangong Yu seemed to frown, as if aware of something. He generally pointed at the man's face. Does this person look familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before? Bao Shenghaoji frowned. Then as if he suddenly thought of something, he clasped his left hand into a fist, and then tapped on the palm of his right hand. I remembered. The woman just now has such a man in the team of the orange-haired woman. I paid special attention to her at the time. The most prominent feature of this man is that she has a scar under her right eye. The scar is very large. It even runs through the entire face. After finishing these words, the three people turned their gazes to the man again, but there was a scar on the man's face that couldn't be covered. Maybe because of the distance, he could only see it vaguely, and it seemed to be split. Nangong Yu frowned at the man, then turned his head and patted Bao Shenghaoji on the shoulder. There is a problem. This person follows us. He has traveled a long way. Our road will not go where we want to go. Otherwise, the problem will be serious. Yaoyorozu Million put away the mirror, then patted the two people and said, "Let's go. Find a place to eat. You have to get rid of him first. This is the most important thing, otherwise you don't know how many good things this person will ruin." After Yaoyorozu Wanwan said so, he dragged the two people away. He knew there was another good place in this place. He could let them have a meal. Nangong Yu followed behind Yaoyorozu Wanwan and Bao Shenghaoji from time to time, looking back. It seemed as if he continued to discover something. Usually, the man was trembling, and followed Nangong Yu all the way. After the three of them sat down to eat, the man found that there was nothing to follow, so he returned to report to the orange-haired woman. They went to eat. The orange-haired woman threw the object in her hand to the ground as if she had discovered something. It seemed that he was very angry. Chapter 35. Waste. Waste. They are all waste. Such a simple thing can be discovered by others. What do you think? I give you enough food and drink every day just to keep you for nothing. The woman became angry out of nowhere. The man who went down to eavesdrop trembled in fright, and the people behind him also trembled in fright, and then looked at the woman. The woman threw something in her hand on the ground, and the wine bottle instantly it exploded, and the glass bottles splashed everywhere. It's all a bunch of trash. The orange-haired woman was cursing so that the people below didn't dare to say anything, and curled up there like a quail. In this way, Nangong Yu, Bao Shenghaoji, and Yaoyorozu Wanwan just walked to a restaurant and were preparing to eat there. But Yaoyorozu Wanwan patted the hands of Bao Shenghaoji and Nangong Yu, which meant that the people behind him had already left. These three people are discussing here presumptuously. The uncle who came to serve food in the small street they were talking about suddenly answered after hearing this. "Yo, are you from out of town? Are you coming to play?" Nangong Yu, who is good at talking alone, just sits there, and then makes a boyish appearance. "Yes, uncle, we came from other places. Didn't you hear that there was an explosion in some corner here? Let's come here to explore." After the uncle heard this, he smiled helplessly. "Really, you are not young at this age. Why are you still so willing to play? Go back quickly, don't let your parents worry. The area is very chaotic. I heard that there are not only explosions. Recently, there are always strange sounds." After Nangong Yu said today, the three of them looked back at each other, and then nodded to show that they already knew. The uncle brought the meal at this time, and the three left the money after eating. Follow the uncle explain. "Okay uncle, let's go. We will come to your place for dinner when we come back." The uncle put the money away, then smiled and wiped his bib with his hands. "Uncle Shingle is waiting for you. Don't turn around and leave these three people, just turn around and leave now." The three people circled around and returned to that place again. As expected, there was no one there. After they walked over, Bao Shenghaoji reached out and touched the explosion below's things. It's indeed quirks. The explosive quirks are similar to me, but there are some things that are different. His quirks don't seem to be as strong as mine, but they can explode some small things, but they won't explode very big. These things seem to have piled up a lot of things underneath and then exploded. After Bao Shenghaoji finished speaking, Nangong Yu nodded and reached out to brush off the ashes on his hands. Indeed, the three people nodded to each other afterwards. Suddenly there seemed to be some kind of dramatic movement behind them. Usually the two people looked back immediately, and then patted their chests that it was a cat. Fortunately, it's just a cat. There is a bell on the cat's neck, and it looks very pleasant when it is flustered. This is a big orange fur, which looks very interesting. Nangong Yu leaned over to touch the cat's fur, but the cat jumped away immediately. I don't know where the cat came from in this barren mountain. The three people smiled, and then continued to talk about themselves, but at this moment the cat slowly left the place. Nangong Yu watched the cat jump away and didn't say anything. Behind him, who was so hot, walked away after taking 2 steps, he suddenly missed a person. Mimia. This is a woman, a very beautiful woman. This woman has very long hair, with some dark green at the end of the hair. Tell my sister what you just heard. Both of them turned to face Nangong Yu at the same time. Bakugo Hoji looked back at Yaoyorozu Million as if he suddenly thought of something. Why are there cats in this place? And the 3 people at the head were still struggling with that wall. After they were sure, they also understood the man's ability. After Nangong Yu thought about it, he felt that everything seemed to be an accurate answer. Only then did he confirm that the other side had received his message, so he turned and left. The cat and pigeon behind him followed him and kept purring and meowing. After Nangong Yu said this, he turned his face away normally. Baosheng Haoji and Yaoyorozu Wanwan seemed to be convinced by the words, nodded and put down the things in their hands, and now the 3 talents get back into the quest again. Baosheng Haoji and Yaoyorozu Wanwan looked at the things in front of them and felt a little distressed. They were not like Nangong Yu. These 2 people were full of inexplicable words when they saw this thing. These 2 people quickly gave up and continued, probing, and then they looked back. After the cat finished eating the dried fish, it moved next to the woman and acted like a baby. It grew and grew, and then let the woman stroke it casually. After the woman stroked it twice, it heard the sound of a pigeon flying over. The pigeon flew over and landed on his head. He reached out and picked up the pigeon and put it on the pigeon's legs, and took down the note, which said he knew. Here you are, the rewarded dried fish. The cat was patted in the man's arms, its legs turned upside down, its white belly was exposed, and it was purring there. After hearing this, it immediately stood up and leaned into the woman's ear, meowing. Barking. The cat was very satisfied, took the small fishing rod away, and then left the daughter. After hearing the news, he wrote it down and blew it. A pigeon flew over by the whistle, and it hung the thing on the dove, on his lap, and let the pigeon take it home. Because there is a residential building next to it, there will naturally be cats. Are all the cats free range? Isn't it okay for the cat to go out for a walk by itself? Are you too nervous to match? Fly back quickly, don't run away, don't go the wrong way like last time, or no one will save you this time. 0. Seeking flowers. The woman seemed to understand, nodded, and then handed the cat the thing in her hand. The pigeon cooed a few times. Volume 3 Chapter 1 Gold, Silver and Jewelry. The goblin leader took Nangong Yu and Doraemon, and they went directly to a huge cave behind the cave. At the beginning, the cave was still a very narrow passage. But after walking nearly 100 copies, they saw a gate made of huge stones, and this gate was engraved with very complicated inscriptions. Nangong Yu simply scanned and found that he didn't know what these inscriptions meant, and then he looked at Doraemon beside him. Doraemon also held his chin with his short hand, studying the inscription carefully. Nangong Yu, do you know these famous texts? Nangong Yu couldn't help but feel a little unreliable. He just wanted to ask a question, but he didn't expect you to ask himself. However, they didn't care too much about the meaning of these inscriptions, but looked directly at the goblin leader next to them. 780, what are you doing in a daze? Open the door quickly. The goblin leader smiled and pressed a few times on the stone door, and then the stone door slowly opened under the eyes of everyone. Just when a crack was exposed in that stone gate, countless golden lights suddenly burst out from inside, almost blinding their eyes. He was still crying poor in front of them, saying that he just gnawed on tree bark and dug grass roots, but how did this baby who screamed all over the ground explain it? In this treasure cave, more than half of the cave has been filled with gold alone, and there are some gem weapons and various ancient gods left. There are even dragon eggs. These goblins are really daring, they can even get the dragon's eggs. But think about it, they are all a bunch of little mice staying in the ground, and they still care about so many of your things, unless you dig the ground 3 feet to find them. But most of the dragons rarely go to such a dirty and messy place to search for anything except to pretend to be aggressive there. But Doraemon's focus is not on these treasures, he is here to find the props he scattered in various spaces. But when he searched this place for a long time, he found that there were no props he dropped here at all. This made him feel a little strange. At this time, Nangong Yu was also helping him rummage, and whenever he found something strange, he would take it out and show it to Doraemon. The behavior of the 2 of them made Mia and the goblin leader standing at the door a little puzzled. Don't these 2 people have any interest in the treasure piled up with gold and silver? After searching for about 10 minutes, Nangong Yu seemed to have lost his last patience. He turned around and looked directly at the goblin leader. Please ask, have you ever seen a strange, anime, and cute thing that has a magical power when you pick it up? The goblin leader looked a little confused, but he was still thinking about it seriously. After thinking about it for about half an hour, he finally said, I don't understand what you mean. Nangong Yu really has the urge to hit someone. I don't know what we mean. You can ask, you don't even ask, and then think for half an hour by yourself, teasing us. Seeing that Nangong Yu couldn't restrain the anger in his heart, Doraemon hurriedly hugged his waist. Calm down, after all, we are only here to find something, don't hurt the locals, or it will affect the space-time disorder, and we will not be able to copy the responsibility. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth. At this time, it doesn't matter what time and space are messed up, it has already become a mess, and it doesn't matter if it is a little more chaotic. However, under Doraemon's authority, he calmed down. Mia, Otherwise, can you think of any other places where treasures can be stored? In exchange, we can protect your safety and send you back to your original village. Mia rubbed her chin, thought for a while, and said, I don't know many races that can get some Pokemon, and they are located very far away. I may not know the way. Doraemon was a little lost all of a sudden, and Nangong Yu on the side also looked a little helpless. Forget it, it's better for a good person to do it to the end. Send Mia back first, and then the two of them can figure out a way. Doraemon, can your arbitrary door still be used in the parallel space? After thinking for a while, Doraemon said, it should be possible. You can go to any place within 10 light years in the current world. Okay, then let's let Mia decide and go back to his village directly. Doraemon didn't care about the goblin leader next to him, and took out any door directly. Mia, come and open any door, thinking about the place in your hometown. Mia nodded and stepped forward to grab the doorknob. In this way, the three people left here safely under the surprised eyes of the goblin leader. The other side of any door is Mia's previous village, but their village has been destroyed long ago, and there is nothing left. And when the hellworm comes into contact with the liquid, it turns into a Q version of a small bug jumping around on the ground. But Nangong Yu calmed down quickly. Doraemon, calm down, take out any door, let's get out of here. Doraemon was already in disarray. He held up his short hands and kept spinning around in place. His fat body looked very cute. However, just as he trampled the death worm to death, the ground under his feet suddenly shook violently. Tens of thousands of hellworms suddenly crawled out from around them. Just when Doraemon put any door into his pocket of another dimension, a 10-meter-long hellworm suddenly jumped out from the ground. Nangong Yu probably was frightened just now, when he suddenly saw a death worm more than 10 meters long. It suddenly turned into a small caterpillar, and instantly had the urge to crush it to death. The bullets of this gun are very strange. As soon as they are fired, they become liquid. The hellworms in the wheat field were still rotting there, devouring everything non-stop. What should we do now? We are going to die here. These things are more terrifying than rats. Help, help. After a second or two of silence, the three screamed almost simultaneously. Only then did Doraemon react, and hurriedly took out any door from the pocket of the different dimension and put it on the ground. In the end, the three of them can only be dinner for hellworms. The whole village is surrounded by bare land and there is no human habitation. This shocked the three of them, and in a panic, Doraemon took out a gun from his pocket in another dimension and shot it. The densely packed 0.1 shape, if a person with trypophobia stands here, he can faint instantly. But at this time, no one cared about him, whether they were cute or not. These hellworms didn't even care who they were. So he ignored Duoliamang's obstruction, stepped forward and trampled the hellworm to death. Chapter 2 Drawing a Map. The arbitrary door opened, and the three of them didn't care where the arbitrary door led to or where it was. They just got into the door without thinking, and then quickly closed the door. After the three of them calmed down, they found that the three of them had arrived in a barren mountain. This barren mountain can be regarded as having some forests, and it should not have been plagued by hellworms. But just when the three of them got up and were about to look around for something to eat, a group of people surrounded them with a roar. Doraemon suddenly raised his hands. Don't kill us, we are good people. Nangong Yu couldn't help but his head was full of black lines. Doraemon, calm down, they are just villagers around here. At this moment, Mia on the side shouted kindly, Village Chief, why are you? At this time, Doraemon just calmed down. The villagers enthusiastically took the three of them to the temporary village established in the mountains. It seems that the hellworms around here have already turned hundreds of miles around into a deserted and desolate place. The village head also took out the food they collected to entertain a few people. Oh wait, but these things look really unpalatable, either wild vegetables or leaves, and some bugs they don't know where to find. Nangong Yu was a little embarrassed, but it was hard to refuse, so he touched Doraemon directly and said, where is the tablecloth for any food? Quickly take it out, the village chief and the others probably haven't eaten good food for a long time. Doraemon nodded hastily, and took out 2 tablecloths from his pocket in another dimension. After he spread the 2 tablecloths on the table, he immediately shouted Dorayaki. The next moment, a large number of Dorayaki were automatically generated on the tablecloth. Doraemon doesn't care so much, just jump up and stuff these Dorayaki into his mouth. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly, and then said to the 2 tablecloths, 2 sets for the Manchu banquet. Not long after, 216 dishes appeared in the room. But when these dishes appeared, the whole room was filled with a strong fragrance. Even the villagers outside were attracted to the village chief's room by the scent. The village chief couldn't believe it. Everything that happened in front of him, in his opinion, Doraemon and Nangong Yu in front of him were the gods from another world. So the village head directly knelt down in front of the 2 of them. You 2 must be sent by the gods to protect us. I really didn't expect that after we have gone through so much suffering, God will still favor us so much. Let us meet you 2 great gods. If the 2 great gods need our help, you must speak up, we will never refuse. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. Hurry up and let the villagers come in to eat, if it's not enough, I can make it for you. The village head nodded hastily, then walked out after 3 knocks, and called all the villagers outside. Most of the villagers who fled into the mountains were already hungry. When they heard that there was food to eat, they immediately flocked into the village chief's room. But how could so many people be accommodated in such a small room? So Doraemon and Nangong Yu moved those food outside non-stop. In view of the large number of people, they ordered another 4 or 5 sets of Manhan banquet. All of a sudden, the entire mountain was turned into a grand banquet. All the people who came to flee famine tried to treat them as gods, but everyone who saw them had to kneel down and worship them. It wasn't until this time that the village head started to talk about what happened to them here. Later, after time and space became disordered, a large number of strange creatures that they could not understand appeared in their village. In addition to hell worms, there are some dragon monsters, and even other things. The villagers have no power to restrain the chickens, and they don't know how to fight against these things. And these things are like locusts. Once they pass through the place where they live, they will cause huge damage. In desperation, they could only hide in the deep mountains, and more refugees fled here with them after entering the deep mountains. Let's all support each other and we can get on with it. But there is only one barren mountain nearby, and sooner or later they will eat up this mountain. In the end, the result they faced was death. Endless guilt appeared in Doraemon's heart. After all this appeared because he left those crops in time and space. He really wanted to stand up and apologize to the villagers here, but he was afraid that the villagers would let them go after they were skinned. Nangong Yu also sighed, and glanced at Doraemon who was beside him with his head down. He raised his hand and patted Doraemon's head and said, "It's okay, we will definitely stop this." Doraemon nodded, and prepared to leave any of his tablecloths to the villagers here. But his idea was stopped by Nangong Yu. After all, everything here is the result of Doraemon leaving those crops in different time and space. If you throw other crops here, it is likely to make even worse things happen on top of the disorder of time and space. But Doraemon is still a bit unbearable. If this is the case, after they leave, won't the villagers here be starved to death? After the two of them thought about this problem alone, Nangong Yu thought that there should be a potion of invalidation in Doraemon. This potion will give some crops a certain time. After a certain period of time, these crops will lose their original function. But the composition of this potion is very complicated, so even Doraemon only has 2 bottles of potion. After thinking for a while, Nangong Yu said, "How about this? We will leave a tablecloth for the villagers, and then sprinkle the invalidation potion on it. As long as we control the amount, the time for any tablecloth to disappear will be after 5 years. We just need to push all things in time and space back to the right track in these 5 years, isn't it enough?" Doraemon suddenly realized, yes, this is indeed a good way. It will neither starve the villagers nor make my crops get lost in the space again. As they spoke, the two of them went to the village chief, left them a tablecloth that had been processed, and took away all the rest. After the village chief got the tablecloth, he was so grateful that he led the whole village to kneel down in front of the two of them. Even Mia knelt there and thanked the two of them for saving their lives. Nangong Yu hurriedly helped the village chief up. "It's okay, you don't have to act like this, these are what we should do. But we still need your help with one thing." The village chief immediately stood up. "I don't know what the 2 great gods need me to do. As long as you speak, I will never refuse." Nangong Yu waved his hand. "Actually, it's not that serious. As long as you can help me draw some maps around here." Chapter 3 The Elves. The village chief is very familiar with this area, and quickly drew a rough map for them. But this map is only a map within a radius of 500 miles, and it is said that the village head does not know the rest of the place. And even the village chiefs of some places marked on this map are not very clear, because most races like to migrate. But Nangong Yu and Doraemon are very happy to get this map. After all, their eyes are in the dark and they don't know where to find their lost crops. So the two set off with a map. The two found the elf family closest to them on the map. According to what the village chief didn't mark on the map, they found that the elves were relatively friendly and liked to collect some treasures. The most important thing is that the elves are divided into many genres, and basically the major elements are very complete. But these elves are often regarded as slaves by some other races, not to mention taking them back, but also using themselves to conquer their compatriots. After discussing it, the two decided to go to the elves as soon as possible. Maybe they would gain something from the elves. So Doraemon directly took out the arbitrary door, and the two of them opened the arbitrary door and directly reached the ALL.FOR.ONE river not far from the elves. This river is the mother river of all elves, and most of them will live beside this river. Compared to the barren hill the two of them saw just now, this place can be described as a paradise. Not to mention the crystal clear lake water, even the wild flowers blooming by the river would emit a fragrance from time to time. Glowing crystals hang from every tree in the surrounding forest. Although I don't know what these crystals are used for, the colorful luminous bodies still give people a dazzling feeling. But when the two of them were watching these luminous bodies, suddenly there was an incomprehensible light flickering between these luminous bodies. When they shine, there is a feeling of interlacing with each other, as if they are conveying some kind of information. Just when the two of them didn't know, suddenly a large number of elves flew out from the depths of the forest. Each of these elves is only the size of a palm, but they do not have wings as normal people imagine. Some elves ride what appear to be bat-like creatures beneath them. Doraemon jumped up when he saw such a scene. These mice can fly. Help, help. Nangong Yu couldn't help but his head was full of black lines. Doraemon, calm down, it's a bat, not a mouse, and it looks like these things are the mounts of those elves, don't be afraid. Doraemon finally calmed down, but his body was still trembling slightly. At this moment, a relatively large female elf floated in front of them. On that female elf's body, Colorful rays of light kept blooming, as if to demonstrate her status as a queen. Who are you two? Why do you only come from our elf territory? Nangong Yu stepped forward. I'm really sorry, we are just looking for something, no offense to you. Coming here is purely accidental, I hope you can understand. I just don't know the name of this beautiful goddess. Hearing Nangong Yu call her elf king like this, she immediately became happy. After all women in this world like others to flatter them, even elves are no exception. My name is Antalicolo. I am the queen of the elf tribe. I wonder what kind of treasure you are looking for here. In fact, Nangong Yu doesn't know how to explain those crops lost by Doraemon. The way he described it to the goblin before made him feel a bit brain dead. But he still said to the elf queen, the thing we are looking for may look very cute and fun to ordinary people. Have you ever seen such a thing? The elf queen was a little dazed, obviously not understanding what Nangong Yu was talking about. Just when the two sides were silent, an elf who looked like an elf soldier flew over. The obscure elf language made Doraemon and Nangong Yu a little at a loss, and they didn't know what the elf soldier was reporting. If the news is unfavorable to the two of them, it will be a bit of a loss. So the two of them glanced at each other, and they were all ready to retreat. Doraemon's hand had already reached into his different dimensional pocket, and he was about to take out the arbitrary door and escape at will. After the elf envoy finished reporting, the elf queen's complexion had already turned gray. These hateful devils dared to come to our territory to burn, kill and loot. After Daya finished speaking these words, the elf queen turned her head and looked at the elves behind her. Just when Nangong Yu thought that the elf queen would lead his men to fight righteously, the elf queen actually said, everyone retreat immediately. If the energy of the elves can be collected and attached to certain things, it may be able to increase their overall combat ability, and there is no need to be so afraid of the devil. Nangong Yu hurried forward and stopped the elf queen. Why don't you fight against the devil? Isn't it a bit too hasty to go like this? Nangong Yu immediately saw the doorway. Isn't this the difference between physical attack and non-physical attack? All we can do now is to get out of here and avoid the edge to preserve our race. The villains are all killed at the door of the house, and they escaped here regardless of their care. What about this forest? What about the elves who stay here? Seeing this posture, the elf queen hurriedly congealed a multicolored ball of light in her hand and threw it out. In this case, Nangong Yu was a little confused. Energy attacks are basically single shot, but these physical attacks can be attacked continuously. Just when he was wondering, 2 or 3 demons had already appeared on the other side of the river. But they are really too powerful, proficient in some magic that even we can't understand. He knocked several elves to the ground at once, but he didn't dissipate, but continued to spin to find the next target. The elves generally use energy magic attacks, but these demons use basically physical attacks tempered by magic. This dark thing was spinning in the sky and rushed towards them. The elf queen shook her head helplessly. We also want to have a good fight with those demons, and take back those compatriots who were captured by them. Nangong Yu couldn't help opening his mouth. In his perception, the elves are a very powerful and mysterious race. Why were they weakened to such a virtue here? However, although this multicolored light group can drive back one of the demons, the other boy immediately spit out a black thing of Li Wang from his mouth. The elves lose in this respect. When he thought of this, he immediately asked Doraemon for props, but he didn't expect that Doraemon had already hid behind a stone and shivered. Chapter 4: The Moving Castle. Nangong Yu walked over with a speechless face and pulled Doraemon out. Doraemon, is your energy collector still with you? Doraemon was still in extreme panic at the moment, but he calmed down quickly, rummaged in the pocket of the different dimension and said, this thing is still there. So Doraemon took out a huge gun directly from the different dimension pocket. This gun looks very cute. If people see it, they will only think it is a water gun. But after Nangong Yu got the gun again, he went directly to the elf queen. Your Royal Highness, can you put your power into this gun? The elf queen froze for a moment. My power is very powerful. If you leak it a little bit, your gun may be ruined. Nangong Yu was a little anxious, so he forced a touch of sincerity on his face and said, please believe me, this gun can help you elves repel these demons. Seeing more and more demons around her, the elf queen finally made up her mind. Then asked Nangong Yu to step back a little. Nangong Yu hurriedly put the energy collector on the stone and ran away. The elf queen followed Nangong Yu's instructions and shot his energy directly behind this gun. Just when a large amount of colored energy entered the gun, the whole gun suddenly changed its appearance. 587. The full sense of future technology directly makes Nangong Yu put it down. He didn't care so much. He directly picked up the gun in his hand, and fired 2 shots at the 2 demons who bore the brunt. 2 powerful energies passed directly through their bodies, and then the 2 demons were annihilated in ashes. Immediately afterwards, Nangong Yu adjusted the shooting energy of the gun, and the gun kept firing at the charging demons like a machine gun. When the round of shooting was almost over, those demons realized how powerful they were, and retreated and left here one after another. Seeing this scene, the elf queen was so surprised that she forgot her identity. Like a little girl who has never seen the world, she ran straight to Nangong Yu. Oh my god, you 10 walks were sent by Weishan to save us. Please come and sit by our side. Nangong Yu raised her eyebrows, which coincided with the result she wanted. Anyway, they came to the elves to find the whereabouts of those crops. Since the elf queen is so kind to invite, then we are not welcome. With that said, the elves took the 2 of them to a palace in the deepest part of the woods. But when they saw the power supply, they couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The palace is built around a dozen towering trees. The exterior looks very gorgeous, with a dazzling array of gemstones inlaid on it, which makes people unconsciously want to take this palace as their own. But the palace in front of him was built according to the proportion of the elves. If the two of them want to go in, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Doraemon on the side was very clear-headed this time, and he directly took out a funnel-like thing from his pocket in another dimension. One end of the funnel was as big as a man, and the other was about the size of an elf. Of course Nangong Yu recognizes this thing, the universal shrinker. The two people involuntarily got in from the narrower side, and then their bodies became the same size as those of the elves. Seeing such a scene, the elf queen was even more convinced that the two of them were great gods sent by the gods. Two great gods, I beg you to protect our elves. At this time, the elf queen had already lost her original queen demeanor, and instead knelt in front of the two of them like a maid. Nangong Yu helped the elf queen up with some embarrassment. Actually, the two of us came here just to look for something. And this thing belongs to us, but I don't know if you have seen any strange things here recently. Something weird. The queen fell into deep thought at once. Weird things. By the way, it seems that a seed fell on our place some time ago, and after these seeds are planted, various things can grow. Doraemon AIDJ, that's it, it's my magic seed. The elf queen was taken aback, but he took the two of them to their back garden. Sure enough, in the back garden, there are all kinds of plants planted by the elves, but these plants don't look like the plants that this world can have. Because some of these plants grew bread, some displayed steamed buns, and some even grew hamburgers. But most of them still grow some orchids and the like. After this kind of seed is planted, they will grow various things according to the thought of the person who planted him. It is estimated that these seeds have been endowed with some kind of thought before being hit here, so when they are planted, they will grow hamburger buns, or even some other things. As for the elves here, I'm afraid they just want to get some flowers and plants, so there are other things. Doraemon hurried forward and took a bag from the altar that these elves enshrined. And the most important thing is that some cute Doraemon has closed their any door. Looking at the demon leader who was speaking impassionedly on the high platform, embarrassment was written on the faces of the two of them. After doing this, they bid farewell to the elves, and went to the territory of the devil according to the map they gave. So Nangong Yu took out more than 100 energy collectors and asked the elves to fill them all up. Nangong Yu calmed down for a while, pretended to be calm, and said to Doraemon, what kind of place is this? Why is there no one there? However, this thing probably has nothing to do with the collapse of the different dimensional world. This square looks very large, with a sense of endlessness. The elf queen thought carefully before telling them that there seems to be a flying castle in the place of the devil. After taking back the seeds, Nangong Yu went to ask the elf queen if there were any magical items similar to god-level seeds nearby. But those devils are extremely ferocious. If they go, they will probably be thrown into the cauldron as food by these devils and boiled. The most important thing is that on this square, there are dozens of demon armies standing neatly. But after they opened any door in the direction given by the elves, they actually arrived at a huge square. Nangong Yu immediately searched for all Doraemon items related to the flying castle in his mind. So they decided to go directly to the devil's castle to have a look. If you take him to solve the famine problem somewhere, it will be useful. At this time, if I want to take out any door to leave this place, I am afraid it will be a little difficult. When he opened it, it turned out that inside was his lost magic seed. But he tried to blow up his mind, and he never thought that there could be something linked to the flying castle. Chapter 5 Dragon's Lair. Doraemon, immediately infected by Nangong Yu's aura, stretched out his hand very calmly, and stuck it to Nangong Yu's palm. Yes, what kind of place is this? Why is there no one there? So the two of them slowly walked down from the high platform as if no one else was there, trying to leave here through the path next to them. The two people who were so defiant immediately annoyed the commander on the high platform. Who are you two? How dare you act so arrogantly and domineeringly on our devil's territory? Come and catch them both for me, let's stew. Doraemon immediately shook his short legs like a frightened bird and prepared to escape from here. But not yet. When he took 2 steps, he bumped into a stone pillar beside him. It seems that they are still a little confused. Nangong Yu couldn't help touching his forehead, and then quickly removed the energy converter full of energy from his back. Just when those demons were about to surround them and catch them, Nangong Yu immediately fired twice. The 2 demons were immediately wiped out under these 2 shots, and the remaining demons were frightened at once. Even the commander on the high platform stood there, a little confused. He really didn't know where the 2 people in front of him came from, and as soon as they appeared, they could take out such a weapon and kill 2 of his men. Who are you guys? Why did you break into the territory of my demon race? During this period of time, Nangong Yu has already figured out the essence of this world. These guys seem to be some low-level biological groups, and they have an almost crazy worship of the gods. As long as I say that I am a great god in the sky, then these guys will definitely surrender to me. So Nangong Yu stepped forward directly. I am the ancient god, and I am here to save you. But when the leader of no one heard it, it seemed that he didn't accept this at all. Our great gods are not like you. They have the power to destroy the world, and I have the honor to meet them. They are definitely not like you. You false gods, how dare you pretend to be our great gods? Today I will use your bodies to honor them. Nangong Yu was completely taken aback. It seems that the demon clan doesn't like this at all. So he grabbed Doraemon in a hurry. What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and take any door, let's get out of here. Doraemon, in a hurry, took out any door from his different dimension bag. But I don't know if his hand slipped or what, he opened it several times but didn't open it. With an energy converter, Nangong Yu kept shooting at the charging demons, seeing that Nangong was about to be used up. Doraemon, what's the matter with you? Why hasn't the door been opened yet? Doraemon is also extremely anxious. It will be fine soon. In the end, he finally opened the door. Two people rushed into the door in a hurry, and then quickly closed the door. The two people who survived the catastrophe were panting heavily, and they couldn't even imagine what they had just experienced. When they reacted, they found that they were already in a cave. But this cave looks a little bit eerie. But at least there is a cave, which can help them block some tigers, leopards and snakes. But just when they had just relaxed, in the depths of the cave, a dragon chant suddenly sounded. The four eyes of the two of them stared together for a moment, looking a little hopeless. It seems that the two of them went directly to a dragon's lair. The two of them didn't even dare to breathe. Nangong Yu gently drew with gestures. Why did you open the door here? Do you want to kill us? Doraemon spread out his hands, indicating that he didn't mean it either. So Doraemon was going to take out his door and open it again. But just when they were about to leave here, they found a strange luster blooming in the electric dragon's hole. This ray of light is very familiar to Doraemon. It is the light from the environmental assimilator. This kind of environmental assimilator can take its own world as the center, arbitrarily change the environment of all places within a time year. Even after using it, a person can survive in the universe. This kind of fantastic existence is definitely a big killer under this kind of space-time disorder. With it, it can even appear anywhere in the world. I really didn't expect this thing to be controlled by a dragon. Now the two of them have no reason to leave here immediately. If this thing is not brought back, the dragon may invade any place with it. So after making eye contact, the two tiptoed towards the depths of the dragon cave. 0. Seeking flowers. At the same time, Doraemon also took out 2 invisibility cloaks, and each of them approved one. The two of them walked into the dragon's bedroom like this. When they arrived here, they found that the dragon's cave was simply a treasure cave. The messy, dazzling array of things has basically covered the entire body of the dragon. Among these treasures, there is actually an environmental assimilator. Nangong Yu's brain was spinning rapidly. He asked Doraemon to put a random door beside him in advance, and then thought of a safer place to open it. Afterwards, Nangong Yu sucked the body of the quiet dragon with Ping Ren. But just when her hand was about to touch the environmental assimilator, the giant dragon seemed to notice something strange. 0. It slowly opened its eyes and carefully observed its surroundings, but found nothing, and then fell asleep again. Nangong Yu breathed a long sigh of relief, but when he was about to move forward, the giant dragon suddenly opened his eyes as if he had discovered something. Then its whole body shook violently. Who is it? Who is in my cave? There was a loud roar, and then a powerful dragon's breath sprayed out from the dragon's nose. As soon as they arrived at Longxi, they swept the two people's bodies and slammed into the cave's stone wall. At the same time, they also blew off the invisibility cloaks on them and fell to the side. The two were scared out of their wits, but the first thing they did was stand there, motionless, pretending to be a statue. The dragon pushed their bodies and smelled them, and then a touch of anger appeared on the dragon's face. You two humble guys, dare to break into the territory of my sacred dragon clan. If I don't eat today, you will be the greatest insult to my dragon clan. As he said that, he opened his bloody mouth and prepared to swallow Nangong Yu and Doraemon into his stomach. Nangong Yu hurriedly picked up the energy converter in his hand and gave the dragon a blow. This energy hit the giant dragon, directly knocking off 2 scales under his neck. But it also completely angered it. You lowly races, how dare you hurt me? I will chew you into pieces. The two of them could no longer bear such a spiritual shock. They quickly turned around and rushed into the door of Zongxi. Chapter 6 Wake Up, Dragon. The two went through any door and went directly to a jungle. When Doraemon was frightened, he retracted the arbitrary door immediately. But after he withdrew the arbitrary door, the cry of the giant dragon appeared near them. Nangong Yu couldn't help but open his mouth wide. On the mountain not far from them, the entrance of a cave was clearly in sight. Doraemon, why can't you think of a farther place? I did this purely by accident. I just randomly thought of a safe place in my mind, and I didn't know that the place where the random door opened would be near the dragon's lair. Nangong Yu was covering his head. Doraemon is so cute. In this situation, we really can't go too far away from the dragon's lair, or we won't be able to take back the environmental assimilator. Then what shall we do? Doraemon was a little anxious. Nangong Yu thought for a while. Now we can only bet on 417, that the bamboo dragonfly can fly faster than the giant dragon, or be higher. As soon as Nangong Yu finished speaking, Doraemon took out 2 bamboo dragonflies from his pocket. The two quickly lifted off with the bamboo dragonfly. When the two of them were suspended to a certain height, the giant dragon also walked out of the dragon's lair, flapping its huge wings and flying over. The two of them didn't dare to confront the dragon at all. Even if they had the energy collected by the energy collector, they didn't dare to use it at will. After all, these things are consumable, and they are gone when they are used up. Now it's just a matter of being smart with this dragon. Doraemon, do you still have super gloves in your hand? Doraemon nodded. This is still there. A plan immediately appeared in Nangong Yu's mind. Give me a pair of super gloves. I'll find a way to stop this giant dragon, and you go and get the environmental assimilator. Doraemon froze for a moment. In this case, aren't you very dangerous? At this time, don't care about the danger or not. You put on the invisibility cloak and fly into the dragon's blood. I will use the super gloves to deal with him here. After receiving the message, Doraemon immediately put on the invisibility cloak and flew to the dragon's lair. And Nangong Yu, who put on the super glove, has become extremely powerful at this time. He flew directly in front of the dragon and punched him on the nose. The giant dragon was a little confused by this punch, and it retreated a long way before stopping. It turns out that you, a human, possess such great power. It seems that I can no longer treat you as an ordinary human. As he spoke, he spread his wings, stood still in midair, and took a sudden breath. Nangong Yu was frightened to death, seeing the posture of the giant dragon. It was going to breathe dragon's breath to deal with him. The super glove in his hand can only give him the characteristic of infinite strength, nothing else. Once he is contaminated by the dragon's breath, the only thing waiting for him is death. So he let out a long breath, and then controlled the bamboo dragonfly on his head to turn quickly. This thing can be used for anti-gravity supremacy. As long as it rotates faster, the higher the pressure airflow will be, and the faster it will fly. Forcibly suppressing his body, he kept making the bamboo dragonfly spin rapidly. Finally the giant dragon opened its mouth and spit out its breath. When the breath of the dragon was about to overwhelm Nangong Yu, his figure instantly disappeared from his original position and appeared in a higher place. The dragon's breath was so skillfully avoided by him. But before Nangong Yu could breathe a sigh of relief, the giant dragon flew into the sky. I never thought that you, a lowly human being, are proficient in such magic. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. After the words fell, the gap between the dragon's wings suddenly became extremely red. The next moment, between the wings, countless fireballs suddenly appeared, flying towards Yi continuously. Nangong Yu's pupils shrank suddenly. Why is there such an operation? So the bamboo dragonfly above his head kept spinning, and he also used his body to keep changing positions, trying to avoid all the fireballs. After avoiding more than a dozen fireballs, Nangong Yu was already out of breath. If she was still in such a weightless situation, floating around in midair, I'm afraid her body might be disintegrated by the high-speed movement. But the giant dragon didn't mean to stop at all. The fireball between his pair was still spraying there non-stop. At this moment, Doraemon's voice rang in his ears. It's done, let's withdraw. Nangong Yu finally let go of the stone in his heart. I'm here to attract his attention. You go down to open any door. Doraemon didn't dare to hesitate, and directly placed the arbitrary door on a tree crown not far away. Seeing Doraemon's operation, Nangong Yu couldn't help giving him a thumbs up in his heart. Then he manipulated the bamboo dragonfly and plunged into any door. When the two of them appeared in another place, they sat there one after another, stroking their chests non-stop. My god, this time is really too dangerous. If you are a little later, I'm afraid I will be made into a barbecue by that giant dragon. Doraemon also kept waving his short hands. You don't know how nervous I was just now. I almost couldn't come back. Nangong Yu couldn't help but gave him a supercilious look. Doraemon, you're just going to get something from the dragon's lair. There's nothing to be afraid of. Is there something waiting for you in the dragon's blood to eat? Can't you make it? Doraemon is still stroking his little heart. Such a thrilling process. I'm not allowed to be frightened. Nangong Yu stood up. Okay. I don't want to discuss so many details with you either. By the way, where shall we go next? Doraemon wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Now the time and space outside have long been disordered, almost different parallel universes are all superimposed together, and I don't know where we should go. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. How about we just think of a place and see where any door will take us? Then we will look for the next prop in that place. Doraemon seemed unsure. Aren't we a little too hasty in doing this? It's okay, any great decision in this world is hasty. 0.4 Doraemon, under the urging of Nangong Yu, took out any door. But when Nangong Yu was about to open any door, Doraemon grabbed his hand. Do you want to think about it again? Nangong Yu said disapprovingly. You know what? In this world, many great decisions are made by others because they hesitated for a few seconds at the beginning. Doraemon gritted his teeth. Okay then. No matter what is on the other side of the door, we will face it together. Nangong Yu made a cheering gesture, and then opened any door. When they walked out of any door, they found that there was an endless wasteland in front of them. And there is a huge castle floating in the sky. Just as the two of them were admiring the beautiful scenery, a violent explosion sounded not far from them. Chapter 7 Flying Fortress Battleship. At the moment when the explosion sounded, Nangong Yu and Doraemon were no longer in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the lonely desert next to them. Suddenly, a pair of heavily armed soldiers flew over from the sky. Their whole bodies were covered by exoskeleton armor. And it looks like they're chasing some huge monsters. Nangong Yu and Doraemon glanced at each other and said, is it too late for us to regret it now? Just when the two felt guilty at the same time, a loud shout sounded behind them. Who are you? Why are you here? Two people don't care so much. It's evil if you kick your legs. But not yet. An exoskeleton warrior came in front of the two of them after they had run far. That speed is simply not comparable to ordinary people. Doraemon hugged Nangong Yu immediately. Who are you from? 303. What kind of place is this? What do you guys do? 3 questions from the soul level. The exoskeleton soldier who asked was a little depressed. It seems that this is their territory. These 2 guys suddenly broke into their territory, and they came to ask questions like them. Isn't it a bit too much for such a private matter? However, this exoskeleton soldier still looks good. He was stunned for a moment, and then replied, "This is Carlota. We are responsible for chasing mutant beasts here. You 2 look so strange, so you are also mutant beasts." Plant it. Doraemon and Nangong Yu startled, and the hug between the 2 of them became tighter. No, absolutely not. We just came here and have no contact with those weird people at all, please believe us. The exoskeleton soldier sighed slightly. I can't believe you just based on the 2 of you. How about you 2 go to the base with me and tell our chief? Maybe he can judge whether what the 2 of you said is true or not. Speaking of which, the exoskeleton soldier didn't care whether the 2 of them agreed or not. He called his companions over and brought them back to a nearby hanging city. Doraemon and Nangong Yu had already died at this time. The 2 of them didn't even know how they were brought into the hanging city. But after a while, they basically understood their situation and took it easy. At this time, Nangong Yu has already been completely shocked by the surrounding pictures full of futuristic sense of technology. There are virtual screens everywhere, artificial intelligence running non-stop everywhere, and even a pair of exoskeleton tactical soldiers walked past him one after another. This previous scene made him seem to have come to the future world. And on those virtual screens, on the next page, I saw a lot of things marked with red dots, green dots and yellow dots, and some warships were constantly dispatched to attack those punctuation marks. Just when Nangong Yu was shocked by all this, a middle-aged man in full costume walked over. It's just that when the middle-aged man walked in front of them, the exoskeleton armor on his head had naturally disintegrated. Who the hell are you 2? Why did you come here? I don't even want to say that you 2 suddenly appeared on his battlefield. Don't you 2 want to explain this? Doraemon suddenly stepped forward. I am a fully intelligent robot from the 22nd century, I don't know what model you are. This sentence is very hockey, but when Doraemon said this sentence, the middle-aged man seemed a little angry. Intelligent robot, it's still fully AI-based. If that's the case, let's drag it on and let people destroy it. Doraemon, after hearing this sentence, the whole person will be there immediately, like a wax figure, falling down alive. Nangong Yuki hurriedly caught Doraemon and explained. No, we are not AI robots, he is just a housekeeping robot. It belongs to companion growth robots, not AI or AI. Explaining in a hurry, I don't know if the middle-aged uncle believes it. But that uncle is obviously not willing to care about them like them. Well, our fleet is going to attack some mutated beasts. Since the 2 of you are unknown, go with our fleet. He said that he specially ordered his subordinates to get 2 sets of exoskeleton armor for Nangong Yu and Doraemon. The 2 of them still haven't realized what kind of world they have come to. But a small group of well-trained soldiers has already put the exoskeleton into their hands. The 2 of them glanced at each other, very helpless, these exoskeleton armors. However, these exoskeleton armors are actually fully automatic. As long as they are installed on one's heart, they can be spread all over the entire body, forming an extremely strong armor. Doraemon couldn't help sighing. Their technology level here is comparable to mine, but their technology is indeed better than ours. Exclamation mark quote. But Doraemon noticed that these beams completely avoided a very fragile place in the center of the fortress during the bombing. But these people are quite humane, not only brought them 15 boxes of water, but also let them sit in the position of the guests to watch them fight. At this moment, Yaji also noticed this situation through the screen. After Nangong Yu thought about it carefully, it seems that this is indeed the case, otherwise it would be impossible to hit such a point. He is older than me, guessing in his heart what is this place for? Why are these people so cautious when attacking? After a burst of iron-blooded orders, all combatants immediately entered the designated combat position, and countless rays of light slanted down at once, and the fortress below has been blown to pieces by these beams. Clear. After all, he has watched Doraemon's anime and manga, as well as big movies from beginning to end. It's just that there is a slight difference between here and outer space. After they put on the exoskeleton armor, they were forced to board the battleship by these people. Just such a large battleship, Doraemon, probably didn't exist in their era. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. He knew it was just Doraemon, and he said that to save his face. I am afraid that the technological level here has already surpassed that of Doraemon, their era. Doraemon shook his head. I don't know, they look like they are saving someone. So he touched Doraemon's arm. What do you think they are doing? Seiko doesn't use all its energy to wait until the villains counterattacks. After flying for about 10 minutes, the fleet arrived at a place that looked like an alien planet. The main gun is charged, ready to support the battle. Report to the captain. All combatants are in combat mode, please issue orders. The middle-aged man stood in the command room of the fleet, looked at the warships flying non-stop in front of the main screen and said, all single warships are dispatched to attack the enemy's base camp immediately. Chapter 8 Shameless Fleet. Just after the first round of shelling was over, violent vibrations suddenly appeared around the fortress below. If you observe carefully, you will find that in the ground, there are some strange creatures constantly drilled out. Some of these creatures look like a giant centipede, others look like a giant flying fish. But they all have a common feature, that is, each of them is black from top to bottom, and there are red crystals all over their bodies in the black. Among these red crystals, some red light beams were continuously emitted, hitting the fleet. And it seems that those red light beams are very powerful. As long as the battleship spaceship touched by those red light beams, it will immediately disintegrate. Doraemon couldn't help but marvel. Why is this thing so similar to the split beam? I'm afraid Nangong Yu can't answer this question at all. Nangong Yu is just a two-dimensional cutie who likes anime. How could he know so much about such physical things? However, Doraemon's question also alarmed the captain who was directing the battle ahead. These creatures were infected by some mysterious things and evolved into this shape 08. Their bodies are very strong. Even if we exhaust all our strengths, we can't survive. And after a long time of fighting, they have evolved an attack method. The light beams they emit can wipe out everything in this world and catalyze it. Nangong Yu suddenly realized, these creatures are so powerful, why didn't they all be killed during their evolution? Let them evolve to this point. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. We don't want to be like this, but these things evolve too fast. So we can only urgently mobilize the entire fleet, and I will destroy them. And it seems that in the process of evolution, a very high level of wisdom has exploded, making their emperor in the strong fortress below. And their emperor has one request, that is, to marry the princess of our country as the queen. Nangong Yu stood up excitedly. Why do these ugly things want to marry a princess as a queen? Isn't this a big joke? Doraemon also stood up filled with righteous indignation. That's right, creatures like this should be exterminated. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sighed. Actually, we have nothing to do. Since the princess was arrested, the prime minister's son is going crazy. The two of them were originally a couple, but they were destroyed by these dirty and ugly guys. The prime minister's son has already issued a warrant. As long as anyone can take back the princess, he will be rewarded very generously. Why do you all come here for those rewards? Nangong Yu asked unabashedly. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Do you know how nasty these monsters are? They not only spoil our food, but also eat people everywhere and destroy our city. Even if it is the son of the prime minister, if we don't issue such an order, we will spontaneously gather together and kill them all in the cradle. Doraemon and Nangong Yu nodded. What should these bad guys do? But when they were discussing how righteous and awe-inspiring, a violent explosion suddenly exploded on the left wing of the battleship. Report. Our main battleship was attacked by villains, and the left turbocharger was completely damaged. If we don't retreat, there may be problems. Beads of sweat clearly appeared on the forehead of the middle-aged man. Order the guards to wipe out the invading enemies. Report. The other party used a very strange light beam. Our escort team has already been wiped out, and the 4 small fleets next to our main ship have also been completely wiped out by the other party. Explain here like them. The middle-aged man really panicked at this moment, but if they want to retreat, they must have someone to stop them, and now they have suffered such a heavy loss I'm afraid there will be no one to stop them. At this time, Nangong Yu couldn't help but feel a little strange. These people were so righteous just now, and came here to save the princess, why didn't they have the courage to even break up? Just when he was wondering, the middle-aged man suddenly walked towards the two of them. Nangong Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. You two appeared in our world out of nowhere. I think the heavens must have sent you two to help us save the princess. Before Nangong Yu said anything, Doraemon stood up directly. Yes, we are here to save the princess. The princess must not fall into the hands of those ugly monsters. Nangong Yu couldn't help complaining in his heart. This Doraemon is really pure and cute. Sure enough, the middle-aged uncle's next words were, in this case, I will give you 2 of the best weapons in a small fleet. Please stay and help us, and we will go back to rescue soldiers. Nangong Yu had already guessed that there would be such a result, and just when he was about to refuse, Doraemon beside him said angrily, okay, we will leave this place to us, you can go with peace of mind. Just when the two were racking their brains and preparing to escape, a so-called mutated creature directly opened a door in their stomachs. But Doraemon still opened the hatch and sat in and also took Nan Shigeru to do it together. Then several mutated creatures directly surrounded the spaceship and brought them back to the castle. So the two of us are just being played by them. These 2 questions from the soul level made it impossible for Doraemon and Nangong Yu to answer them. Wearing outer tactical bones, even if it's the rear-end troops, it's impossible to just point out the 2 of you. Do they have to admit that they are plain cannon fodder? As their battleship was thrown out by the main battleship, almost all mutant creatures focused their attention on them. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. 2-dimensional creatures are 2-dimensional creatures, and Cute 810 is their routine. Just when the 2 of them were surrounded by those mutated creatures, Doraemon finally woke up. They might have been tricked. The middle-aged uncle was overjoyed at this moment, and immediately took out a dilapidated small ship and handed it over to them. Nangong Yu nodded. That's right, we may be thrown here as cannon fodder. But the 2 of them now know a situation, that is, these so-called mutated creatures in front of them are not pure mutated creatures but the same as Carlot and the others. Immediately afterwards, a very handsome young man came out. How are you? Look at you, you don't look like those in the Carlot fleet at all. Why are you launched as a rear-end force? The 2 couldn't help hugging each other. There was such a feeling that they had just stepped out of the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den again. But when those creatures saw that Doraemon and Nangong Yu had no intention of going against them at all, they immediately stopped attacking. At this moment, those mutated creatures unfolded their red crystals, ready to launch those weird beams of light at them. Chapter 9 The Real Princess. That handsome young man had already hacked into the main system of the battleship the two of them were driving. As the hatch opened, the boy held out his hand to them. "Hello, my name is Kakato. I am the prince of this place." Nangong Yu couldn't help being surprised. He really didn't expect the young man in front of him to be a prince. Kakato enthusiastically brought the two of them into his underground palace. Although this underground palace does not have the endless sense of technology like Carlotte, it gives people a very convincing feeling. It's like returning to your own home. The most important thing is that Kakato did not restrict the personal freedom of the two or take down the exoskeleton on them. Instead, let the two people be fully armed and led them swaggeringly in the underground palace. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, they came to a large hall. In the main hall before, there was a girl in a long white dress. He was facing a portrait and kept praying there. When Kakato walked into the hall, the girl immediately turned around and threw herself into his arms happily. "Kakato, you are finally back. Are you not injured? Are the losses of the two teams too great?" This series of questions made Doraemon and Nangong Yu feel a little depressed. There were casualties in the war between the two sides, but this girl is concerned about the losses of both sides, which makes people a little confused. Is this girl a Madonna? While the two of them were guessing, Kakato had already told the girl about the war that happened just now. Then he introduced to the two people, "This is Carlotte's princess, Princess Ash." Nangong Yu and Doraemon almost didn't startle their eyeballs out. Carlotte is so powerful that the princess who wants to be rescued actually lives a normal life here. This was a bit of a surprise. Nangong Yu took a step forward and asked with some doubts, "Your Highness, do you know what your people have blown up this place for you? Why can you stay here with peace of mind and make a private appointment with Prince Kakato? What about life?" Princess Ash was obviously a little guilty of being asked this series of questions, but she still mustered up her courage and said, "Actually, my country has long since ceased to belong to me. My father, the Emperor, has long been under the control of the Prime Minister." Nangong Yu immediately understood that it might be the Chancellor who took the position. "Then why are you here? Did you escape from disaster?" Princess Ash shook her head. "They married me to the Prime Minister's son without permission. I don't want to marry my enemy, so I just want to escape with all my heart. But one day I escaped to this place and met Kakato. We were very happy together at that time, so I didn't want to leave here. But I didn't expect Carlotte to send a large army to attack here, threatening to destroy Kakato's kingdom." Nangong Yu roughly understood what was going on. Princess Ash couldn't bear her country to be usurped and seize the throne, so she escaped, but met the kind-hearted Prince Kakato in the process of fleeing. The two fell in love at first sight and were ready to make a private decision for life, but the Prime Minister and his son were not willing to let the royal family have their own power outside. So they mobilized Carlotte's army to attack Kakato's army. Then they also publicized among their countrymen that Kakato's troops are mutated creatures. At this point, Nangong Yu couldn't help but feel a little angry. This kind of atmosphere comes from the anger in his bones. He never thought that there are such brazen people in this world. And thinking of just now, he and Doraemon were cheated and came to fight for them, and cut off the air for them. They suddenly felt that they were also a little hateful, so the two of them immediately decided to help the princess regain her rights. They are really a bunch of bad guys. It seems that we can only stay and help you protect your own homeland. Princess Ash immediately became happy. "That's really great, but it's just to trouble you. I don't know where the two of you are from." Nangong Yu said with some embarrassment. "Actually, we don't belong to this world, we came from another world. It's just that we accidentally dropped some things in this world, so we came here to look for. I didn't expect to meet you such a thing." Princess Ash said very generously. "It turns out that you are here to find something. That would be great. I am the best at finding things. I just don't know what you are looking for." Nangong Yu hesitated. "It's a kind of thing that you feel is impossible in your world, and there are very strange things." When Doraemon heard it, he immediately became quiet. Nangong Yu and Doraemon immediately became excited. If they can find all the things they lost in various time and space as soon as possible, then all parallel worlds will be back on track, and there will be no such space-time scratching. When they were in Carlotte just now, they Nuo's Zhao had already eaten, but for some reason, they were so hungry. Speaking of Kakato and Princess Ash, they sat down very rudely. Nangong Yu said very generously, "Of course, let the princess come over and eat with you. Anyway, there are so many dishes, the two of us can't finish it." Kakato didn't seem like a stingy person, so he immediately asked his men to prepare a table of exquisite meals. But the stomachs of the two of them couldn't help but growl. Doraemon immediately shook her short legs and hands, and kept jumping. "There is a monster." Kakato immediately said, "It's nothing, it's just some pets we don't have enough to keep, and sometimes we use them to fight. So don't be afraid." Nangong Yu immediately stated that we must protect Princess Ash and return to Carlotte. So Doraemon took out a casual gourmet tablecloth. It's just that the food here doesn't seem to be suitable for them, and the weird things really make it hard for them to swallow. When he spread the tablecloth on the table, one after another delicious food was automatically generated from above. They didn't stop until the fragrance filled the entire hall. Princess Ash was confused. She thought for a while and then shook her head. "I really don't have any impression of what you are looking for. But I know Prime Minister Carlotte and his son like to collect some strange things." "Strange things, maybe they have what you are looking for." Nangong Yu was also full of black lines. "Doraemon, you'd better calm down, or you will never get those things back." At this moment, the earth suddenly shook violently, and amidst the shaking, there were also some very terrifying roars. Kakato was completely seduced by the delicacies in front of him. He walked over drooling and asked, "Can you eat these foods with me?" Chapter 10 Liar, Palace of Hypocrisy. After eating, Kakato arranged a place for Nangong Yu and Doraemon to live. Although it is said that this is an underground palace, the style of the entire underground palace is very noble. Even the accommodation arranged for the two of them was provided according to the prince's standard. Doraemon has long been exhausted from such a long period of high-load exercise. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. But Nangong Yu couldn't sleep no matter what. There was always a kind of uneasiness in his heart. In the middle of the night, Nangong Yu, who couldn't sleep because of tossing and turning, got up and prepared to walk around the whole underground palace. He really didn't understand what was going on in this world. Or is this simply a repeated world in which two worlds are superimposed together? Both sides are exoskeletons, but the way they fight is a little different. Thinking all the way, Ji-Yu came to an empty hall. When he arrived here today in this hall, he didn't find anything abnormal. It appears to be nothing more than a place where some members of the royal family discuss military operations. In a place like this, no one stays here at night. But when Nangong Yu passed by here, he found Princess Aishi sitting in the lobby in a daze. Nangong Yu, who was full of 43's doubts, walked over involuntarily. "Your Highness, it's so late, why haven't you slept yet?" Princess Ash was very polite and saluted Nangong Yu. "Hi, distinguished guest. I'm not very sleepy yet, so I want to sit here by myself." Nangong Yu hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Is there something on your mind, Your Highness?" "That's why I sat here alone at night." Princess Ash raised her head suddenly, and tears welled up in his eyes. Nangong Yu was a little panicked at this time. "Your Highness, don't cry. If you have anything, please tell me. I think I will do my best to help you." "It's done." At this time, Princess Ash's eyes suddenly emitted a light of hope. Immediately afterwards, she grabbed Nangong Yu's arm and said excitedly, "Dear guest, please get out of here. This place is not safe at all." Nangong Yu froze there for a moment. Suddenly there were 10,000 alpacas running non-stop in his heart. Why? Princess Ash didn't explain so much, but directly took out a map from her arms and stuffed it into Nangong Yu's hand. Then directly asked Nangong Yu to find Doraemon. When Nangong Yu called Doraemon, Doraemon was still dreaming there. "What are you doing? I haven't finished my dorayaki yet." Nangong Yu hurriedly said, "Hurry up, there is danger here." Hearing the word danger, Doraemon immediately called a machine. "Where's the danger? Where is the danger?" Nangong Yu hastily stretched his index finger to his mouth, and made a silent gesture. "Don't ask so many questions, come with me quickly, Princess Ash, but let's get out of here." As he spoke, he took Doraemon's little hand and followed Princess Ash, slowly moving towards a corner of the underground palace. Soon they arrived at the entrances of the sewers. Princess Ash pressed a button at the entrance of the sewers, and the sewers immediately became a passage. Nangong Yu and Doraemon slid all the way down this passage. But after the two of them left, Princess Ash immediately restored the place to its original state. After pressing such a slide, and sliding inside, about 5 minutes later, the two were thrown out from an entrance of the underground palace. This place seems to be the sewage system of the entire underground palace, and the two of them have been covered with dirty things from top to bottom. Doraemon directly took out the universal cleaning agent from his pocket in another dimension, sprayed it on the two of them, and all the dirt was removed. What happened? Why did we leave the castle in such a hurry? How dangerous is it outside? Doraemon seemed reluctant. Nangong Yu frowned. "Actually, I have a feeling that Lord Ife is not happy in this underground palace, as if he was imprisoned in a cage." Doraemon immediately ignited curiosity. "How do you know these things?" Nangong Yu took out a map from his arms. "Princess Ash gave it to me. He told me to go to the place marked on the map and find someone. He said that only this person can save her from suffering." Doraemon took the map and glanced at it. This map is so strange to draw. Why do several places that don't look like a dimension at all appear in the same place for compression? Nangong Yu said angrily. "It's not because of the props you threw in the different dimension space. It's all right, put this treasure map in your pocket for me, it's safer." Doraemon smiled awkwardly, and then put away the map. "Do you think we should rescue the princess by the way?" Doraemon nodded. "To be honest, this world is probably a world where multiple universes are superimposed." After they flew for about 3 hours, they saw a relatively lively town. So the two of them each put a bamboo dragonfly on their heads and flew to the place marked on the map. Doraemon was a little scared for a moment. After all, in anime and comics, his character design is like this. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly, and then the two walked into the town one after the other. Nangong Yu stroked his chin and thought for a while before saying, "Although the main purpose of our trip is to find those props that you scattered in different spaces, the source of it is still caused by his props. So in a sense, he must take the responsibility he should bear. Even with Nangong Yu, I still can't get rid of his original character." But when they entered the city, everything that appeared in front of their eyes made the two of them open their mouths. But the matter before us is very important. A princess is imprisoned in a castle, and there are a group of people outside the castle who are deliberately trying to take her life. According to the guidance on the map, as long as you pass this place and walk 2 or 3 towns, you can reach your destination. So the two of them decided to have a good rest in this city. By the way, Where are we two going now? But fortunately, these places still have oxygen, which is suitable for human survival, otherwise the two of them would die. But when they landed on the ground to remove the bamboo dragonfly on their heads, they found that everyone in this town had a vicious look on them. So he supported Nangong Yu to go to the place marked on the map to find the person who could save the princess. All they see along the way are desolate places, some of which look like they're in outer space. Chapter 11 Horror, Anubis, God of Death. Although the size of the entire town is very small, from the structural point of view, it looks like a military camp. Pedestrians coming and going on the street, no matter adults or children, are all wearing a pair of armor. Some even wear very advanced tactical exoskeletons. In a corner where they received it, maybe because the two of them had a slight disagreement, the two of them had a big fight. The scale of the battle is no less than that of a core battle. At this point, the two even had to consider whether to move on. Just when the two of them were hesitating, a team that looked like hunters just walked over from outside the town. These two look so strange, aren't they from our place? It doesn't look like it, but could they be people from the black magic side? It makes sense. It does look a bit like it. After a group of people discussed it, they immediately surrounded the two of them. Doraemon, his whole body began to tremble, and his short legs almost went limp. Nangong Yu argues, what is black magic? What on earth do you guys do? We are black magic hunters. As long as the wicked and evil people meet us, we will die. Nangong Yu gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Those big brothers, do you think we too look like bad guys? After the group of hunters looked at the two of them carefully, they whispered there again. The hunter in the lead stood up and said, it looks like you two kids don't look like bad guys. By the way, what are you going to do in our hunter town? Nangong Yu was a little puzzled. Is this place called Hunter Town? Those hunters nodded. The town of hunters is famous for thousands of miles. Why, you don't know? Nangong Yu was a little embarrassed. Never heard of it. Then you two came here to ask for help. We accept all requests for help here, as long as your starting point is justice. Nangong Yu had an idea, and nodded immediately. Yes, we are here to seek help, but we don't know what procedures to go through. Those hunters smiled. Just go to the town to register and that's it, it's not too much trouble. Nangong Yu and Doraemon nodded immediately, and followed them into the town. Under the leadership of these hunters, they really saw a guild-like place. But they really don't know how to register in the guild, because they don't even know the name of the person they want to find. Doraemon looked at Nangong Yu. Didn't the princess tell you the name of that person before she left? Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. It seems that there's really no such thing. What can I do? Doraemon was a little anxious. After Nangong Yu thought about it, he took his own map into the guild. The union staff saw Nangong Yu and asked him politely what help he needed. So Nangong Yu told the staff the location on the map. I want to get all the information about this place, is that okay? After the staff glanced at the map, they couldn't help opening their mouths, then hurriedly put the map away and stuffed it back into Nangong Yu's hand. And he looked around very nervously, as if to see if there were any dangerous factors nearby. Then he said cautiously, do you two think that you have lived long enough? Why do you want to inquire about this place? Nangong Yu was a little confused. Is there any dark secret in this place? The staff didn't know what to say, so he hurriedly invited Nangong Yu and Doraemon to the back of their studio. After confirming that the surrounding environment was safe, the staff explained the real appearance of the place to two people. It turned out that the place was a famous blacksmith village. But in the village, there lived a group of mysterious people isolated from the world. Although they make a living by blacksmithing every day, but the vigor they released is rarely sold to the outside world. The most important thing is to get the consent of the people in the village to enter and leave the village. If you break in without authorization, you will probably be killed. Nangong Yu and Doraemon froze immediately after hearing such a statement. In such a terrible place, is there really someone who can save the princess? Or is the princess cheating on them too? The two of them couldn't turn their heads, so they found a cave in a wilderness outside the town and stayed overnight. The world they are in now is a world where multiple universes are superimposed. Even the two of them have no idea of their environment at all. If you continue to stay in the small town, you may encounter danger. Nangong Yu has already started to think at this time, who should they trust? Is it the kind and charming princess, or the Prince Dodoka who saved them? Or the Carlot fleet who used them as cannon fodder? 0. Seeking flowers. Just when he was puzzled, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his head. Isn't there a Sherlock Holmes suit in the dream? Come and use it for me. Doraemon quickly rummaged in his 4-dimensional pocket. But after searching for a while, he found that this thing seemed to have fallen in another dimension as well. Nangong Yu sighed helplessly. It seems that they can only rely on themselves now. Just when the two were tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly there was a thunder in the sky. So you're here. It's not easy to find you. Doraemon suddenly opened his eyes. Wow, who is this? Is it the person who came to arrest me? His short legs were shaking non-stop. Nangong Yu immediately became vigilant. Calm down, Doraemon, we still don't know who the other party is. Nangong Yu stabilized his mentality and walked out of the cave calmly. Immediately outside the cave, a monster with the head of a dog stood there holding a huge scythe. Suddenly, a huge Aichi appeared in the sky. With such fallacies, Nangong wished he could step forward and give him a slap. Ha ha ha, great insight. Just when Nangong Yu was about to let Doraemon take out any door and escape. Doraemon also came out at this time, and Anubis in front of him really shocked him. Why? Nangong Yu snorted coldly. Are you, Anubis, the god of death? Overbearing. It is often a kind of praise for powerful people. Nangong Yu was very calm. It is the messenger of death. Just because this guy has been locked by our master. You guys are too domineering, aren't you? Nangong Yu was very upset. Ha ha ha, it has already been branded, the brand on our team, that is something from our ancestors. Anubis leaned on the sickle in his hand. Since you already know me, come back with me honestly. Looking at this iconic outfit, Nangong Yu could of course guess the origin of the person in front of him. But if they want to fight Anubis, the god of death, they must have the strength to compete with each other. Doraemon was still in shock. Just because you locked me, am I going to go back with you? Nangong Yu, what kind of monster is this? Anubis stood there laughing wildly. Chapter 12 The Legendary Blacksmith. Eye of Horus, Nangong Yu shouted, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Doraemon also reacted. Is that the legendary Eye of Horus? Nangong Yu felt a touch of despair. It seems that you are really locked up. But Nangong Yu was not the type to give up easily. Doraemon, think about it quickly. Do we have any props that can escape within 0.2 seconds? Doraemon immediately opened his 4-dimensional pocket and began to search hard. Who knew that Anubis, the god of death, had already started his actions at this time? Humble humans, since you are unwilling to surrender, let me judge you. Suddenly the whole wasteland began to tremble violently. In the trembling, the earth opened a huge crack. In that crack, a huge balance slowly rose. Nangong Yu, 230, suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Judgment balance. Doraemon was confused for a moment. What is this? By the 22nd century, mankind has basically entered the era of comprehensive science. For some superstitions or ancient legends, it is just some stories that are passed on among people. So he may not know much about Anubis and his trial scales. In the shortest possible time, Nangong Yu introduced the scales of judgment as simply as Doraemon. The balance of judgment is a tool used by Anubis, the god of death, to judge the world. Just put the heart of the judged on the balance, and put Locke's feather on the other side. Once the judge's heart is heavier than Locke's feather, then he will go to hell. Then get eaten by a monster with the head of a sphinx. Only those whose hearts are lighter than Locke's feathers will go to heaven. Doraemon was even more desperate. How could there be a heart lighter than a feather in this world? Just when the two of them were struggling, the balance of judgment had been set up. The two of them were also pushed onto the scale by the magical power of Anubis. Great God, give you a chance. If you go back with me now, you can still have a chance. Nangong Yu is not a soft person. He doesn't believe in the balance of judgment, there is no way to lift it. But just as he kept thinking of ways, the Eye of Horus that emerged in the sky kept shining. That light had locked them in. It seems that the light of destruction will be released at any time, destroying the two of them. At the same time, the feeling of being bound by the balance of judgment made it impossible for them to break free. Seeing that the two people have been put on the scale, and the other end of the scale has also been put on Locke's feather. But the weight of the two of them has gradually surpassed Locke's feathers. Ah, I don't want to be eaten by monsters. I haven't finished my mission yet. Doraemon seems to have started to panic. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth and quickly thought of a way to jump sharp. At this moment, a feathered arrow suddenly passed through the rope on the balance. The balance carrying Nangong Yu and Doraemon fell immediately. Anubis, the god of death, was instantly angry. Want to find where is the master of archery. But when he turned his head just now, a man who looked like a blacksmith shot at him with an arrow. At that moment, Anubis instantly turned into fly ash. The Eye of Horus in the sky also burst out a death beam at this time. That beam of light shot straight at the blacksmith. But the blacksmith was not afraid at all. He drew out the long sword at his waist, and cut the light beam in half with one sword. After the Eye of Horus continued to shoot a few beams, it was found that the blacksmith couldn't be helped. Stupid mortal shelter, they will bring you disaster. Wait for the judgment of the gods. As the words above the sky kept echoing, the Eye of Horus also dissipated into the sky. The rescued Nangong Yu and Doraemon kept stroking their hearts as if they had been reborn. The blacksmith also came over at this time. Where did you two come from? How did you mess with such a powerful alien creature? Alien creature. This is the first time Nangong Yu has heard such a statement. Since they came to this world, ordinary people either call those with superpowers gods. Or just call him a devil, an elf or something. Few people directly use the word different dimension. Unless their civilization is very advanced. Nangong Yu patted the dust off his body and hurriedly stood up. Uncle, we don't know what's going on, so we were targeted by them. When you are away from home, you should still pay more attention. This is the experience that Nangong Yu has summed up after years of being in the society. The blacksmith nodded. In this wilderness, don't you two have a place to live? Nangong Yu and Doraemon shook their heads, looking pitiful. The blacksmith looked at the starry sky that had already darkened, and heaved a long sigh of relief. It's really not safe to stay in the wilderness at this time. Nangong Yu was also a little helpless. It is not that they are willing to stay in this wilderness, it is really out of helplessness. The blacksmith seemed to take pity on them. How about this? I went out to hunt and build a simple camp nearby, come and join me. Speaking of which, the blacksmith took the two men to the camp he mentioned on foot. Although Nangong Yu was still full of guard against the blacksmith. But after all, he saved himself just now. So he followed with Doraemon. Walked for about half an hour. A simple camp was presented in front of them. It seems that the blacksmith uncle is the only one in this camp. Moreover, the perimeter of the entire camp was covered with a surrounding dimensional grid. As long as any creature dares to touch this net, it will be immediately decomposed to the atomic level. It seems that this uncle really came from a certain higher civilization. The mutton roasting on the campfire was already cooked at this time. After the blacksmith settled the two of them, he took off his mask and coat. When the blacksmith came out again, Nangong Yu and Doraemon were amazed by the blacksmith in front of them. The blacksmith in front of him seemed to have turned into a handsome young man. Compared with the previous fierce appearance, it is a bit out of place. However, the two of them immediately had an infinite affection for the blacksmith. While the two were in a daze, the blacksmith had already sat down. Let's get to know each other officially. My name is True, I'm a ranger. Nangong Yu hastily stretched out his hand to 1.9. My name is Nangong Yu, and I am a space-time hunter. Doraemon also hurriedly introduced. My name is Doraemon, and I am a super-intelligent robot. True smiled and enthusiastically poured fruit wine for them. By the way, how did you mess with those guys? Nangong Yu suddenly felt a little troubled. He couldn't tell this strange blacksmith all his secrets. So he took out the map directly and pointed to a place on it. Can you take us to this place, please? The blacksmith was obviously taken aback. What are you doing here? Doraemon said eagerly. Let's find someone. Who? True continued. Nangong Yu hurriedly grabbed the conversation. We are just entrusted by others to find a warrior there. 5 Fei. Chapter 13 The Fighting True. Trudeau was obviously thoughtful. There are very few people who know this place. The people who can produce this map are even rarer. Who are you entrusted by? Nangong Yu was in a difficult situation. It was impossible for him to tell everything he knew. But the blacksmith in front of him was their savior after all. Actually, we are delivering a message for a princess. When I heard the word princess, I immediately stood up. Are you delivering a message for Princess Ash? The eyes of both men were straight. They didn't expect the blacksmith to say Princess Ash's name directly. How do you know? Doraemon asked subconsciously. Trudeau did not answer the question. Did the princess ask you to bring everything with you when she was leaving? Nangong Yu was completely stunned. You know the two. Trudeau looked a little irritable at this time. Hurry up and show me. Nangong Yu frowned slightly. Could this True in front of him be the one the princess asked them to look for? In 08, after thinking about it, Nangong Yu took out a necklace. This is what the princess asked me to bring out. Like a crazy teenager, True grabbed the necklace. Princess Ash, where is he now? What happened? Arriving here, Nangong Yu is almost certain that Princess Ash is what they are looking for. Princess Ash is imprisoned in an underground palace, and two kingdoms are fighting for her. True clenched his fists all of a sudden. Caratel and the orcs. Nangong Yu also completely trusted the blacksmith at this time. They didn't tell True these things, but True knew it very well. At this moment, Nangong Yu couldn't restrain his curiosity. What kind of story is there between you and the princess? Why did she think of you first when she was in danger? Toru sighed helplessly. It turned out that he was the first guard of the Carrot Empire before he became a ranger. Because he is highly skilled in martial arts and knowledgeable, so he was arranged to be next to the princess as her personal bodyguard. But it didn't take long for the two of them to make a private decision for life. But Carlot is not stable. The Prime Minister ordered the army to control the entire palace and imprisoned all the royal families. However, the orcs also signed a marriage covenant with Carlot a long time ago. It can be said that Prince Dodoka and Princess Ash have long been engaged. But Prince Dodoka's ambition is no less than that of Carlot's Prime Minister. He wants to control Carlot by marrying Princess Ash. Therefore, the two sides have their own ulterior motives and fight under the banner of their so-called justice. This war has been fought for many years. It's just that I didn't think of Dodoka. I don't know how to snatch Princess Ash from the palace to his underground palace. Presumably Princess Ash was not happy in the underground palace. After hearing this story, Nangong Yu and Doraemon suddenly realized. It turns out that Princess Ash's real lover is True in front of her. No wonder when the two of them were in the underground palace, Princess Ash would ask the two of them to send out her situation. Princess Ash has the special ability to test people's hearts. Maybe he thinks you two are kind people, that's why he entrusted you with such a task. Trudeau immediately expressed his affirmation of the two. Nangong Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. To be honest, if he hadn't met Trudeau by chance, he really didn't know what he should do next. Brother True, are we going to save the princess? True nodded. Of course, and it has to be fast. True stood up and looked at the endless wilderness all around, and then walked into the tent. It wasn't long before he pulled out what looked like a space capsule from the tent. Let's tidy up here, then go back to Blacksmith Town to pick up some equipment and set off. Nangong Yu and Doraemon stood up excitedly. As long as they can rescue the princess quickly, maybe they can find some lost items. True took the two of them on a fast drive across the wasteland. After about an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of the Blacksmith Town. This small town is much more rigorous than outsiders, rumors say. On the city wall are huge ion beam cannons. Even on the outskirts of the town, there are many traps. If you don't pay attention, it will be wiped out. Wow, the layout here is really rigorous. Nangong Yu couldn't help but sigh. There is no way. We have a large number of rangers here. If we are not careful, our enemies may come to our door. Speaking of True, he took the two of them into the town. He didn't stay too much in the small town. Toru just went to his home to get some strange and simple equipment, and then left the town. On the way, Toru took two watch-like things on the hands of Nangong Yu and Doraemon. What is this? Nangong Yu was a little strange. Doraemon felt a little excited when he got the watch. Is this the spreading bracelet of the exoskeleton? True smiled. I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. But Nangong Yu was still at a loss. Doraemon immediately explained it to him. It turns out that after the 22nd century, the enthusiasm of human beings to expand into the universe has become more and more intense. But ordinary space suits have long been unable to meet the needs of human beings to travel in space. So the external tactical skeleton came into being. In the end, it developed into a small bracelet, which can be covered with a set of exoskeletons all over the body. This thing is much more advanced than Carlotte's exoskeleton. No wonder the princess asked them to come out to find True. It seems Trudeau does have the capital to rescue the princess. With the high-speed operation of the operation cabin, they came outside the Duodua 137 card underground castle. But when they just arrived here, they aroused the vigilance of the outside guards. True smiled slightly, and directly activated the exoskeleton armor with his own hands. Just 2 minutes later, Trubian defeated an entire army of monsters by himself. Some are living beings, but just after they put on the exoskeleton in a hurry, Shilu had already moved. Doraemon and Nangong Yu also hurriedly activated to prevent the two of them from being harmed. A large number of monsters kept coming out of the ground. Dodoka clapped her palms and walked out step by step. It turns out that these so-called monster core are not just the one they thought, pure external armor. True's face was full of anger. When you helped me escape, it was just a conspiracy. At this time, Doraemon and Nangong Yu discovered a fact. It's just that they don't have much intelligence, and they are completely controlled by Prince Dodoka and his subordinates. True coldly snorted. I don't want to see you. You can't say that. I think back then, but I helped you escape from Carlotte. At that moment, a huge army appeared in front of them. Monsters kept falling to the ground, smashing and exploding. At this time, the gate of the underground palace slowly opened. Long time no see, Lin. Powerful energy beams shot out from True's body continuously. Chapter 14 The Real Villain. Dodoka laughed out loud. Behind him, a large number of legions walked out of the underground palace. So what if it's a conspiracy? It's not the same. I tricked you. Toru was extremely angry. Dodoka simply ignored True's anger, and continued to provoke him there. Do you know, the princess and I have been living happily in the bunker for a long time. You came here at this time, and you are here to make trouble. True gritted his teeth, wishing to tear Dodoka into pieces. Don't tell me these things, let the princess come out and talk about it herself. Dodoka said tut-tisk. I'm afraid you don't have this chance. After he finished speaking, a huge centipede-like monster rushed over at once. True was fearless at all. He punched out an energy barrier, and immediately condensed a huge light ball on his fist. When the monster hit the light ball, it immediately let out a miserable cry. Dodoka felt a little incredible. I didn't expect you to reform the exoskeleton to such an extent. HMPH, do you think I've been eating dry food for so many years? Speaking of which, True jumped up and punched the centipede on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the centipede's body shattered inch by inch. Dodoka saw that the army behind him could no longer deal with True, so he directly took out a needle and hid it in the body. At that moment, Dodoka swelled several times and turned into a giant of 2 or 3 meters. Immediately afterwards, armors were continuously synthesized around his body. In the end, a huge armor with strange shapes completely wrapped his body. True, so what if you can find this place? The princess is already mine. True looked up at the huge figure in the sky, neither humble nor overbearing. I don't care about these, I must take the princess away today. Ha 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 ha, even if you can take the princess away from me, Carrot Kingdom will still not let you go. True coldly snorted. Then I'll kill them too. Speaking of which, True jumped up and fought with Dodoka. Nangong Yu and Doraemon have never seen such a spectacular battle scene. But at the moment when they lost their minds slightly, the surrounding monsters rushed towards them. Only then did Nangong Yu realize it. In this situation, we must rescue the princess first. Doraemon looked panicked. How can we save it? I'm here to help True. You use any door to get in and bring the princess out. Doraemon immediately became excited. This is really a good way. Nangong Yu nodded. Go quickly. Otherwise Dodoka will probably hide the princess. Doraemon took out any door without hesitation and walked in directly. When the princess saw Doraemon suddenly appearing in front of her, she couldn't control her excitement. You're back. Did you bring him back, too? Yes, Your Royal Highness. We have brought True. Speaking of Doraemon, he was about to leave here with the princess. But the guards in the underground palace seemed to have expected this kind of coolness long ago. Suddenly they burst out from all corners. Doraemon was taken aback, but fortunately, they are still far away from him, so Doraemon immediately pulled Princess Ash into any door. When they reached the ground, Toru had already punched Dodoka flying. Duoduo looked at the huge body, and also crushed the exposed part of the underground castle on the ground. But when he saw Princess Ash, he couldn't help but froze there. Princess, do you really want to leave me? Princess Ash stood beside Doraemon, with a look of determination on her side face. I don't want to stay here a long time ago, you brought me here with a conspiracy, I hate you. Dodoka suddenly laughed wildly. Since you don't want to stay here, then you are worthless to me. Die. Speaking of Dodoka's outer armor, many cannon barrels were suddenly opened. Countless single-target missiles shot out of those barrels in a swarm. Doraemon and Nangong Yu hastily activated the protection program in the armor. A huge light barrier immediately unfolded around them. True also locked onto these missiles, firing different beams crazily. After a burst of howls that destroyed the world, Doraemon and Nangong Yu stood there with Princess Ash in good condition. A look of disappointment appeared on Dodoka's face. I really didn't expect that your power is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that you already have the capital to unify the orcs and Carlot. Just when Dodoka just said these words, Troll immediately exerted the strength of his external tactical skeleton to the limit. The powerful light beam passed through Dodoka's outer armor, directly enveloping him. Dodoka disappeared in a burst of crazy laughter. Seeing the dissipated Dodoka, True released his exoskeleton and landed in front of the princess. I'm so sorry I came to save you so late. Princess Ash stroked True's cheek tenderly. Backquote, it's okay, I'll be here waiting for you. The scene in front of me is like the finale of all fairy tales. But Nangong Yu always felt something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this moment, Tolu suddenly said, Princess, I will take you to Carlot to rescue your father. A flash of light suddenly flashed in Nangong Yu's heart. I just finished the battle, shouldn't I repair it before going? Why such a hurry to get to Carlot? So Nangong Yu immediately stepped forward and asked. Carrot is very powerful, and their technological civilization is much stronger than that of the beast race. Before Nangong Yu finished speaking, True waved his hand indifferently. When I left Blacksmith City, all the people there were already armed with the strongest weapons. We have to go, otherwise, the orc reinforcements will arrive, and we will die here. True chuckled. It can be understood that way. Immediately afterwards, the exoskeletons on their bodies disintegrated instantly. He suddenly thought of what Prince Dodoka said maids before he died. Does True really want to unify the orcs and Carlot? What's going on? Doraemon was a little confused. Doraemon was taken aback, and at the same time his brain was not enough. Nangong Yu gasped. Just when Nangong Yu was thinking, True came over. Nangong Yu stroked his chin and looked fiercely at True, who had disappeared long ago without a trace. There is only one truth. This True is the ultimate big boss. Doraemon also took out the bamboo dragonfly in desperation. Who is the villain? Nangong Yu froze for a moment. In other words, you have an army. Nangong Yu shouted badly, and hurriedly took out a spare bamboo dragonfly from his pocket and put it on his head. Two people followed closely behind. But when they flew into the air, suddenly two beams of light hit them directly. After speaking, he carried the princess and flew into the sky. Chapter 15 Let's Fight, Amor. After Nangong Yu understood such a fact, he immediately took Doraemon to look for Carlot's fleet. By this time, the villains of the villains are friends. At least they know that the princess is kind. As they searched incessantly in the wasteland, they finally found a Carlot team performing a mission. It's just that this team seems to have just come to perform idle tasks for the first time. Even if it is a spaceship, it is only a single combat spaceship. And looking at their bored looks, it seems that they are not interested in this task at all. Either playing cards in groups of 3 or 4, or smoking and drinking to brag. But when two people landed next to them, this group of originally loose teams suddenly became rigorous. Who are you? Nangong Yu hurried forward and said, it's not good, Carlot was attacked by villains, you guys go back quickly. The squad was bewildered, but after a while they were laughing. Carrot is a city built in the sky. Who can attack us? Nangong Yu was a little anxious. He doesn't know how to explain to these guys now. At this moment, he saw the single combat spaceship parked by these people. So he quietly lay next to Doraemon's ear. Can you drive 340 on those spaceships? Doraemon glanced at the spaceship. Of course. Nangong Yu immediately had a calculation in his heart. Taking advantage of the team's inattention, he dragged Doraemon directly onto one of the spaceships. The address coordinates for the round trip have already been locked on the spacecraft. It seems that the Carrot people are strictly forbidden to leave the coordinate position when performing tasks. No wonder they would rather drink where they are and play cards than wander around. After having the coordinates, Doraemon started the spaceship directly. Those Carlot soldiers only reacted at this time, hurriedly boarded the spaceship to pursue. Because of the acceleration, Nangong Yu and Doraemon soon saw the city suspended in the sky one after another. This is the first time they see Carlot. I really didn't expect that the city suspended in the sky would be built so beautifully. The suspension train that keeps shuttling in midair, and the hot air balloons that are galloping everywhere. All of them filled them with endless reverie about the future world. But at this moment, a beam of light suddenly shot into the city. The whole city immediately fell into chaos. There are several huge warships floating in midair. These warships seem to have some kind of interference capability, making all Carlot's fleet unable to operate normally. This battle is almost a one-sided battle. The spaceships of Doraemon and Nangong Yu were also disturbed, and they had to choose to make an emergency landing in a nearby city. Even the team following them couldn't believe what happened in front of them at this moment. But they reacted immediately and opened fire on the warships in the sky. Stepping off the spaceship, Nangong Yu patted his chest to try to calm himself down. Although he didn't understand what was going on in front of him. But True, the final big boss, has been confirmed. Fierce battles destroyed these hanging cities one after another. At this moment, a voice immediately spread among all the hanging cities. Attention all subjects, all people immediately enter the shelter for refuge. Nangong Yu suddenly realized something. Doraemon, can you lock the source of the sound? Doraemon nodded. Small idea. So he took out a handheld computer-like thing from his four-dimensional pocket. Then he immediately locked the direction. The two of them rushed to that place without hesitation wearing bamboo dragonflies. Now, they don't know who to trust. But since Trudeau is not a good person, he can only cooperate with his opponent. That is Carlot's so-called Prime Minister. When they arrived at the source of the sound, they found that it was like a palace. Although the outside has become a mess, the order here is still as usual. Stop, who are you two? The guards of the palace immediately stopped. Next page. And Doraemon. Nangong Yu took a step forward and hurriedly explained. We know all the information about the enemy generals, please let us see the Prime Minister. The guard also seemed to be a sensible person. He looked at the huge battleship in the sky, hesitated for a moment, and then led two people into the palace. It's just that the guard took them directly to a bedroom. On the bed in the palace lay a dying old man. Although the old man's body cannot move, he can still open his mouth to speak. The Prime Minister and a group of ministers knelt beside him, seeming to be listening to his orders. Seeing this scene in front of him, Nangong Yu couldn't help feeling strange. Isn't it said that the Prime Minister and his son imprisoned the Emperor? Just then, a handsome young man stood up. Who are these two? To Your Excellency Amor, these two people claim that they know all the information about the other party's general. Amor frowned and walked over. Who are you two? Nangong Yu couldn't care less about explaining so much. The man outside is called True. Now the princess is in his hands. Amor was obviously taken aback. I knew this guy would come back. At this time, the Prime Minister also stood up. This guy dares to come back. If he hadn't colluded with Dodoka back then, would our empire have become what it is now? By this time, Nangong Yu basically understood what happened. But he still couldn't believe what he saw. After all, who is the good guy and who is the bad guy? It has been reversed countless times in his heart. The most urgent task is to find a way to bring Her Royal Highness home from Toru. After a discussion between Nangong Yu and Amor, it was decided that he and Doraemon would rescue Her Royal Highness. Then Amor is in charge of fighting True. But Nangong Yu kept an eye out. He directly stepped forward and patted the princess on the shoulder. Why did you two bring me here? Princess Ash was a little puzzled. Your Highness, the two of us are here to kidnap you. Until the two of them brought Princess Ash to a park that was closer to the battlefield. Doraemon saw the princess and hurried forward to take her away. Nangong Yu was also a little guilty, but his attitude was also very firm. Princess Ash's eyes suddenly showed a hint of bewilderment. After agreeing on a rough battle plan, Doraemon took out any door. Princess Ash was sitting by the bed, praying devoutly. What do you mean? I'm just here to let the princess see how horrible the war you created is. However, Nangong Yu was still Doraemon, so he took out a pair of handcuffs and put them on Princess Ash's hands. His expression looked very unnatural. Even if Doraemon was suspicious, he didn't object to Nangong Yu. Sure enough, they came to a particularly cozy room. Princess Ash froze there. Nangong Yu walked into any door with Doraemon without hesitation. Chapter 16 Attacking Princess Ash. At this time, the scene looked a little awkward. The sound of dense explosions in the sky kept ringing in my ears. Princess Ash's face also became cold from practice. But she didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations about the disappearance of those lives. This is simply not what a kind princess can show. Nangong Yu looked at Ash in front of him, his eyes were full of questioning. However, at the next moment, Ash suddenly laughed wildly. What do you stupid mortal know? Nangong Yu seemed to understand something. He looked at the gentle and kind princess in front of him with almost suspicious eyes. Why are you doing this? Princess Ash snorted coldly. This world has become extremely chaotic. In such a chaotic world, no one can get everything they want. What does this have to do with you? Nangong Yu had already entered a state of alert. He was in a state of extreme vigilance. Ha ha ha, this chaotic world needs a person, and it needs a person to completely end it. Nangong Yu finally understood. The woman in front of her wants to bring the whole world under her command. She wants to fight for her through these men who love her. In this process, he always maintained his gentle and kind princess. When everyone is ruined, then it will be the time for her to ascend the throne. And this plan almost pulled all the leaders into this superimposed small world. In other words, after everyone is dead, Princess Eddie is the only heir. Such a mentality and plan are not without viciousness. But who can stop such a plan? Those men have been blinded by this woman, fighting crazily there. And at this time, even if everything is announced to the public next night, no one will believe that Princess Ash in their minds is actually like this. Up to now, the only person who still has a bit of conscience and looks kind is the Prime Minister's son. And with Amor's ingenuity, he should have also discovered something wrong with Princess Ash. As long as a corresponding agreement can be reached with Amor, Princess Ash can be taken down. Just when Nangong Yu was thinking about what he should do next, Princess Ash suddenly synthesized a set of exoskeleton around her body. This set of exoskeleton looks very powerful, as if it was made by the blacksmith for her. However, Nangong Yu has already made preparations, and Doraemon has already worn a teleportation bracelet on his hand. When Princess Ash just synthesized the battle armor on her body, the two of them disappeared in front of the princess out of thin air. By the time they reappeared, they had already arrived at Amor's headquarters. Seeing the two people panting, Amor seemed to have already guessed the result. It seems that Her Royal Highness has reached that step. Nangong Yu nodded. It seems so now. Her Royal Highness wants to unify the whole world. Amor sighed helplessly. Back then, the princess's right of inheritance should really not have been restricted. Nangong Yu was also helpless. It seems that we have to arrest the princess. Amor shook his head. With the princess's ingenuity, we people can't catch her. Then what should we do? Are we going to watch Princess Ash go further and further on a road of no return like this? Amor hesitated for a moment, then he ran directly to Emperor Carla. Your Majesty, please allow me to use the ultimate weapon. The Emperor nodded. Go, I approve you. Amor was full of confidence and ran to a secret room in the palace. After a while, Amor came out wearing a battle armor. This lifetime armor is not the same as regular Carlot armor. It does not seem to be an ordinary exoskeleton, but an exoskeleton transformed by genes. It can be said that this kind of armor has gone beyond the scope of armor in a sense. It can unleash all the potential in the human body to the greatest extent. Seeing such advanced technology, Nangong Yu felt at ease immediately. With this armor, Amor will definitely be able to capture Princess Ash back. While talking, Amor had already set off. At the same time, the Imperial Guards of the entire Carlot also participated in the battle. The battle entered a white-hot state in an instant. Soldiers on both sides used their lives to build a bloody great wall. At this time, the Prime Minister helped their Emperor stand up from the hospital bed. Two guests from afar, you must be wondering why my daughter planned such a large-scale riot. 0. Ask for flowers. Nangong Yu and Doraemon stood there, not knowing what to say. Indeed, things have turned around several times since they got here. The bad guys in their minds have changed several times. In the end, the person who was least likely to be a villain has become the final big boss. Your Majesty, we are time travelers from another time and space dimension. We deeply sympathize with what happened here, but I really didn't expect the princess to become like this. The old emperor let out a long sigh, then began to tell a story from ancient times. According to legend, in ancient times, Carla, like most ancient civilizations, developed in an orderly manner. 0. But one day, a witch passed by the palace. She told the emperor at that time, don't let the queen appear in the country, otherwise the whole empire will decline. Since then, Carlot has had very strict checkpoints in the selection of heirs. When it finally came to the generation of the old emperor, his descendants did not have any males. In this way, they had very big differences on the issue of heirs. Princess Ash feels that she is the orthodox blood of the royal family no matter what. She should accept the throne no matter what. But the old emperor did not dare to violate the reprimand left by his ancestors, and he resolutely refused to pass on the throne to the princess. After some consideration, he passed on the throne to the prime minister's son who had a blood relationship with him. At the same time, let Princess Ash marry Amor, so that the orthodox blood of the royal family will not be broken. But this matter was strongly opposed by Princess Ash. He first used his bodyguards to poison the old emperor in an attempt to cause chaos in the empire. Then he tried every means to collude with Prince Dodoka, trying to use a special method to kill all those who interfered with his succession to the throne. By now, she could even go to Toru to form a huge army for him. With this army, he destroyed Prince Dodoka's castle in one fell swoop. Even the overwhelming advantage of this army has reached the vicinity of the Carlot Palace. As long as they are given a little more time, they are likely to break into the palace and establish a dictatorial dynasty belonging to Princess Ash. After listening to the whole story, Nangong Yu felt that the whole thing was very strange. Chapter 17 Come Back, our prop. Chapter 37 Come Back, our props. Originally, this incident was just a dispute among the royal family about the heir to the throne. But when different worlds are superimposed, such a dispute becomes a matter about the ruling class. Princess Ash uses the superimposed world to constantly create conflicts between them to achieve her so-called goal. By the time these people were exhausted for the so-called love in their minds, Princess Ash had already entered the so-called center of power in their minds. Amor has already set off at this time. He is wearing the mechanical armor attached to the gene energy, which can block the torrent of steel outside. From the images transmitted from the outside, it can be seen that their battle has already entered a fierce state. It's just that the princess's army is too powerful. No matter how powerful Amor is, he can't resist an army like 277. Finally, in the later stages of the battle, Princess Ash arrived at the gate of the palace. Amor eventually returned to the palace with serious injuries. Nangong Yu and Duo Limang had already been completely shocked by the battle just now. They had never seen such a tough princess. From now on, everything here will be taken over by me. I hope you will be aware of being enslaved. You will never imagine what kind of thoughts you will have in your heart when a person makes such a request so calmly in front of you. Doraemon and Nangong Yu stood there in a daze at the moment, not knowing how to deal with the scene in front of them. Even the old emperor could not help but sigh. Son, I'm really sorry, it's been hard for you. Princess Ash's affection seemed a little excited. Shut up, you old guy. Just because you don't want to pass on the throne to me, are you going to teach all the subjects of the whole country to this guy? The old emperor shook his head. My child, listen to me, since all time and space have been superimposed, the world we live in is no longer the original world. So what, wouldn't it be enough to rule all the worlds? Princess Ash is still so aggressive. The old emperor didn't know what to say, he looked like he was dying, which made people feel distressed. At this moment, Doraemon suddenly took out a bottle of pink potion and sprinkled it on the old emperor and Princess Ash. But when those potions invaded their skin, all the anger and unpleasant emotions on the faces of the two disappeared without a trace in an instant. When they reacted, although their eyes were a little dull, their hostile positions changed. I hope this fantasy potion will do something. Doraemon muttered to himself. What is this? Why have I never seen it before? Nangong Yu asked with some doubts. Doraemon scratched his head embarrassingly. This is a prop that Doremi gave me before. I keep it on my body all the time and never use it. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. At this time, all the troops attacking the palace had already entered the palace. However, under the signal of Princess Ash, there was no conflict between the two sides. Then the old emperor and Princess Ash went to the side hall and had a half-hour discussion. When they came out, the old emperor actually announced that the future throne would be inherited by Princess Ash. And the princess can choose the person she loves by herself in the future. When this order was announced, the whole palace fell into cheers. After all, for them, Princess Ash is the orthodox royal blood. So if he inherits the throne, it won't cause too much commotion. Doraemon and the next page looked at the happy ending in front of them, and their hearts were full of relief. But Nangong Yu was still a little unhappy. There is such a powerful thing, why didn't you bring it out earlier? Doraemon looked a little embarrassed. Didn't I forget it? At this moment, Princess Ash came over. I promised you before that I will find the lost things for you, and this matter still counts. So saying, they opened the treasury of the palace. The things here are basically the wealth accumulated by the Carrot Kingdom for generations, but there are some strange things that we only discovered recently. Speaking of Princess Ash, she pointed to the things that were placed in the corner. The two ran directly towards those strange things. At this moment, among the pile of things they saw, there was actually a thing like a belt. Time belt. Nangong Yu yelled, surprised the people around. Doraemon also ran over at this time, looking at the familiar time belt in front of him. He quickly picked it up and put it in his four-dimensional pocket. After searching again, they found that there was a button-like thing among our pile of things. The dictator button. This time it was Doraemon's turn to shout. This thing is very important in his mind. As long as he has this thing, he can temporarily make anyone disappear. Fortunately, these people in Carlot did not realize the power of this button, otherwise they would probably use this button to do some unexpected things. Nangong Yu also nodded. It was really scary. After talking, the two stopped, and Doraemon also took out the folding house from his thought pocket. In the end they left the kingdom of Carrot with what they found. Then they hurriedly continued to rummage through the entire treasure house. Doraemon nodded. The arbitrary superposition of time and space has caused such a big trouble. After confirming that there are no other props here, they must have thanked the old king, Princess Ash, and others. Many of the things that Doraemon lost cannot be used by people at will. Then after careful rummaging, they found the tornado pocket here again. Each of these things can determine whether a world is stable or not. Doraemon said in shock, if he crashes into other people's territory like a headless chicken like this again, maybe he will encounter as many troubles as he did in Carlot. Every time they find something, they can't help but gasp. If things like this are allowed to continue, the chaos that will be caused around the world is beyond our imagination. Without saying a word, Doraemon quickly put this thing away. The two decided to take a good rest first, and then replan the route. Since this is the case, we must continue to search for those lost props. The most important thing is to find out the time props. It's a good thing we got all these things back. If they were in such a country, 2.0 would probably be used by some people with evil plans to do some bad things. Once the people who get these props have some ambitions beyond ordinary people, then the chaos of the whole world will never stop. Chapter 18 Wake Up, Marine Life. Chapter 38 Awaken, Marine Life. Doraemon took out the time TV, and after debugging, he could see all the things that happened in the parallel time and space. Although the current world is a hyperspace world that is completely superimposed. However, there are still certain differences between different time and space. Through Time TV, they can roughly see some things happening in different superimposed time and space. It's just that all of this requires manual control by Doraemon, and the troubles in it can be imagined. In addition to the chaotic world that Neo was in before, there are other things, such as the time and space where one or two worlds are superimposed. There is relatively little chaos in these time and space, and there are clear distinctions between tribes. Just like Carlot, it is clearly divided into three forces. After some research, the two decided to start looking for these relatively low-end superimposed worlds. After all, in these worlds, they can deal with them with ease, and can avoid the pursuit of them by the so-called gods to the greatest extent. What happened to Anubis, the god of death a few days ago, gave them a feeling of being closely watched. However, gods of death like Anubis at the level of 08, in a sense, they can still deal with it. Besides, after leaving the palace, True gave each of them a set of superpowered exoskeletons. With this set of external tactics, Google and the others can easily deal with all the damage that Anubis brought them, and they can even fight against the Judgment Scale and the Eye of Horus. After watching Time TV for a while, they discovered that there is an underwater world that is a world where civilizations are superimposed at the same time. And the other so-called gods in this place shouldn't pay much attention. And according to the induction between Doraemon and his props, he believes that in this underwater world, there must be his lost props. It seems that we can only go to this underwater world first. Nangong Yu said while looking at the time TV in front of him. Doraemon nodded. We have no other choice. Only when we find more props can we go to a higher dimension and fight against those stronger people. Shai nodded, and then took the copied time belt from Doraemon. Two people put on the time belt at the same time, and after setting the position and coordinates, they are ready to press the button. Wait a minute, the place we are going to is the deep sea. Doraemon reminded suddenly. Only then did Nangong Yu come to his senses. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, didn't I forget it? The two hurriedly paved the exoskeleton on their bodies in such a way that they could prevent them from directly contacting the sea water. At the same time, they also applied deep sea oil on their bodies, so that the deep sea pressure on the bottom of the sea will not damage their bodies. Then they opened any door in front of them. What appeared in front of them was indeed an underwater world. When they entered this underwater world, they found that there was a kind of colorful light blooming here and there, but under the reflection of these lights, many creatures had a slight desire to defecate. The two of them were not curious about such a phenomenon. After all, the space-time here was formed by the superposition of 3 time spaces. At this moment, a sea snake-like creature slowly approached them. Nangong Yu and Doraemon are wearing exoskeletons and are not affected by the pressure of seawater, so they are completely confident. Even if the sea snake came over confidently, they were not afraid. Finally the sea snake had approached them and showed its fangs. Who are you two? Why do you want to break into our deep sea realm? Finding out that this sea snake can actually talk makes them a bit chilled. This time the translation props are no longer needed. So Nangong Yu stepped forward and said, hello, I want to ask who is the person in charge here. The sea snake was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Human beings who appeared in our place unexpectedly wanted to see the person in charge of our place. How funny. Nangong Yu frowned slightly. Why does this sea snake's laughter sound so creepy? However, he still glowed in his hands, and activated the self-defense measures of the exoskeleton. Once there is something wrong with this sea snake, he will attack immediately. Sure enough, the sea snake laughed wildly and said, but all outsiders who come here will become our food. As they said that, they whistled, and countless sea snakes suddenly appeared in all directions. Among these sea snakes, there are some other deep-sea creatures. It's just that they are different from the deep-sea creatures that we usually see. They have all mutated. Some mutations have reached the extreme. For example, the seahorse is no longer a seahorse, but has turned into a 3-meter-high sea monster. Some creatures even exude an elusive light, and these lights directly rush towards them through the air. When those rays of light hit the exoskeleton, there was a sound of ping-pong-pong. Nangong Yu and Doraemon knew that if they didn't resist, they might have to confess here. So the two people manipulated the exoskeleton to rush towards each other. But no matter how hard the two of them tried, they couldn't reach these sea creatures. After all, they have lived in the seabed for such a long time. In other words, this place is their territory. The attack speed of light shot out by the exoskeleton can't hurt them at all. Take a closer look. It turns out that Doraemon threw the fish catcher. Seeing Doraemon throwing a pair of gloves 353 to himself, Nangong Yu hurriedly caught them and put them on. At this moment, Doraemon suddenly thought of something. Who knew that the surrounding sea creatures didn't seem to want to talk to him at all, and there was even a sea creature they had never seen before, giggling there. At this moment, Nangong Yu knew that the monster that had just appeared was probably the leader of this group of people. Seeing that he had suddenly fallen into the hands of the villains, the sea snake panicked and kept shouting for help. Now these guys are completely panicked. So Nangong Yu directly stretched out his hand and grabbed the sea snake at the very beginning. Unexpectedly, the sea snake directly fell into Nangong Yu's hands as if its body had been controlled. No matter how mutated these sea creatures are, they are still fish. As long as you have this fish catcher, you can catch one. If you want to kill it, we won't compromise with you just because of a little sea snake. Nangong Yu immediately became excited. He didn't expect Doraemon to be quite smart at this time. Then the fish catcher in his hand kept catching deep sea creatures one after another in midair, and was caught in his hand, and was then blocked by the self-defense system on the outer tactical skeleton. So Shirin took out 2 pairs of gloves from his own 4 pockets. So Nangong Yu unceremoniously tore the sea snake in his hand in half. Doraemon does the same, catching sea creatures there. Don't move, if you come again, I will tear it in half. Nangong Yu quickly put these gloves on. Chapter 19 Dimensional Broken, Magical Crystal Palace. Chapter 39 The Dimension is Broken. The Magical Crystal Palace. As the two men used their fish catchers to kill all the underwater creatures that came to besiege them in this underwater world, they were already not calm. Originally, these marine creatures were just ordinary creatures living in the deep sea in peace, but since those magical rays of light ran to the bottom of the sea, they have mutated. After mutation, they have very powerful strength and advanced intelligence. With these, they even ran rampant in the ocean world, unbeatable, but today they encountered such a strange 2 outsiders. With a pair of gloves, these 2 guys can unexpectedly capture these deep sea creatures at will, and even kill them easily. At this time, the monster in the head finally couldn't stand it anymore. He yelled, wait a minute, who the hell are you? Why are you here? Nangong Yu heard such an inquiry and knew that the other party agreed to negotiate with them. We have already said that we are just looking for things next to each other. If you must be so aggressive, then we will not be polite to you. The monster-headed there was stunned, not knowing what to say. The main reason was that the shock he had received from the scene just now was too great. 9 out of 10 of the marine life he had brought had been killed at this moment. If he continues to kill, I am afraid that even he will be brutally murdered. Although I don't know who you are, you still have to pay a price for blatantly breaking into our underwater world. How about this? I will take you to meet our God Lord. When Doraemon and Nangong Yu heard this, they immediately became excited, but they were still vigilant. They also don't know who the God Master of this group of people is. It would be bad if they encountered the main gods who locked Doraemon. So the two men, wearing exoskeletons and fish catchers, followed the team to a submarine palace. When they felt the so-called palace, they couldn't help being shocked by everything in front of them. This is a crystal-clear underwater crystal palace. There are some huge underwater creatures constantly around the periphery of the crystal palace, lingering there, as if they are guarding the crystal bandits. The entire crystal palace seems to be built with a special ore from the bottom of the sea. In addition to its crystal-clear quality, it also emits magical colorful light. However, these lights seem to be a certain kind of light, and they can interfere with the physical changes and development directions of these sea creatures. After getting close, Doraemon involuntarily collected some colorful lights with tactical bones, and then analyzed them with a computer. After a simple analysis, Doraemon couldn't help being taken aback. It turned out that these colorful lights are some luminous bodies that guide mutations. And according to his analysis, these luminous objects do not belong to this world at all, and seem to have been taken from after the 22nd century. When this luminous body guides the mutation, it directly reaches the atomic layer of the gene, and can change some characteristics of the organism by changing the genetic structure and composition in the organism. It is even possible to alter specific creatures to your will by manipulating which luminaries. This kind of light can be said to have reached a level of abnormality. It can even be said that controlling this light is equivalent to controlling the gods of this world. No wonder the creatures here call the people who live here the gods. After a while, the two of them were brought into the crystal palace by the creatures here. On top of the vast main hall of the crystal palace, sat a handsome-looking man. He held two beautiful creatures like mermaids in his arms, where he was enjoying delicacies made with sea creatures. After the man glanced at Doraemon and Nangong Yu, he was a little bored. Who are you two? What are you doing in my country for no reason? Nangong Yu smiled slightly. I'm afraid your country is not worthy of the name. You are not from this world, you just ruled them with those humble means. The young man instantly felt threatened, and immediately stood up from the throne. But soon, he regained his composure. What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you slander me so much? It seems that I will never let you go. As he spoke, he was about to order the nearby sea creatures to execute Nangong Yu and Doraemon. But Nangong Yu looked confident. He directly stepped forward and said, this world is originally a world where 3 worlds are superimposed. If you kill us, you won't be able to gain complete domination of this world. The young man was taken aback for a moment, and then he thought about it very seriously. It took about a minute before he stood up and said, you two follow me to the back. As he said that, he left all the people in the main hall, and took Nangong Yu and Doraemon alone to his so-called apps. After arriving here, the young man immediately lost all his regal aura. It's just that what happened next made him look like a sigh. It seems that the two of you are not from this world either. Nangong Yu and Doraemon hesitated for a moment, then glanced at each other. The young man nodded. It's them up to now, only I can control the light of these equipments, and make their evolution evolve in a good direction. Which time and space did you come from? Even our proud colorful lights have been leaked. But for so many years, no one can come here. All the devices in the laboratory were swept in by the space-time storm. Seeing the guy in front of him speak so clearly about what he experienced, Nangong Yu immediately made a judgment. Doraemon seems to understand something. That is to say, you can't leave this crystal palace at all. Once you leave, all the devices will be out of your control, and there will be unexpected consequences. Nangong Yu froze for a moment. Is it the light outside that makes the sea creatures mutate? So you are also a victim of the space-time explosion. By Nuo Zhao, I was originally a scientist in the 24th century. What we study is biological gene variation, but that day, time and space suddenly happened, a crisis we could not imagine. The young man nodded. Great, I thought I was the only person staying in this world who was not in this world. When hearing this young man speak, with that strong logic, Duo Liae Meng immediately judged that he was definitely a person after the 22nd century. The young man immediately became excited after hearing such words. Backquote, that's right, the two of us are indeed not from this world, we just came to find something that belongs to us. The young man said without hesitation, I am from the 24th century. But the parallel universe I live in is not the same as this parallel universe. And when I got here, the space was distorted, it seems that some kind of explosion occurred, my original world was stripped, and then overlapped. The young man smiled. I have been waiting for people from the outside world to discover this place, either to take over the Crystal Palace for me, or to help me return to the original world. Chapter 20 Let's Go, Aladdin. Chapter 40 Let's Go, Aladdin's Lamp. At this time, Nangong Yu was a little confused. Wait a minute, did you just say you've been here for years? In his impression, Doraemon lost those props, and then someone detonated the space-time bomb, which only happened not long ago. Why did the young man in front of him actually say that he has been waiting here for many years? Doraemon couldn't help tugging at the corner of Nangong Yu's clothes. According to the space-time theory, sometimes there will be some deviations in the time and running trajectories between parallel universes. When these running trajectories are superimposed, some kind of strange focus will be produced, and endless space-time vortexes will be produced in the focus. In the vertigo of time and space, there will be time and space-time deviation in my distortion. Doraemon roughly explained it and Nangong Yu understood. He looked at the young man in front of him with some embarrassment. By the way, what's your name? The young man chuckled. My name is Victor. Just after Victor introduced himself, he took Doraemon's hand and said, you should be Doraemon, right? Doraemon was taken aback. I haven't explained myself yet, how do you know me? Do you have the ability to see through the brain? Victor shook his head. I don't have that ability. It's just that there's Doraemon in our parallel universe, this cartoon. I loved watching it when I was a kid. Doraemon is a little embarrassed. I really didn't expect him to be so famous in the parallel universe. At this moment, Victor suddenly turned his hand to Nangong Yu. Then you must be Nobita, right? Nangong Yu waved his hand hastily. You are mistaken, I am not. Victor was obviously a little dazed. How could it be possible that the one with Doraemon is not Nobita? Nangong Yu didn't know how to explain the current situation. Once he explained clearly and let Victor in front of him know that it was Doraemon's mistake that caused the chaos of space superposition, then Victor would definitely want to strangle the two of them to death. Well, Doraemon hasn't met Dashong yet, he is with me at this time, I'm helping him find Dashong. Nangong Yu's explanation made sense, so Victor agreed with it. Next, Victor took the two of them to what he called the Crystal Palace, and prepared a sumptuous underwater dinner for them. To be honest, Victor has managed this underwater world for so many years, but he has kept it in order. Many mutated underwater creatures are deliberately mutated by him according to a certain model. For example, the seahorse soldiers who are in charge of guarding, and the sea snake detectives who are in charge of investigating outside. Sometimes even too lonely, a mutated mermaid. All of this is carried out in an orderly manner, without any confusion or deviation. Even in order to prevent the space from being further broken, Victor used all his strength to prevent the surrounding space from fluctuating. After visiting the entire Crystal Palace, they also realized what Victor really thought. However, on Time TV before, they saw that this underwater world should be a world made up of 3 superimposed worlds, but now they only saw Victor, which made them feel strange. In the end, Nangong Yu couldn't bear it any longer. Speaking of which, isn't this underwater world supposed to be a world formed by the superposition of 3 times and spaces? Why did we only see you as one for so long? Victor would be a little embarrassed. Then he scratched his head and said, that's right, this world is indeed a space-time in which worlds are superimposed. But apart from my time and space, there was chaos in the other 2 time and space when they were in other homes. Space storms will appear from time to time. Doraemon suddenly realized. That is to say, the remaining 2 space-times will sometimes appear and sometimes disappear. Victor nodded. Doraemon immediately fell into deep thought. If those 2 time spaces are really as Victor said, it means that in these 2 time spaces, some kind of time props must be in a half-activated state. Must AIFH, otherwise they won't appear and disappear from time to time. Afterwards, Doraemon hurriedly asked Victor, is there any specific rule between their disappearance and appearance? Victor chuckled, then patted Doraemon on the shoulder. You're asking the right person for this. Speaker Victor opened a handheld computer directly from his arm. According to so many years of observation, I found that their appearance time is extremely regular. While talking about Victor, he entered the coordinates and time values on the computer. One of the time and space appears every 3 months. The remaining one appears every 6 months. In other words, the superposition of our 3 time and space is basically once every 6 months. Doraemon, looking at the constantly changing data on the screen, couldn't help admiring Victor's observation ability. I haven't been out of the Crystal Palace for several years, I never thought I could know everything outside. So when is the next superposition of distance? After careful calculation, Victor said, probably 3 days later. Doraemon nodded. Looks like we'll have to wait here for 3 days. At this moment, Victor suddenly raised a question. Speaking of which, you suddenly came to the underwater world, what exactly are you going to do? Is it just to find the 2 time and space that appear from time to time? Doraemon shook his head, but he didn't know how to explain it either. At this time, Nangong Yu hurried forward and said, Victor, I must know Doraemon quite well. We are also victims of space distortion, so many of Doraemon's props were accidentally dropped into these spaces. Victor nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Presumably such an explanation has convinced him. There are still about 3 days before the collision of the 3 time and space, you should take a good rest with me first. After finishing speaking, Victor returned to his palace, and then asked the 2 mermaids to arrange rooms for Doraemon and Nangong Yu. It's just that Nangong Yu who returned to the room still felt a little uneasy. After all, they had experienced Carlot's subjugation before, and felt that no one in this world could see the surface. What if this Victor is a villain with a smile on his face? So Nangong Yu came up with the idea of exploring the entire Crystal Palace. But he didn't know how to walk in the Crystal Palace swaggeringly. At this moment, he thought of Aladdin's magic lamp. So he asked Doraemon to take out Aladdin's magic lamp. After Doraemon rummaged in his 4-dimensional pocket for a while, he found Aladdin's magic lamp. This Aladdin's magic lamp, as long as you rub it twice, a robot will appear, and you can command it. Nangong Yu immediately rubbed the surface of Aladdin's magic lamp with his hands, and a robot appeared. Now I want you to investigate all the structures and conditions in the entire Crystal Palace. The robot that appeared out of nowhere immediately took the order and left the room. Chapter 21 Shadow Scissors. Next, Nangong Yu and Doraemon kept walking around the room. They are waiting for the latest news from the Aladdin robot. Aladdin was a robot just now, and Nangong Yu had already made part of the disguise for him when he set off. Even if it was discovered, Victor could only think that the robot was thrown into his Crystal Palace by outsiders. Apart from destroying the robot, there shouldn't be any doubts about the two of them. Although doing this is a bit self-deceiving, but the two of them are still eager to know the specific situation of the Crystal Palace as well as Victor's true face. Just when the two of them were very close to each other, Aladdin's magic lamp robot came back unharmed. It's just that Victor is still standing behind the Aladdin magic lamp robot. This scene was once very embarrassing. So this robot belongs to you. I thought some spy put it in my Crystal Palace. You still have to be careful. Seeing Victor's harmless explanation, the two couldn't help lowering their heads in shame. Nangong Yu hastily stepped forward and explained, "Actually, we don't have anything else, we are just playing games." Saying that, Nangong Yu took out the A-Ding magic lamp, and kept rubbing against it. Sure enough, several robots appeared again. We were just testing whether this Aladdin's magic lamp works, but we didn't expect the robot to run around in the palace. I'm really sorry. Victor waved his hand. It's okay. As he spoke, he delivered a map to Nangong Yu. This is the map of my Crystal Palace. I was afraid that you two would get lost when you got up to wander around in the middle of the night, so I printed out a copy for you. Nangong Yu really didn't know what to say at this time. He took the map and felt that he was judging the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. After Victor sent the map, he left here. But after he left, he opened the map on the next page and carefully checked the structure of the entire Crystal Palace. After reading it, Nangong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing suspicious about the Crystal Palace on the surface. In this way, Nangong Yu and Doraemon spent 3 days safely in the Crystal Palace. On the evening of the 3rd day, the entire ocean suddenly boiled, as if it had been boiled in a big pot. Most marine life is more or less abnormal. Even some slightly weaker sea creatures were cooked directly. Those mutated sea creatures are running around, seeming to protect the weak sea creatures. Victor is also centered on the Crystal Palace, and opened a colorful shield to block out some high-voltage magnetic fields that appear from the high temperature and time disorder. After a while, 2 beautiful worlds like different dimensional worlds suddenly appeared above the crystal sky. Although these 2 worlds can also be called the ocean world, they are completely different conceptual worlds from the ocean world where the Crystal Palace is located. And when these 2 worlds appeared, all the creatures in them were in a fully armed state, and they were staring at each other. Seeing such a situation, Yi couldn't help becoming nervous, and he asked Victor beside him what was going on. Victor sighed helplessly. The gods of the sea that these 2 civilizations believe in are different, so they fight when they meet, but it has nothing to do with me. Nangong Yu nodded. It turned out that it was just a war that broke out because of differences in civilization and beliefs. However, he admired Victor even more for this point. Fighting on both sides will not destroy the Crystal Palace and his marine life built by Victor in the slightest. Just when Nangong Yu was about to ask Victor, Victor looked at the 2 civilizations above his head and said, "I'm not used to such things. But every time they fight, they deliberately avoid my Crystal Palace." "Why?" Nangong Yu still asked involuntarily. Victor chuckled. "My colorful light is a mutated light, as long as they get close to me, they will immediately mutate. Sometimes it makes their soldiers miserable." Nangong Yu suddenly realized, after all, Victor is a person from the 24th century. The high-end technology he possesses is not limited to these. I am afraid that even without the colorful light, Victor still has a way to repel the joint attack of these 2 civilizations. While speaking, the 2 civilizations in the sky had already broken out in war. The power that erupted from the battle between them made people shy away. It's just that when the 2 of them were fighting, Doraemon clearly found that the commanders behind them were sitting there calmly, as if they didn't care about the outcome of the war in front of them at all. 0. Seeking flowers 0. At this moment, Doraemon saw a pair of scissors on the commander's seat. Doraemon immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that my shadow scissors?" At this moment, Nangong Yu also saw the process of fighting in the sky. He also saw the shadow scissors suspended in midair. I saw that the leader manipulated the shadow scissors to cut off the shadow of the opponent's soldier and then sprinkled a control type of powder into the shadow. It didn't take long for the shadow and the soldier to switch completely, and then the soldier became a soldier on his side. I know very well about shadow scissors Doraemon. After all, it is his prop. And this guy actually used the shadow scissors on the battlefield, which made him very angry. 0. So he turned his attention to this civilization first. No, I must find a way to cut the shadow back, otherwise they will use the shadow scissors to do even more outrageous things. Victor felt a little helpless. Both of them have very powerful armies. I only have these mutated sea creatures. I'm afraid I can't help you get back the scissors. Doraemon waved his hand. No, I have a solution. Speaking of Doraemon, he directly took out the tornado pocket from his 4-dimensional pocket. He threw the tornado bag into the air, and pointed the mouth of the bag at the civilization holding the shadow scissors. The next moment, a violent gust of wind blew out from the pocket, and swept the waves and directly submerged that civilization. Before that civilization could react, it saw the people from the Crystal Palace suddenly joining the battle. This is of course unexpected to them, because in the several battles, the people from the Crystal Palace did not participate in the battle at all. This is almost a delicate tacit balance that the three parties have reached. But this time, I don't know why there was such a strong wind suddenly blowing in the Crystal Palace. Moreover, the level of such a gust of wind has reached a critical point that they can bear. At this time, Nangong Yu asked Doraemon for a piercing ring. He just pierced through, pointed at the shadow scissors in midair, and then stretched his hand in. Then the shadow scissors appeared in his hand. It is estimated that the leader of that civilization is now depressed to death, not only encountered such a strong gust of wind, but also lost 10. Chapter 22 Farewell, Victor. Seeing that one civilization was suddenly blown into this virtue by the strong wind, another civilization suddenly burst into laughter. After all, their two civilizations have been fighting here for an unknown number of years. As long as they can make the other party fail, they can do anything. But at this moment, they suddenly discovered that Nangong Yu was wearing an exoskeleton, and they didn't know when he came in front of them. Just when this civilized man is ready to bow down to Nangong Yu, calling him his patron saint. A strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth. Actually, the main reason I came to you is to ask you to hand over the glue in your hands to me. All the people of this civilization are stunned. Since they got this glue, they can effectively prevent another civilization from using shadow scissors to control their soldiers. Even this shadow glue can fix your own shadow, 423, and not be taken away by the other party. The thing they are holding in their hands is, of course, shadow glue. It is suitable for shadow scissors to complement each other and to appear at the same time. I really didn't expect these two civilizations to fight for so many years with this pair of things. Seeing how tough Nangong Yu was, this civilized person couldn't help but fell silent. After all, they don't want to enjoy the violent wind just now. So under Nangong Yu's coercion and lure, they surrendered their shadow glue. After getting the shadow glue, Nangong Yu returned to Doraemon's side. However, the two civilizations suspended above their heads did not dissipate. According to Victor, each time they appeared, they would last for about a month. But this is not the way. Only to send them back to their own space, and ensure that their space will not be disordered from now on, is the merit and virtue consummation. At this moment, Victor seemed to see their difficulty. So he thought for a while and said, speaking of which, is the belt of time in your hands now? Doraemon smiled. Of course the thing is on us, we will never throw away such time-related things. Nangong Yu couldn't help covering his head, isn't this telling others that there is no silver 300 taels here? However, Victor obviously didn't care about these details. He said directly, we can carry out a simple transformation through the time belt and return them to our own world. This time Doraemon had a flash of inspiration. That's right, the time belt can change time and space at will. At the same time, in the process of changing time and space, it can also keep the location unchanged. If it is simply modified, it can form a multi-dimensional space converter. Victor nodded. Using its fixed features, we can design a simple Mobius loop. Let time and space alternate and reciprocate non-stop on the Mobius ring. Then we can set a fixed location, so that their time and space are completely fixed in their original location. The two of them were discussing with relish, but Nangong Yu on the side never got cold about these things. To put it bluntly, he is simply an ignorant guy in this regard. So he looked bored and sat aside and ate something. Not long after, Victor used his equipment here to modify the belt of time. Even used the time TV connection. After the transformation was completed, they activated this so-called time device. The superposition of the two devices, together with some of their scientific concepts, directly brought these two people from different time and space back to their original time and space orbits. After doing these things, the two clapped their hands. I really didn't expect this thing to be so simple. Doraemon was a little excited. Before that, he really didn't know what method to use to solve the current chaos. But Victor is different, he is very rigorous. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the stability of time and space between the two sides could be clearly played back on time TV. It seems that it is not impossible for me to return to my world. Seeing Victor's excited look, Doraemon couldn't help frowning. The two of their worlds were in some low-end parallel universes just now, but your world belongs to the high-end dislocation parallel universe of the 24th world. Isn't it a little unrealistic to send you back with these two things alone? Victor waved his hand. Although these two props are only props invented in the 22nd century, after modification, they can send me back to the 24th century. Besides, if I don't go back quickly, I'm afraid the creatures here will completely mutate under the reflection of these colorful lights. At that time, even if I want to adjust the original time and space, it will be impossible. Doraemon nodded. It's just that if that's the case, we'll have to work for a long time. Speaking of Doraemon, according to Victor's request, he kept taking out some props from his four-dimensional pocket. In Nangong Yu's eyes, these props are just ordinary props. It even contains Gulliver's channel. It's the channel that can shrink people. From Nangong Yu's point of view, these props have no connection at all, but in the eyes of Doraemon and Victor, they can form a complete channel of different dimensions. In the next few days, Nangong Yu went around in the Crystal Palace, eating and drinking. He really doesn't know what to do. Finally one day there was a slight vibration in the laboratory. Nangong Yu hurried to the laboratory. He found that after days of hard work by Doraemon and Victor, they finally made something similar to a time machine. It's just that this thing is a little bit different from the time machine. He directly formed a so-called time channel, sending a person back to his original world. But this time channel can't completely put the distorted world back on track. But it's more than enough to send Victor back home. It's finally finished. Thank you so much. If you didn't come here, I'm afraid I'd have to stay in this underwater world for decades. Victor looked very excited. He directly picked up Doraemon 2.2 and spun several times in midair. Nangong Yu also stood by and congratulated them non-stop. Although he has done nothing for so many days, Victor is still very grateful to them. At this moment, Victor suddenly took out 2 bracelets and put them on their hands. The exoskeleton on your body obviously does not belong to the normal time track. Although he is powerful, once he leaves the overlapping space, some mistakes are likely to occur. So I made this bracelet for the 2 of you. It can effectively control the exoskeleton and bring out the best of him. The 2 looked at Victor in front of them gratefully and smiled gratefully. Afterwards, Victor waved his hands to the 2, then pressed the switch of the entire instrument and walked into the so-called space channel. Seeing Victor disappear, both of them had satisfied smiles on their faces. Chapter 23 Come home, children. With Victor's departure, the entire crystal palace and the colorful light disappeared instantly in the underwater world. It seemed that Victor took everything that was not of this world with him. It's just that the instrument in front of them also had some confusion at this moment. Doraemon couldn't help but let out a sigh. It seems that everything assembled together is simply unbearable, such a powerful space travel. In other words, this is completely a one-time prop. But fortunately for Doraemon, he has copied all the parts and props. Only with these components can a corresponding time channel be made again. The 2 of them have already been coated with deep-sea oil, so even without exoskeletons, they can survive in the underwater world normally. Just when they were about to study where to go next, suddenly there was a burst of space vortex storm in the underwater world, which made them feel inexplicable. Maybe it's because of some space-time disorder caused by sending Victor away through time-space teleportation just now. The exoskeletons were immediately synthesized on the bodies of the 2 people. Doraemon, what's going on? Why is there such a powerful storm all of a sudden? Doraemon gritted his teeth. I don't know. But this world is balanced. It is very likely that we triggered some kind of space node when sending Victor away. Then what should we do now? Nangong Yu was a little anxious. Doraemon shook his head. We have no way to stop such a space node. We can only go with the flow. Let's see where this space node will take us. Speaking of which, Doraemon stretched out his hand and grabbed Nangong Yu. No matter what happens in the future, the 2 of us must never be separated. Do you hear me? Nangong Yu nodded, and tightly clenched Doraemon's Madoka's hand. The space storm blown by the space node directly swept the 2 of them into a barren mountain. At this time, the space storm had already disappeared without a trace, and the space the 2 of them were in seemed a little strange. What is this place? Nangong Yu couldn't help asking. Doraemon observed it for a while, and was a little confused after 4 weeks. Then he took out the space node coordinate instrument from his pocket in another dimension. But the display on the instrument cannot accurately judge what kind of world they are in. After sighing helplessly, they prepared to search to see if there was anyone in this place. Suddenly a group of people carrying sedan chairs walked up from the bottom of the mountain. These people look like local residents, but they are wearing Edo period clothes. Nangong Yu is very clear about this period of history. But here is what happened in the space node. Even the 2 of them can't predict it, so even if they know that this is the Edo period, they can't predict what will happen next. Just when the 2 of them were depressed, a few people's conversations came out of those sedan chairs. Recently, the world is really getting more and more uneven, and I don't know how many demon gods have appeared on this mountain. It doesn't matter how many strangers appear in him, as long as they don't violate our interests. What can we do if we enshrine them? Yes, as long as they can guarantee our rule in this land. What if we feed them the living? After a chattering discussion, Doraemon and Nangong Yu immediately realized that there might be some guys called demon gods who came to this space and asked the local people to pay tribute to them. Sure enough, they are all poor people who are devoured by greed and desire. At this time, they saw that the back of the sedan chair was indeed packed in prison cars, some little girls and little boys. The average age of these children is no more than 10 years old, and giving 10-year-old children to the devil, these people who are rulers, are indeed crazy people. Nangong Yu and Doraemon decided to play tricks on them. So Nangong Yu directly synthesized the exoskeleton on his body. Then he jumped in front of the group with a bang. Immediately afterwards, he used the exoskeleton, and the weapon system on his body burst into dazzling light. These rays of light directly blinded the piercing eyes of those nobles. The team stopped immediately, and the nobles got off the sedan chair one after another, asking what happened to the inquirer. Nangong Yu was already fully prepared at this time. He smiled slightly, and then said in a very dignified voice, "Who are we? Why do you want to break into my territory?" When the nobles heard this, they were startled. It seems that the person in front of them is one of the demon gods. "Great God, I'm so sorry, we didn't mean to offend you. It's just that we passed your road and didn't know you would be here." Nangong Yu was disgusted by such politeness. "Okay, leave all the boys and girls behind you, and then you can go down the mountain." It was a nobleman, and he looked very embarrassed. After all, the demon god they were going to pay tribute to was not the one in front of them. But the other party is a demon god. What can these humble human beings do? Boys and girls, there are so many of them, it's a big deal to grab some more and go up the mountain. So they let go of the boys and girls behind them. Looking at those poor children, Nangong Yu suddenly felt unbearable. Then he shouted to the nobles. Go down the mountain. If you dare to go up the mountain in the future, I will swallow you alive one by one. When the nobles heard this, they hurriedly turned around and left here in a scramble. After they left, Nangong Yu untied his exoskeleton and came in front of those boys and girls. But these children seemed to be 850 knowing their own fate, they kept crying there. At this time, Doraemon also lifted his exoskeleton, dragging his fat body and walking out. When the children saw Doraemon, they immediately forgot the fear just now and laughed happily. Watching Doraemon, no matter what era it is in, it is a pistachio that makes people happy. At this time, there was no obstacle for Nangong Yu to talk to these children. Children, listen to me, we are not demon gods on the mountain, we are here to save you. Those children seemed to be full of affection for Doraemon, so they let down their guard against Nangong Yu one after another. They watched Nangong Yu's eyes widen, as if they were waiting for this so-called god to give them instructions. Seeing this situation, Nangong Yu was also very satisfied. Can you tell me which village you are from? I will send you back now. Those children raised their little hands one after another, and ran out of their villages. Nangong Yu discovered that these children were all from the same village, not far down the mountain. So the two hurriedly took out countless bamboo dragonflies and put them on the children's heads. Okay, now everyone follow us back to your village. If anyone knows the way, please lead the way. Nangong Yu talked to these children very patiently. Chapter 24 Our God. Not long after, they were led by a group of children to a very desolate village. Before they reached the village, they heard a very miserable cry in the village. It seems that the villagers here are suffering from the fact that their children were robbed alive. When they were in pain, those children took the bamboo dragonfly and flew back to their home one after another. Those parents who lost their children couldn't help being excited to see their children back to them again. After the children's narration, the people of the whole village extended a warm invitation to Doraemon and Nangong Yu. At this time, an old man who was dying came out of the village. Hi, you two great gods, I am the head of this village, thank you for sending our child back. Speaking of which, the village chief took the people in the village and knelt down in front of Doraemon and Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu hurried forward to help everyone in the village up. Village chief, you don't have to act like this, we just sent them back after seeing how pitiful the children are. We just want to find out what's going on here. The village head saw that the two gods in front of him were so amiable, so he immediately invited them to his home and prepared a sumptuous lunch. After eating and drinking enough, Nangong Yu also understood what happened here. It turned out that not long ago, their world suddenly experienced a violent distortion. The peaceful world was broken by some demon gods who didn't know where they came from. They are entrenched on the mountain, and sometimes they will harass villages, farmland, and even take people captive to the mountain. And they also regularly need a large number of virgin boys and girls to the mountains for their food. In order to stabilize their rule, those nobles bowed their heads to the demon god one after another, and then took the initiative to pay tribute to the demon god with boys and girls. I heard that these demon gods are very powerful, they can call wind and rain, and they can wipe out a village in an instant. Hearing this, Nangong Yu couldn't help frowning. It seems that they are all abnormal life forms from different dimensions. These living bodies have different appearances from ordinary people, and they also possess powerful power. So Nangong Yu decided to stay and help the villagers here deal with the strangers on the mountain. But Doraemon was lost in thought there. At night, the two of them were arranged by the villagers to an empty house. At this time, Doraemon expressed his worries. It turns out that in this world, whether it is space or time, there is a corresponding balance. It's like the hidden delicate balance between matter and dark matter. Once a space is forcibly distorted, another space will be passively distorted by the influence of this space. In the process of passive distortion, a space storm will blow up in the different dimension space, sending people from that place here. But after their analysis, Jung and they sent Victor back to the 24th century, it doesn't have much to do with it. After all, they just put the wrong time back on track. That is to say, the space here is disordered, and it must be something like space blasting used in a certain place. Hearing this, Nangong Yu couldn't help feeling sad. But after he thought about it carefully, he suddenly said, then, as long as we see the demon gods here, wouldn't we be able to get the corresponding space nodes from them? Then go to their world through this space node, and push the parallel universes of both sides back on track. Nangong Yu's words, like a celestial being, awakened Doraemon. Originally, these theories were very obscure to Nangong Yu. But after such a long time, Nangong Yu seems to have a new concept of space and time. When Nangong Yu said this sentence, Doraemon also slapped the table in front of him fiercely. That's right, why didn't I think of that? As long as we can take down these so-called demon gods, we will be able to restore the nodes of the two parallel worlds and travel through time and space non-stop through this parallel world. Then whatever we do will be easy. Just when the two were discussing these things excitedly, a violent explosion suddenly occurred on the outskirts of the village. The two people were taken aback by the explosion, they hurried out of the room, and saw some strange-looking people suspended in the sky. And the villagers in the village were all driven out by these strange-looking people. You humble human beings actually took back the offerings that were given to us. Ridiculous human beings, do you think that you can escape our control? Now we will let you know the majesty of God. Those monsters said that various elements appeared in the sky continuously. Thunder, wind, and even frost and rain fell one after another. Looking at this posture, they seemed to want to engulf the entire village. Of course, Doraemon and Nangong Yu can't do things. When such a thing happened, they directly became exoskeletons and suspended in midair. What are you false gods doing here? Are you here to die? Those so-called demon gods couldn't help being stunned when they saw Nangong Yu and Doraemon. It seems to be wondering, in such a world, why are there people besides them who can suspend in midair? At this moment, one of them came out, pointed at the two of them and shouted angrily, "You dare to offend our majesty, today I will tear your body to pieces." As he spoke, he controlled the strong wind and roared wildly at Doraemon and Nanbei. Doraemon smiled slightly, and then took out the tornado pocket from his four-dimensional pocket. The powerful typhoon blowing out of the pocket directly confronted the strong wind summoned by the demon god. For a moment, there was an evenly matched situation. This startled those demon gods. They never thought that apart from them, there are people with magical powers in this world. So the two sides confronted each other directly in midair. After a while, one of the demon gods didn't seem to believe it, or maybe he wanted to break the deadlock. So, well done, he stretched out his hand directly and summoned a mighty thunder. Nangong Yu snorted coldly, and directly opened his exoskeleton to the maximum. In an instant, he and Doraemon were enveloped by the light barrier on the outer tactical skeleton. No matter how the powerful thunder raged, the bodies of the two of them remained motionless, and their light barriers showed no signs of damage. This shocked the demon gods, and they gradually felt some kind of fear towards the two of them. Nangong Yu stepped forward. Fighting here will destroy the peasants' villages and fields, why don't we go to the mountains and fight? This move by Nangong Yu is obviously a naked declaration of war. Although those demon gods were very surprised by this move, they finally accepted the declaration of war. Then a group of people flew towards the nearby deep mountains. After they left, the common people here burst into cheers. Finally there is a god who can stand up for them. Chapter 25, The Wheel of Time. Soon they arrived deep in the mountains. The atmosphere in this mountain is beyond the cognition of Doraemon and Nangong Yu. In the depths of the barren mountain, there is actually a huge palace, which looks like some kind of ancient relic. It seems that these strangers came here from the ancient world. It's just that the space distortion in this world is much smaller than they imagined. There are no elves, demons, or even other messy things. It seems that as long as they defeat the demon gods in front of them, they will be able to gain the recognition of this world, or this dimension. Those demon gods also arranged a strange formation as they had discussed before. Although Nangong Yu and Doraemon have never seen such a formation, they know that once they form a formation, the consequences will be disastrous. So after the two people glanced at each other, they each took out a shrinking light. Facing these demon gods is a random photo. The originally 9 huge demon gods immediately turned into very small guys under the shrinking lamp. When they were still in a state of duress, Doraemon directly threw several Gulliver passages on their only way. The 9 demon gods 817 were already in disarray at this time, they kept running around on the ground. But when they passed through Gulliver's passage, their figures shrunk further. By this time, Doraemon and Nangong Yu were down. Seeing these little guys running around like toys, Doraemon couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. Looks like these guys don't know how to get bigger. Just after Doraemon sighed this sentence, suddenly a demon god started to grow bigger in an instant. Doraemon was taken aback, but after he was sure that only this demon god had the ability to grow bigger, he stabilized his mind. But he was still a little scared deep in his heart. After all, Doraemon had experienced a precedent of being attacked by a creature that suddenly became bigger. But when the demon god became bigger, his body suddenly felt a sense of weakness, and finally he collapsed. Nangong Yu looked at the demon god with some depression, probably because of the sudden increase in size, the nutrients in his body couldn't keep up, and he became weak. Isn't this ability too nonsense? So the two of them took out a cage and locked all the demon gods in it. Now AIFJ, I ask you questions, you answer honestly. If you dare to lie to us, I will make you pay the price. Nangong Yu didn't know where to get the whip, so he whipped the cage wildly. Those demon gods were obviously terrified by this sudden change. One of them kowtowed repeatedly. Please don't kill us, we just came here from another time and space. There are many people like us living in our time and space. After we arrived in this time and space, we found that we are much stronger than the people here, but we just had an addiction. Nangong Yu chuckled. So I came to this world to find a sense of existence, you guys are really hateful. Now it seems that these demon gods have no use value. After the two discussed it, they decided to send them back to their original world. So according to the method developed by Doraemon and Victor before, a machine was assembled again. This method has been tried and tested. After setting the position and coordinates, they directly locked these demon gods back. After sending them away, Doraemon and Nangong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It was an accident that they came to this time and space. Now that these things are resolved, they have no reason to stay in this time and space. But before leaving, they felt that they still had to do something for the common people here. So they went directly to the homes of those nobles and threatened them. Then the two of them happily prepared to leave here. It's just that they can't use any door when they leave here this time. Any door is nothing but different space transitions at the same time. In the previous world, all time and space were superimposed together, so they could change instantly in different places. But this time, it is the dislocation of time and space due to the confusion of space nodes. Both time and space have undergone great distortion and transformation, so this time they can only return to the original world through some time machines. After Doraemon's simple debugging, the two returned to the original chaotic parallel universe. But they didn't have a fixed location when they were debugging, so when they arrived here, they came to the side of a volcano. But this volcano does not seem to be simple, there is actually a huge palace inside the volcano. The entire palace seems to be made of magma, and there are still people in the palace. The two people were amazed by mine. What kind of place is this where people can actually use deep magma to make a palace? When the two of them were in a group, a huge army suddenly appeared under the magma mountain. This army is attacking the entire mountain crazily. Moreover, huge friction broke out between the two sides. In such a war, the battlefield is already littered with corpses. At this moment, a person covered in magma came out of the palace. When he left the palace, he saw Nangong Yu and Doraemon at first sight. Who are you two? Enemy spies. This scared the two of them enough. Normally, spies are the most annoying. If the two of them are recognized as spies, they will probably be dismembered by the other party. But they couldn't prove their innocence, so they hurriedly synthesized tactical skeletons. We're not spies, we're just time travelers who accidentally got here. The magma man frowned, as if he didn't believe what the two of them said. After being silent for a while, that person still chose to rush towards them. The two sides fought together in an instant, and the modified exoskeleton naturally drew a tie with the magma energy. But the other party didn't seem to care at all. He directly concentrated all the power in his body and kept bombarding Doraemon and Nangong Yu. But he seemed a little anxious after being unable to attack for a long time. At this moment, a small unit of the enemy army had already broken through the line of defense, and this place like him rushed over. The magma man also gave up Doraemon and Nangong Yu at this time, and rushed directly to the small group of troops. Then the two sides fought directly together. However, that magma man was indeed very powerful. He knocked out that small army in just a few moves. Then he counterattacked with a large force. Doraemon and Nangong Yu could only stand by and watch such a battle. After all, in the current scene, they can't leave here. If you want to leave forcibly, you are likely to be attacked by the combat troops of both sides, and thus get involved in the battlefield for no reason. Chapter 26 Final Chapter. Why is a woman's desire for power so strong? This puzzled Nangong Yu. Looking at the invincible Amor in armor in front of him, Nangong Yu is going to have another visit with this man who may have been the consort of the princess. I want to go with Almor, may I? There is a firmness in Nangong Yu's words, which is hard to refuse. The old emperor twirled his beard, looking at the young man in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a kind of trust, although they never let go of seeing each other. Go, young man, and may this disaster not be too hard on you. I am here waiting for you. The old emperor's kindly hoarse voice echoed in the palace. Nangong Yu and his party walked out of the palace and looked at the desolate sky. Without any time to feel sad, they entered a cold palace through any door. The top of the palace is not a princess, but a gentle-faced scholar, sitting on the throne, but staring at the three people in front of him like a torch, as if he had expected it. Looking at the person in front of him, Nangong Yu asked beside Almo. Is this true? Almo stared straight at the person in front of him, did not speak, and nodded slightly. Seeing the disgust and hatred in his eyes, Nangong Yu always felt that there was something he and Doraemon didn't know. Where is the princess? True. Almo's voice was full of sonorous force. Oh, you came here to find the princess, so you didn't come to play with me. Yo, you even changed into a suit of armor. This equipment is pretty good. I want to see if your skin can stop you. True seems to have completely missed Nangong Yu and Doraemon. As soon as the words fell, True appeared in Almo less than 1 meter away from Almo, and began to stretch his legs and feet. Almo, as Carlot of the Cloud Kingdom, is naturally skilled, decisive and heroic. Faced with the provocation in front of him, he would not let him do whatever he wanted, and it was for the country, or for the princess. Looking at the flames of war that were about to erupt in front of him, Nangong Yu did not have the slightest fear, and there was a touch of calmness and surprise in his eyes. Nangong Yu poked Doraemon, and asked him to tell Almo through telepathic voice transmission, and asked Almo to hold Toru, and he and Doraemon went to find the whereabouts of the princess. When Doraemon just put the microphone in his pocket, Nangong Yu saw Almona's approving eyes. It is also a silent tacit understanding. Hearing the flames of war behind them, Nangong Yu and Doraemon walked into a cold, dark room. There are many beds in the room, but all of them are half covered by the bed screen. Although there was a ray of sunlight in the room, Nangong Yu soon smelled a damp smell. Nangong Yu stopped, only to hear, tick, tick, suddenly felt that Doraemon beside him was shaking his sleeves, and hurriedly lowered his head to look at the fat blue man beside him. He hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" "I heard faint breathing," Doraemon said seriously. "Breathing? The breath was so weak that I didn't hear it. If the guess is correct, this should be Princess Abby, the crazy woman who was unmoved by the life and death of her people. Then why is she here again? And why is her breathing so weak? Fatty, detect the source of the sound." There was some haste in Nangong Yu's voice. "Don't call me fat." Doraemon looked at Nangong Yu half angrily. Okay, Okay, don't call you fat, check your voice quickly. Doraemon rolled his eyes at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu may not know, and he may have to reassess who was the bad guy again, which may solve the doubt in his heart. Nangong, the voice seems to be coming from the 6th bed on the left. Come on, let's go take a look. At this moment, Nangong Yu felt a little uneasy. He gently lifted the bed veil, and saw a pale man, frowning tightly, as if he was having this nightmare. People can't help but want to smooth that brow for her, smooth. Fatty, what happened to her? Maybe a little weak, I don't know the specifics. Nangong Yu picked up the princess, and walked with Doraemon to Princess Abby's bedroom in the Carrot Palace, and gently put her on the bed. Completely forgot about the disgust I felt towards her the day before. Hearing that his daughter Abby was back, the old emperor hurried over, ignoring the majesty the emperor should have. Holding those cold and slender hands tightly, looking at that pale and exquisite face, some tears were rolling in her eyes. What happened to her? 0. Seeking flowers 0. A father asked in a trembling nasal voice. The doctor lowered his head, hurriedly took the pulse, looked at the princess in front of him, couldn't help but feel a little bit of pity. My lord, the position of the princess's heart is a bit off. Heart organ deviation. Nangong Yu couldn't help asking. Yes, the doctor replied affirmatively. He seemed to know something, pulled Doraemon and walked out the door. When he just walked to the gate of the palace, to the surprise of Nangong Yu and Doraemon, Amor came back. It's still the same battle armor, but there are some holes. Still the same Amor, still majestic and heroic. Just holding a box in his hand, although the box is not very exquisite, but it always makes people feel that it is extremely rare. Almo, I'm going to find you. Nangong Yu's tone was obviously joyful. Isn't this back, and it's safe and sound? Has the princess been found? I found it, and now I'm resting in the palace. Doraemon couldn't hide his joy. The princess has lost her mind. Nangong Yu suddenly said something dejected. Almo lifted the box in his hand and looked at the two people in front of him. Perhaps, this can. What's this? Nangong Yu stared at the box. This is True's heart. True finally told me to return this heart to the princess and then died. Then what are you talking about? Let's hurry up and save the princess. Doraemon looked at the box with hope. When they arrived at the inner hall, the doctor looked at the exquisite and beating heart organ, and hurried to the old emperor's side and said, I have to replace the heart organ for the princess immediately, otherwise the princess's life may be in danger. Hurry up and change. Why? Stand up and go to the door to wait. The other three followed closely behind the old emperor and walked towards the door. The old, the young, the fat, and the thin four stood guard outside the door neatly, with serious expressions that made people want to laugh. Nangong Yu broke the strange atmosphere and said with a chuckle, it's not that the princess wanted to be the heir to the throne, but the original owner of this heart did a lot of things. End of book.